Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive. Scammers these days have a no new trend. It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all. So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفا لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم المستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب،
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعارا للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
Welcome, one and all, into the Ramadan edition of the Dubai Police Esports Sermon. My name is Ramon, and with me is caster JT, a good friend of mine, and an amazing caster at that as well. Welcome, dude. How you doing? Look at the setup that we got right here. Isn't it amazing? We get to chill in somewhat of a setup like this. I feel like Dubai Police has been cooking something up so much right now.
It has stepped up from the last time we've been here, and we've been here since the beginning, if I could remember. So seeing the progress of how production has been going, it's truly top tier. And of course, with that said, happy Ramadan to everybody there in the venue. I cannot believe we have another Valorant tournament, and I'm super excited, stoic. All of the words cannot describe on how happy I am, to be able to cast another set of awesome games represented by the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan edition.
Yeah, imagine. Like, this has been one heck of a blast every single time that we have a tournament like this. And, I gotta give a lot of thanks to everybody who has made all of this possible, especially to our main sponsor, Esaad, and as well as XFX, Zowie, Club and Retroforless, making all of this possible, organized, but of course for esports. We're all live all across social media. We're live on Twitch, Facebook, as well as our YouTube channels over at 404 Esports, just to make sure to follow all the action right here on the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Now, let's just talk about what we can expect from this whole tournament as a whole, right? Because it's gonna be a shorter one that we have been so used to all throughout this, right? We got the best of one coming up right now, a bit more action coming up later on for the stream, and Oyun versus Perch is looking to shape up as a good one, because both of these teams have been a regular for a lot of our Dubai Police.
Yes, that is true. I believe Purge was playing in the 2023 version of Dubai Police Esports, and then Oyun, I believe, also played in Dubai Police Esports SWAT Tournament Edition, right? So they actually won it, that one. Oyun themselves did not really have a amazing run in the December tournament from Dubai Police, but their redemption came in the Dubai Police Esports SWAT tournament. Now that we see them here again, this time up against Purge, I think eyes are going to be on them, because they are, I could technically say, the defending champions from the recent tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see on how well they're going to be performing up against Purge. And when it comes to players, right, I think we all know that one guy that everyone roots for in the side of Purge. It's Kaito. He's a guy that has star value, plays rather consistent, but will he be able to, play as well as he wants to when they're playing up against Oyun, which is one heck of a team.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Kaito is the biggest part out of the big puzzle that is Purge, right? I mean, this guy cannot be as successful as he can be in this role right here if it wasn't for the support that this team offers. Views and Pokey, on the other hand, are usually these people who like to have like the stronger surge when it comes to like these sorts of teams, right? So the head-to-head comes in for Purge and Oyun. I want to know if Oyun are keeping their whole roster, right? Because that championship-winning roster is got to be a talk of the town. Oyun had 5 maps all throughout the tournament so far, and they have, I wouldn't say they've been doing too much in that department, but the fact that they're going into this with a very, very, very big heart, I just really would love to like give a lot more credit to Oyun with how much they have performed in a lot of these tournaments. They've always been the consistent factor. Purge, I wouldn't say the same thing, but yet into the 3 maps that we've seen them, or at least in the maps that they have been performing all throughout the Dubai Police Esports tournament, they don't always shine the brightest. but they always find a way to stand out amongst the rest.
And going through or seeing, I guess they head to head. I think one thing is to put into factor here, Ramon, is that in the SWAT edition, Oyun has not lost a single map. So if you're gonna be talking about how well they've been playing in recent times, they have been undefeated. And if this streak will continue on towards this tournament, then it's gonna be really interesting to see on how a team can evolve so much from, I guess, the tournament last year on December, right? With just a buffer of a couple of months, they have evolved into a formidable team that a lot of eyes are on them to see if how well they're gonna be, playing in this tournament alone. Now, with that
Yeah.
said, though, Ascent, that's the map we're gonna be.
Yeah, just a little bit of a disclaimer, folks. The picture says sunset, but it really is going to be the Ascent map we're going to be heading into, right? So BO1s are into play, so that means it's going to be a one-shot big time for everyone, or at least this head-to-head as a whole, or it should be as a factor. So it is Oyun's, I wouldn't say comfort map. They usually have a lot of comfort on Bind, since that is one of the maps that they like to play in. Split, on the other hand, also has been one of their comfort picks. Ascent is not a big question mark. They have played it once or twice back in the previous Dubai Police Esports tournament, although I can't really put my finger on the other side of things though. Purge, again, as noted by me and Caster JT, I don't really remember that much about Purge, which kind of speaks to me as like maybe they wouldn't have a memorable performance back on the Ascent map. So maybe they made a couple of changes across the way. They probably have a good read on the meta as we head into the Ascent map. So, time will tell. But for now, you got to put all the chips on the card. And as far as I'm concerned, recency bias has me on Oyun so far. But maybe, just maybe, I'll get into the nick of things. If we head on into Agent Select, normally you'd see a double initiator comp for the side of whoever plays on the Ascent map. And that's what we're going to be seeing on the attacker side of things, where Purge wants to play on the comfort map. How on the other side, might be the same call, except a different look. A Sentinel, that is going to be the only different thing.
I'll tell you what Oyun did previous tournament. They went 13-0 up against Phenos, which by the way is in this tournament as well. And they ran the exact same lineup that we're seeing right now. They played the KO, they played the Cypher, they played the Sova, Jet, and Omen. This is their comfort lineup that went 13-0 in Ascent in the grand finals of the SWAT edition. So, that's something you're kind of have to be afraid of. But at the same time, if you've done your due diligence and really checked on how, they played before, then you could expect what they have done already. And speaking about, who was in the roster of Phenos during that time, Kaito was in there. So he was part when he went 13-0. So will history repeat itself? Or this time, he's not going to be blindsided without knowing what hit them. Basically, he probably knows what's to expect.
Yeah. So maybe this is the storyline we're heading into this, right? Kaito being on the receiving end of 13-0, just heads into a new roster, a bunch of different changes across the board in the system for him, but if he's the one to step up the call for the duelist role, then a lot of the trust for Purge right now is on him, and a lot of that pressure sometimes comes on your shoulders, right? So we'll see if he's going to be able to deliver on all fronts as we head on into this Ascent map. You got the defensive side coming down on the Cypher composition, and that's Oyun picking up one of their comfort maps right now. So, it's going to be the first pistol round. You got probably a bunch of options when you're on the attack. You could play the slow default composition. You could put the Killjoy back on the B main side, control that side of the map for now, while you let your active players play maybe around the mid side, or try to slowly build up towards that A main position. Let the Killjoy be the insurance policy as we head on into the pistol round.
When you think about it, right, they're quite similar in terms of the lineup they have, other than seeing a Cypher up against a Killjoy. Now, I really want to know on how well their KO is able to shut these utils down and how well he understands where to throw those lineups, and if it's even possible to do so, because it's not going to be easy, for sure. It's really hard to tell if you're gonna be playing conservatively or more aggressively. But it's only a matter of time since we do have a short pause here, probably trying to see if, like the typical, my mouse is not working properly, or like a sensitivity or communication, it's not working out. But this gives enough time, right? Enough time for the teams to put a game plan on and how they're gonna answer this. Normally though, we usually see a overprotected B side with the Cypher, but not today. It's just one tripwire, and normally this gets countered out, which I've seen a lot of professional players do, is by having the Jet updraft dash in towards B side, so he's deep within the side and able to at least figure out where the players are or shut them down immediately.
Bunch of ideas to be thrown across the board, right? Usually you'd put the KO back on the A-shark position, which normally that would be a strong call, since sometimes that mid side will always be vulnerable to flashes. Sometimes you need that knife all across the map. That A-shark position is a strong point though for the defense, because again, back on the KO topic, the knife could be put on places where it's impossible to shoot from for Oyun to counter back through, right? If they're pushing on the main, then the KO can put the knife on down over to the market wall, which connects onto B main, meaning that they have, a bit of a delay, 5 seconds before they could put the smokes down if he's not careful. You can also put it down anywhere else across the map, so lots of things to expect from this matchup. If we're talking about high ceilings for both sides, Oyun has had very strong points, especially when we're talking about their synergy as a team. They normally don't like to do anything individually. They're just the type of team that always has backup plans, insurance policies. They have protocols that counter specific unique play styles. Like if you're talking about like rushes over towards the mid side, they always have an A-short counter to be thrown up into the mix to counter that play. Or if it's not the A-short position, and sometimes they also flank you, and it's not just one player, it's always like 2 or 3 people coming on down just to surprise them with an initial pick, right? It's always that thing about Oyun that surprises a lot of teams, that gives them deep runs into tournaments. They cook up really good strats that their other compositions doesn't really factor in,
In terms of, compositions, right? We do have Purge here, which, like I said, did not necessarily have a, I guess, good performance in the previous tournaments, but nonetheless, these are seasoned players that we've seen do well. But the main question is always going to be, how well can they play up against Oyun? Because, like you said, Oyun, they are a hard team to crack with the amount of protocols that they have or game plans on how to counteract certain pushes, certain aggression. Right? They take their sweet time. They understand when to, put the pressure on or to put it in a standstill. But what if Oyun has the pressure where you can't contain it? And that's the number one thing, right? What I feel like I could remember from the team that is Purge is that the way that they're just able to enter and take control of a side, that's what you have to be afraid of. But if you can contain it, and then Oyun, is able to play around what their strengths are, then it's going to be looking hard for Purge. But at the end of the day, it just really depends on how well the game goes. On how well can one adapt to each other's playstyle.
Just a little bit of a tech pause, ladies and gentlemen, just so we could, make sure that everything's in tip-top form, 100%. Maybe it's not just the players. Sometimes it's just the wind. Sometimes it's everything else, and, there are powers that we can't 100% control. So, give us a little bit of patience, guys. This is going to be one hell of a banger event, because I've looked at the bracket, and a lot of like returning teams with big fan bases are here too. You already mentioned like Oyun, and they already have a solid following. We know Kaito and his big following as well, so everybody's watching on how he's gonna be performing on this team
Bot
right
coming
now.
back.
This is one of his debuts. This is gonna be one of his first appearances for the squad. I'm just really sad that Shaheen Esports is not here anymore, because they were one of my favorite teams to play back in the SWAT edition of the By Police Esports tournament. But they're not here anymore. They got eliminated 13-2 against UFC, and well, we're gonna be seeing how they're gonna be performing here. And I want to know why, because Shaheen Esports was a different behemoth of a team back in SWAT edition.
Mm. Yeah, when you talk about Sheen, you know, I remember it because I went to the venue itself at Dubai Police, and they had their own stall, their own stand, and just seeing them as an organization really trying to support, you know, the esports industry and trying to build a community. It's always been interesting for me, and I can't, you know, really tell like them getting emulated early on, and not it's not only a fact of them making a close game, but them losing to a 13-2 map score kind of raises questions to me now on UFC. Like, this is a team I have not heard of, and I
No.
don't think we've ever heard of them too, right? This is the first time
Yeah.
we've heard of this name. And normally the regulars that we get to hear is usually Piff the Puff, WKNK, Fraggers,
Yeah.
Forsaken, you know, Oyun, Purge. Like, these guys are the names that we know, the teams that we know. But hearing a dark horse that's in this tournament that we have yet to see in the streams would be very interesting to see how they perform.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially, we've been used to a lot of the names that you have mentioned. So if we have newer names coming up on this, it's a good thing in my opinion, because that means we have new competition. That means we have new names that can come out with more potential compared to the newer or so used to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember Fraggers and Triple Esports when they won their own My Police Esports tournaments, right? Remember when Oyun won? That was not from that's not overnight success at all. That's with them repeatedly getting the opportunities, attempts that they have gotten. So if we have a new name coming into the team, then that's motivating everybody to do better in the next Dubai Police Esports tournaments. I'm sure that we're not. This is not going to be the last. We're going to be doing stuff like this, right? And if you get newer names like these, then the brand gets bigger, tournaments get a little bit bigger every single time that we make them. We already got a banger of a prod right now, So I'm kind of expecting a lot more from this tournament as a whole. It just speaks to me like the Ramadan edition is gonna be a unique one to start off so well, right? I just really do feel like this is gonna be a little bit more different in a good way, you know?
When you think of things, right, seeing this entire tournament or this, you know, Dubai Police Esports tournament level up each time and get better and better. Not only that, but teams also get to be better and better. And that's, I think, the number one thing what comes from tournaments that's being supported by Dubai Police is that every team has the chance to, you know, improve, to show their star value, the star players, the teams itself, and for them to break out into, you know, to the bigger tournaments out there. So this is like a stepping stone that's really helping them evolve, you know, to be in the bigger spectrum of things in the competitive scene. So that's what I love to see, that this type of support is happening here in the Middle East or in Dubai in general, right? AKA Dubai Police. So like, they have been really putting full out support in esports, and not only in Valorant but in multiple game titles. It's being more open and more appreciated now because of these type of support system that we have here in esports in Dubai. So really, all out, you know, claps and, you know, smiles to Dubai Police for making this happen and continue to support esports in Dubai and watch them grow as a team, as
Yeah.
players. Because when you think about it, right, when you become a successful player, you're gonna be thinking about where you came from, and this is where they all started. The Dubai Police Esports Tournament is the one that paved them the way to reach that professional level, and I think that's one of the most amazing things to happen in esports in Dubai in general.
I just want to give a big shout out to everybody in the venue right now who's watching the whole thing. Come on down. Shout out to Archie for showing us the venue, but it is one heck of a venue right now. I'm seeing people watch the whole thing right here on the big screen that we got for
Mm.
ourselves for now. Caster JT is looking so good in his black coat as we speak. Did you do anything with your bedroom? You look like you're pretty
Different,
cozy where
right?
you are right now, man. Yeah, it looks different. Did you do some
Yeah.
room
Uh,
makeovers?
yeah, I mean, I saw your room last time when we first started doing this events, and I'm like, hey, that looks awesome. Might as well do the same thing.
I mean, you gotta
And
step up, yo. You gotta step up
yeah,
every time,
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly, exactly. I gotta put on, your level as well, man. But talking about things, in case you guys don't know what's happening, is that there has been Valorant communication issues in party chat or party voice comms. It's been happening to us in rank as well. So it's a global issue as of the moment. So that's the reason why that there has been a technical pause, and I believe they're gonna rehost the map again because of the voice comms not working in Valorant. So Valorant, please fix them, please.
Yeah. I guess for now we could have like a bit of a podcast about what we can expect from this tournament since we already got a bracket on our face, and we can talk about a few predictions across the board. Since we're not gonna be, I don't know if we're gonna be watching the Fraggers versus Peacemaker games, but we already know what Fraggers are capable of, and they're normally the type of team that go for deep runs in tournaments. So I probably am gonna put all my name or all my money on Fraggers against Peacemakers. WKNK versus Pip the We've seen this matchup before. It's WKNK winning out the last time that they have faced up against Pip the so probably WKNK this time around. Though the biggest question mark for me is the one on round one, Last Minute versus Cocoa Puffs, and I don't believe I've seen these two teams unless Cocoa Puffs is someone on the tip of my tongue.
I am gonna check the roster because even I have not heard of these teams. This is the first time. Okay, looking at the roster, I have never. I don't think I've casted them. It's the first time.
No.
By the way, I just noticed Cocoa Pops have like um interesting 3 Filipinos in their
Oh,
team.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which maybe I have
No.
casted them before. Now that I think about it, so most likely I did. But this was during the earlier times of Dubai Police. So it's nice to see names come back here, because not a lot of teams do join again the tournament. But them joining again it's nice to see. So all smiles on towards that one. In terms of the bracket wise, I wonder what can happen here. I mean, obviously, we're gonna think about Fraggers and Forsaken are gonna be going to the far end of things. WKNK is also a strong team, like you said, and Piff the Puff. But if I'm on the side of UFC, which by the way they're gonna be playing today, up against the winner of Purge and Oyun, I'm definitely gonna be in the venue, waiting and seeing, to understand how my opponents are gonna be playing. Right? I think that's the most smartest thing to do, is to scout out your opponents and how they play. And for a team like UFC, which is a big question mark, no one knows how they play, no one knows how strong they are. They're like the newcomer in the town where they have been, or currently they played really well up against Shane Esports. So let's see on how things will go throughout the day, because it's going to be an action-packed day, by the way. It's going to be a lot of games currently going to be casted, not only by Ramon and I, but also by Tucker and Vincent. So be sure to continue watching the stream until the very end.
I missed Vincent. Vincent's such a good. I just really love listening to Vincent. Tucker being one of the original casters from one of the previous Dubai Police Esports servant. He's going from Fortnite into the Valorant scene. So, I would welcome him if I were to chat. He's gonna be one heck of a guy. And it's gonna be one heck of an experience all throughout the stream. So if you guys like what you're seeing right now, be sure to follow us over on our socials. It is Dubai or 404 Esports all across the board. Facebook, Instagram, streaming live on Twitch and YouTube as well for the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan edition. So, we're going to be heading on into the game very, very shortly as Oyun and Purge are getting ready in the lobby as we speak. Just to give clarifications, it is the Ascent map, and Oyun are going to be starting on the defensive side, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yep.
What are we expecting from their team composition? Because it's the normal Ascent comp that you normally expect: double Ini, KO, and Silva on the initiator side of things, which normally would be an Ascent S type of composition as a whole, which kind of makes the composition really tie in together with the Jet 2.
I just realized, Ramon, Oyun
So-
and Purge, their comp, it's the same exact comp that was played in the grand finals of the Dubai Police SWAT edition.
We're running it back.
It's literally the same composition. But will it be the
We're-
same story? Is the question.
We're running it back, man. Remind the audience what when they faced up against each other back then. Who won?
Oyun won 13-0.
Oh, okay. All right. So the
Yeah.
storyline here is a revenge story against Oyun.
Yes, they were the attackers first in Ascent. So they only played one round of defending and they won that as well. So gonna be very interesting to see on same comp, Oyun, same team. Other than Finos being or Purge being a different team playing, but still gonna be very, very interesting to see on how things will be. But like I said, guys, technical difficulties are happening, so hold on to your seats. Let's wait for the players to be ready. And in case you're wondering, yes, we do like the map Sunset, as you can see in the picture, but that's obviously Ascent. We're gonna be playing in Ascent, okay?
Same color scheme.
Same color scheme. Yeah, actually, it made me double take at looking at it because I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. It gave me that short pause and be like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like a scent to me.
No.
But yeah,
That's fine.
same composition as last time. Obviously, I don't think they're allowed to change their composition, which was already picked beforehand. So nothing different, nothing new. It's just a matter of time before we get back into the game, Ramon. And I'm so excited that our first game, which is a best of one, do or die. If you lose, you're eliminated. So you gotta play really well here.
Like the theme right now is setting the standard for or the precedent for the whole tournament as a whole now. So we're gonna start off strong and then might as well go with the most default map as a whole. So Ascent starting off for the Dubai Police Esports tournament broadcast, and the same story as before. We head on into that break. Now we're heading into the map right now. Going into the pistol round, we're back in with Oyun on the defensive side, and it is interesting because the last time, the one thing that we normally would expect from this type of composition is that you leave the active player back on, or the active core back on that A side extremity. You put the sentinel over at the B side. You got the cipher tripwire set up on the lane position, and then you leave the Soba to be the guy who get the early info, right? Then you can put everybody to take the active positions over at the A shore extremity because that's rotate over to mid if you fancy yourself to quicker rotate.
Another side of technical difficulties again, I believe, which is happening as of the moment. So hold in your horses, guys. I think it's been tradition, Ramon, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That the first game or the first map will always have technical difficulties. So, like I said, comms issue happening again in Valorant. I don't know what's the best thing to do for it to get fixed. Or any suggestions?
Get BenQ. As your get some BenQ stuff. Buy your peripherals and X effects. I would say.
I don't think that's gonna help it with comms issues, bro. Just enter a call on your phone, do a group call. I don't know, man.
Possibly.
I mean, limited ways to do this, I guess. When you think about it, right? Even I'm jogging my brain. Go in a Gmeet call. I think that's like the closest thing I could think of, right? Because Gmeet works here. So
you're telling me that we're gonna turn on Microsoft Teams for comms.
Not Teams, but Gmeet. Google Meet.
No way. Why don't we run it back? Go Skype, full Skype, man.
Oh,
Skype
old
call.
school. Hey, that was a thing on the back in the day, right? Skype and TeamSpeak. Those were the days. Oh my.
You play a JRPG with your friends, and then Discord wasn't a thing, so you had to open your Skype call for everybody.
Hey.
Or no. Why don't we go back a little bit further? Yahoo calls.
Wait, wasn't it like Yahoo Messenger?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
No?
The age is showing.
We're running it back, bro.
I mean,
As I've said,
what's
we're
older than
starting
that? MSN. I don't know if you were in that.
Friendster.
No,
Friendster.
man. Do you even know what MSN was?
No, I don't know what MSN is, bro.
Oh
This
no!
is the age
Okay, my
showing.
age is
The
now
age
showing.
difference. The age difference is present on the stream, and I'm telling you guys, I'm the younger one here.
Well, at least you reached Friendster, right?
I mean, I wasn't using it. My older sister was the one using it.
What? You've never had Friendster?
No, I never had a Friendster.
Well, those were the days. Yeah, you could put your own music on your profile and have like an your own background as well. I used to have like anime Naruto on my background, and I'll be playing
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII music.
I will say this: MySpace was a banger social media.
Oh, that's the number one thing I've never tried. MySpace.
Ah.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the Facebook and Twitter of old. You know, MySpace was Friendster's biggest competition back in the day. Why are we
Okay.
analyzing social media?
I don't know, man. We're just trying. I mean, let's be honest here, Amo. We've kind of talked like a lot of things already about Valorant, and the game hasn't been started, so we gotta drag things on.
That's true. That's true. Gotta stay on the course, guys. Gotta
Stay on the course. Exactly. But you know, I don't know if you've had the BlackBerry Messenger era, where you
Oh, no.
ping people. No, you weren't into Blackberries when it came out. That was a big
I was
thing
into
here.
I was into Nokia's. The ones with the bigger touchpad.
I thought you were gonna be talking about the OG Nokia, the one that's
Oh,
built
the
like
one
a
where
brick.
you. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
It's called the #1 weapon of self-defense.
Oh my, those are insane. But anyway, well, looks like still voice comm issues are happening. They are taking their sweet time, because we are waiting for them to get it done and running if it's possible. But nonetheless, though, I hope you guys are having a good time with our random off-topic shambles,
Yep.
which we end up doing quite a lot, quite often.
It's because, okay, if you remember the last Dubai Police Esports sermons, like sometimes the tech pauses actually come to us a little bit more often. So we adapt we even like try to prepare a lot of like podcast topics too, right? So this is just us winging it at this point. It's coming off a little bit more naturally. now.
Ramon, sorry, I'm gonna end things here, because we're gonna start.
Let's go!
Let's go! We're gonna start, and it's gonna be on towards mid, and Jet is peeking towards the corner, but he's gonna hide on his side here, hoping to, not get seen.
The OU defensive side that wants to take the initiative fight, but I wouldn't really count that if I was on this guy, says he's the frenzy user, and he's the one who wants to take the initial pick. However, Kaito, making his presence known onto the mid side, not even calling for a smoke, he's calling for the ping. He wants to take the A short extremity, and good thing, because the middle side or market isn't being supported at all from the defense. So nobody's gonna come from their backs. Nobody's gonna try to go for any aggressive shenanigans over at A main. Jet is definitely in a weird spot because now he's drawn out and now he's fighting 5.
Yeah, the collapse will be there, but will the pressure continue on? He's shooting to the smoke. Omen does find one, but he trade things off. Kaito getting the kill towards KO, who was from the A side. As Omen will try to hold the door as he can. He gets a kill towards Kaito, falls down, but will be tracked. He knows where he's hiding as he gets shot down immediately. Numbers are dwindling, but Purge, they are on the far end of things as Pasadivino not able to get the kill and will fall down here.
Weapon here.
Man, you've seen this before. It was a 13-0 and started off with the pistol round win on the defensive side of Oyun. And if you remember, they didn't have the paranoia come on down. They just wanted to use their ghosts up in town. So that means they were prepared for the gunfights. They were looking to get the A-short extremity to fight on through, but Purge just walked into a trap, and that was the A-short smoke set up by the Omen itself. And even though they got themselves 8 short, they weren't able to get the split on down. So only one place to funnel on for the Oyun side. And Purge were just left in a scramble. An early 1-0 so far on the defensive side of Oyun. An early A short smoke as well. And KO already pushed up, but he will get punished here. Omen, first pick off, but Cosmo's quick for the trade.
That was big information with the recon. You already know where they're going to be placed there. As KO does get that kill and is looking for more. Able to find that quick and easy pickoffs here, but he does fall down. At the end of the day, as Cosmo is able to trade things out. You know, in terms of how things are going, you know, I think Purge are pretty fine with the amount of kills that they're getting. Just because, you know, they're up against buy round. As Sammy will fall down. One player remaining will be Cosmo, and he's going to be found out quite easily here for Oyun. And like you said, though, Oyun is a team that knows how to play the game, knows how to counter-react in terms of whatever strategy they have prepared.
Yeah, and it speaks about the experience that they have playing up with each other, right? Minimal roster changes, so they already have the protocol set up right before the tournament was even thought about, right? So clear experience difference so far for Oyun. The protocols, though, for Purge, the buy round has to be as important as ever. Will be that mixed buy coming up. They only saved up the Outlaw and the Guardian to be set up by the Cypher of Oyun. KO has to be very careful about his next move, because after he puts on that A main smoke, nobody wants to play around that anymore. A main pushed up, the Jet ready, primed up for the dash and check. Omen has to be careful about his next move, because as he's that close, that Molly's going to deal a lot more than what he expected. So a little bit of a delay for the push on for Purge. And even in this buy round, because they're walking on thin lines in terms of money. And if they push too far, then that's going to be a big issue for them.
Where Oyun has been reacting, they do a quick rotate towards A, but then Purge decides to play things slow, fake it out if they can, but the defense towards A is quite backed here, Ramon. So just one mishap can turn the tides of the favor, I guess, inside of Oyun if you don't play it well, as a collapse will happen. The shots have been missed on the Outlaw, and the blind will be there, but Sova gonna try and see if he can get towards Jenny. Not gonna work out in his favor as a collapse on towards the side of Purge. He got the upper hand here.
Yep, you get the 2 versus 4, the Splant coming down, wide open angle. For the post plant we go. KO flash online, triggers the finger, but it is the 1v3, not Flick gets 2 in fact. But Kaito will stand tall for the side of Team Purge. It is the first round on the board. They keep 2 guns in check. A lot of damage set up for the defensive side of Oyun, which I wouldn't say is not too bad, honestly. And if they wanted to start like this, well, it's not history repeating itself because they get the first round on the board. But the fact that they're able to damage the economy so far, the long run will be in question for Purge, as now they're coming in with a mixed buy yet again.
I feel like when you think about Purge, they're such a momentum type of team, right? Where they try to play safe and whoa, the wall bangs are there. They're able to get the kill towards Killjoy, which, by the way, is a bit big here, right? That's the Sentinel, or you want to stay alive for the defense. When they get the spike planted, now that he's gone, could prove to be a big damage in the side of Purge, as Kaito is lurking on corners on towards mid, but another kill coming in the side of Oyun.
Yeah, an operator frag. Amin already pushed up, but the proactivity is not slowing down at all. You can see Kaito's already a market, and he's already laying down the law. Not Flick, not able to reposition. Wide angle set up over at Switch, and Kaito's not stopping at all. He's primed up for the double. He dashes in, but Sofa got the Odin in check, but doesn't know about the guy inside of the site itself. Jet lurking on the lane position. Cosmo getting 1 over to Sova. It's some 2 versus 1. Positive now has to make a stand. He's on the backside of things. The spike's already in no man's land, already in his vicinity, but he can't pick it up because Sigmunder will be primed up for the peak, but 25 seconds. KO has a lot of time to probably make a move this time around, but either one of these two wants to peek on, and it's KO. from the defensive side of OU that wins the gunfight. They saved the operator, they got the Odin, and it's all good for the OU side. That one win did not phase them at all.
You look at it too, like you can see the discipline coming from OU. Like they did have the numbers advantage, but there's no point really ego peaking at all. They just play at their strengths, wait for the information or at least a sound cue before making a play. At the same time, they're just playing, I guess, peeking left and right just to see if they're able to spot him out, and they do, and they get the win. So like I said, you know, OU is a team that really plays on their strengths, and it shows right now on how well they're doing.
Yep. Back onto the B main position we go. Mid link being the prime position up in check, but again, the eco round for Purge is not a good sign for what's to come. Jet with the operator, always the long range con for the side of the defensive side. Oh, you just have to chill because that B main position is looking primed up and ready for Purge, but the Phantom buys always the best thing to come off of that. Not Flick again, pushing on, goes for the B main position. The smoke on 2 does not make it safe for Cosmo as he swings on at the team ace comes down for Oyun. Not looking good for their attack so far. Everybody's getting primed up. Everybody's losing their gunfights.
Yep. It's insane. It's insane on how Oyun has continued to be able to perform at this level. And if we're gonna talk about history, at least it's not gonna be the same thing as what happened previously, right? There is a round on the side of Purge, and it's just about of getting back to the momentum that they need, and how well can, I guess, their duels really open or pave the ways for the team itself, because they're currently struggling, right? Yes, they get the side, but maintaining the side is another story, which they have yet to really show us that power that they have.
What I really want to point out right now is that in the past couple of rounds, when Oyun had the perfect start to their finish with their 2-0 victory on the pistol round, now it was Purge who were getting the proactive picks, right? You can see that Kaito's not hesitating to push out to the market position when he was very sure that nobody was defending that market position, since that also was the case in the pistol round. He swings on, he at least gets the Sentinel, which was a huge pick in my eyes. But by the fact that Cosmo and Views weren't able to reposition back on the link position, plus every time that they would have the wide peak angle, Sigmunder is already on the cross. You can also see that the operator was still in check over to the CT side. So a lot of factors to be up in check, right? Because Oyun have all the protocols in the world. When somebody is like pushing up on the market position, then you leave market, you restructure that B main side position, or at least you have somebody like playing that backside position. And I feel like that's something that they've written back before things were all up and well in the Ramadan edition of the ByPDC Esports server, right? So that speaks to their experience and synergy as a whole. What I want to know is if Purge are going to be prepared for the adaptability, because now that they know the protocols of Oyun, now that they have an idea of an inkling of what they're doing when they're on the defense and how they're responding to any type of these plays, then that's when you let Sammy take the question. That's when he takes the mantle on taking the initiative pick. Because if Kaito has been doing really well as the frontliner, then somebody has to play the backdoor role, which Sammy, I don't really remember how he has been performing in the previous tournaments, but he has to be the pivotal point where he needs to find the open opportunities when Oyun are structuring the one places where the entrances are always not left.
Yes, this should do.
You know what else I kind of want to know, Ramon?
That goes there.
Who are the players from Oyun?
Okay.
Yeah, because you know, I guess 3 of their players have streamer mode on, so I'm not really entirely sure on who's playing the Jet, the Omen, the Kale. So it's a big question mark if it's actually still the same, which I'm guessing it's probably still the same, right? Still the same roster as previously, which is, I believe, Sigmund, Mind, Isolate, Flick, and BXK. Is that correct?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess so.
so
Sigmunder was holding the operator from Jet, so Sigmunder's the Jet player.
Okay, so Sigmunder is the Jet player. I don't know who their smoker is and their initiator. So like those are big question marks.
Yep.
So I kind of want to know who the player is so I can put a name to it. But sadly, I'm gonna be sticking to Omen and KO. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, though, you know, understanding and adapting is one of the hardest things to do. And when it comes to experience wise, like I said, it's not their first time or some of the players' first time to tangle up against Oyun. This is something that they have already been through. You know, sometimes, especially when in the come to the grand final and you get 13-0, you kind of, you know, get nightmares and remember about these type of stuff right before you sleep. Like, I can't believe this happened, right? You kind of play it back and think about what could I have done, what could have been answered or done properly. So this is something that I believe, you know, Views and Kaito already talked about and tried to internalize to make sure that they're prepared and sent. But somehow, some way, Oyun has always been at the top of things, just on how they're able to really dismantle piece by piece on the side of Purge. And it goes to show what a team can do, especially if they've stuck together for quite some time already.
Yeah. It's gonna be one big thing as a whole, right? If stuck together for that long, then you know. You think some players in esports teams already know their fellow players, brothers and sisters now? You think by now they know their grandmas, you know, their families, their close relatives?
I
Do
mean,
you ever feel like a lot of like popular esports teams have something or a system like
to a
that?
certain extent, I would say yes. Like when you get really close to players or people in general in your team, because that's the number one thing that you need is to have chemistry and teamwork. And the only way that can happen is when you guys end up being friends and start communicating, right? When you get closer to one another, team building basically, right? That's when you start
Hmm.
getting closer to one another, which also kind of helps you in the game as well. So not only does team building in real life help, but it helps you in game to understand the person and how they play and to play off or play up against it.
Yeah.
You know their
Because
boundaries, you know how good they do, and that's what you capitalize on as a teammate.
sometimes their personality also bleeds in game, right? You know.
Definitely.
Yeah. And then you know like how they communicate, like how they react to a certain situation. That's a big thing if you're an IGL too, right? Because I feel like that's one thing that you have to understand, like how big of a personality your teammates are and how you can limit like how how to make protocols around the personality of your teammates. Like for example, you have somebody very aggressive, then he's normally gonna be the duelist, or somebody who's on initiator role. Because if you're the first person in or the second person in, then you'd know how to control them. You'd know how to tell them like, hey, you don't have to push
Mm.
that far. Hey, you can come back after you get themselves the first pick. At least we got the spike pad down. I'd tell you where to post plant. Things like that will mean a lot for the long run, especially if you're a new IGL into a squad where you're just full of teammates that are also your friends,
Mm-hmm.
which I believe is like what Riot has been trying to shape up for Valorant and Premier as a whole, right? You're five people trying to make it big, but at the same time also having fun with the professional things around like the esports scene. So things like these, especially in the grassroots position, and I'm not talking about the Dubai Police Esports tournament. The things have been bougie so far in this
Mm-hmm.
tournament as a whole. But for esports tournaments like these, where we're also elevating names that aren't known for the mainstream positions, and it's kind of really wholesome to see that Riot is taking a proactive stance on elevating names that from the ground up.
Yeah, giving them chances to shine and to evolve as a character, as a player. You know, I think I've never seen such a thing happen where there is a, I guess, a system where they're open enough for things to pop off for newcomers, for up and coming players, star players, all of the
Yeah.
above. It's been fascinating to see. I think the number one person that, I guess, I would say that popped off, especially someone that we've seen play is Akai, who's 16 years old, and he popped off and became such a well-known player and a household name in the region alone. So like giving these people these opportunities to really get out there is one of a kind, and I think younger generations, right? If you think about Bleed Esports, Juicy as well. Like these are young
Mm.
players that can really hold themselves up against veterans if given the chance.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have to go that far. We already have like young talent like Cyrus back in the day when he was playing on Pip the Pap too, right? And before the Dubai Police Esports tournament, we never knew about the name Cyrus until he was performing really well in the Brimstone on Pip the Pap side, and he's been in the Dubai Police Esports tournaments for 3 tournaments in a row now. But the thing that I'm saying is, where is Cyrus in Pip the Path nowadays? Because I want to know where that young junior is now. That dude has been so good on the Brimstone. But for some reason, I don't see him listed right here on Pip the Path side. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I think that's the number one thing where there's been a lot of roster changes. Like, I think the number one thing that when you think about esports teams or teams in Dubai in general is that it's always shifting. It's
Mm.
never gonna be the same old players. It changes. Either one player is gone, one player is replaced, you know, and that's what's happening. And when you think about, you're asking about Cyrus, right? They played up against Path. Cyrus was part of Zoomers with Rain,
Ooh.
which Rain was also part of Path before. So it's like these two teams played up against each other. And the crazy part of this is that it went overtime to the point where Path did win 14-12. So, you know, if we talk about storyline, which I don't want to be the one talking about storyline because it's not really a game that was shown on stream, but there
Yeah.
is history.
Yeah.
You
A
know,
lot of revenge matches. A lot of revenge matches,
these players
basically.
know each other, so like that's the crazy part, right? And they know how they play, they know their tendency. They used to be teammates, and then they played up against each other. So that's the crazy thing, right? And they went until the very end to overtime. But nonetheless, though, we're still waiting for the time to start this game because there are issues in Valorant, sadly, and I think not everyone can evade that and dodge it. It's all about when can it get fixed, and we're just waiting for that. But I think when you think about it, right, Ramon, the
Mm.
momentum that Oyun has kind of gets stopped because of technical issues. Like if you're riding on a high note, it kind of stops it, and when you have to wait quite some time before the game gets going again.
Yeah. I kind of feel that right now because Oyun had a really strong start too, right? I wouldn't say the Jet was the one who's overperforming. I'd say the KO and the Omen has been, always at the right place at the right time, right? You can see that they're taking proactive decisions to probably stop Kaito from taking the forward position correctly. Cosmo has been the second in whenever he's going on the duelist role. But the fact is, right, Purge have been trying a lot of things or throwing everything onto the kitchen sink whenever they want something, right? You saw the market position being attacked by Kaito very early on in the pistol round. You also saw that Views and Cosmo were trying to attack that A short position while Kaito was already held up on that market side, right? So the the fact remains is that Purge have a solid game plan for what they want to do, and they have really good ideas to try to attack that. Right, like finding the Sentinel over at short is or at switch position rather is something that was probably served up to them on a silver platter because they were looking to fight that off. Not Flick wasn't there because it was luck on the side of Kaito. It was because Not Flick wanted to fight off Kaito when he pushed up on Market. It's
Mhm.
also the fact that they left Market open because they're confident that they can take care of that backside position, or that they could push up, or they could leave up B main as a whole, because Market was the easiest site to take on if they wanted to take that B site for free, which, by the way, was also Oyun's decision to leave up open, and Oyun's decision as a whole to also want to like play off of as well. So if they're confident on leaving these spaces open, then that's possibly something that Purge can abuse later on into the rounds because market position's not the best case for if you're playing the Cypher compared to if you're the Killjoy because Killjoy on B site is not is as strong and as flexible compared to if you're on a Cypher.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cypher has to be on one place, and if you want to play off your trips, you have to be rooted on that one place only, and that's on the CT position or stairs. But Killjoy could just play all around across the B main position, but that's only if you are playing actively against your utility. So, just the differences in Sentinels over here, and not like wanting to play that fight against Kaito was one thing that KJ can't really do in that sort of situation because that makes everything useless.
To capitalize on the statement of leaving market, right? This could possibly be the Achilles heel coming from the side of Oyun, right? Leaving this open isn't necessarily the best thing for them to do, as we can tell on how Kaito really just manhandled or entered towards the B side easily without really much contestation. Uh, he's able to find those pickups and kills. This opens quite a lot of doors for them if they can take control and capitalize from that. But the main question here is the confidence, I guess, from Oyun on taking care or going for the retakes. And I think that's the number one thing that Oyun has been banking on, is that their retakes have always been phenomenal. They're able to dissect and to take them piece by piece and making sure that they have the right answer, have the right call, and have the right communication when they enter towards the site. 1, 2, 3 swings, understanding when to peek, juggle peeking. They're playing it smart. They play at their advantage. They do not overstep. They do not overheat. So, to a certain factor, it's cool to see players go crazy, but a team that has good communication and understanding on when they are at the advantage, when they have the numbers, they don't necessarily have to be that star player. They just have to play it smart, and that's what Oyun has always been or currently been doing.
Well, we're gonna be maintaining that certain pedestal right here. Then it's gonna be something we're gonna be banking on. We're expecting to have since Oyun has been in this position before. And then again, with how long this has been taking, I will personally welcome you to the Dubai Police Esports podcast. My name is Ramon. With me is Caster JT. We have been your casters for this ascent map as a whole, but for the most part, we have been talking more or less not about Valorant, more about life in general. Because Caster JT had his room makeovers across the board. You can see that he's also like having a bit of a smile. I just wanted to
Mhm.
ask, how are you doing, buddy? It's been so long since I've seen you. Not really.
I'm doing good. I'm getting married this year, so wow.
Whoa! Okay,
Crazy,
congratulations,
right?
buddy.
Yes, yes. Thank you. So yeah, life has been crazy. It's been a whirlwind. You know what else is a whirlwind? Figuring out when we're gonna be starting the game. Life is as crazy as it can get, guys. It's just a moment of time before we get it done and dusted. Hopefully, if we do the remake, I hope they do make sure to put the streamer mode off so that we know the names on the side of Oyun, so that we can tell on who's
Love
playing
to.
who, if there is going to be a remake. Because currently they're talking in the lobby that there is going to be a remake, guys. So, yet again, technical difficulties. Very sorry that this is happening. Usually, first game being streamed in the tournament has been the tradition to have technical difficulties. So, let the tradition continue.
First day isn't the smoothest thing, as traditions uphold. But we're actively doing the best that we can to keep this as entertaining as possible. So be sure to keep on down over to the 404 Esports stream. You can also take this time to actually find yourself a drink, find yourself a snack. Since you are watching this to entertain yourself, maybe you could also have a snack on the way. Maybe you have some maybe you haven't filled up your water. Maybe you could also take this time to go to the restroom real quick. This is gonna be an interesting game so far. Possibly not the 13-0 that we've seen last that we saw OU play up against Purge, but at least now there's a bit of a change into the mix. Now everybody's taken off their streamer mode off. That's a thing. That's a thing that I just noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We'll see how things go. I mean, Ramon, there's to an extent of things we can really talk about here. But yeah, hi chat. we see chat, guys. We see you. Okay, we can tell it's quite some time. Like we know it's not a podcast, but it's not really much we can do about it. You know, life is just life. And
Yep.
we are waiting. I is Coco Pops gonna be streamed? Is currently being asked. I do not think so. I believe the game is happening the same time as Oyun versus Purge, which is this game. So coinciding at the same time. So I don't think it is gonna happen. Most likely could possibly be streamed in the day, depending on how the day goes and the schedule is. Other than that, yeah, it's just a roller coaster of things as we wait. Hopefully, we do get back into the game. But more or
Yeah.
less, I hope everybody is having or has eaten. You know, I hope you guys have eaten already. Or if not, go get some food, guys. Chill.
Yeah.
Drink some water. Always keep yourself hydrated. Make sure that you are healthy. You know, hydration is good. Water is good. I mean, I love water. Who doesn't?
You like water? I love water. Water is really nice, especially in the work that we do. Water is 100% important.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of R's. I don't know what that means. Are we starting or
are we starting? Are we doing anything?
are we
Uh,
playing rock, paper, scissors? Or
uh, yeah,
uh,
at this point, they're ready to go. The players want to head on into the lobby, so I'm just waiting for the transition back.
I think the observers have to leave the game. Yeah. So that's what we're waiting for. So that they
Yeah,
can
I
start
guess
the
so.
lobby. But yes, guys, we'll toss the question to you guys. You know, let's not just be Ramon and I talking about stuff. Let's talk about you guys too. What is your favorite food? I don't know. What do you like eating, Ramon? Are you a burger guy
I'm
or
okay.
pasta
I, I'm a,
guy?
I'm a I like pasta. Pasta's like really nice. Actually. I'm a white sauce kind of guy when it comes to pasta.
Alfredo?
Alfredo, aglio or is that how you say it? Aglio olio. Is that how you say it?
The struggle is real, huh?
I know, right? It's just really hard. I just want to eat, man. So I just don't really mind like what the food that I'm eating. I just
Mm-hmm.
eat it, which is kind of a
Ah.
bad thing to
But
do now that I realize.
everyone has like a favorite, right? People like pastas. I like burgers. I do love burgers. Love eating burgers. Some people like shawarma. You know, when you go here, I think whenever you do, or when you ever eventually come here, you should come here. By the way,
I would
Ramon,
love to.
we're gonna
I would
let you
love
try some shawarmas, dude. Shawarmas and some shy karak. Everyone
to. Oh,
drinks karak here, so that's another thing, right? So definitely something that you
yeah.
should try when you do visit here. Hopefully, I don't know when you're gonna visit here, but I hope you do.
I hope hopefully I'm always ready to like come on over, especially if there's gonna be a big esports event. So hopefully there will be an opportunity for that. But for now, I'd like to focus on the present, right? So you got a 4-1 scoreline for Oyun versus Purge, while we're also readying up for the lobby. We got a lot of storylines coming in.
Hmm.
So revenge match for the Purge side since they were on the receiving end of that 13-0 back way back when in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. I'm not talking about this edition. I'm talking about the previous ones for the Dubai Police Esports
Hmm.
tournament. And Oyun has had a strong history always present in a lot of these Dubai Police Esports tournaments. So they're definitely regulars on our eyes, and you can say the same as well for Purge. However, for experience, being the name of the game, Oyun has a huge gap against Purge. Purge have had a lot of changes into the mix, right? So you got a newcomer, you got Kaito, but the core remains the same. Will the protocols change in fact, since we already got like a different duelist as a whole, right? That usually means we got a different pace to play or a different pace to play around. That usually means we have a different protocol to play around with. Because sometimes your duelist can be the passive one where you let the enemy take the space for you, and you are the ones to capitalize on those mistakes. Sometimes the duelist makes the ones or the ones who make the space themselves, and sometimes that can be very, very hard to work around if you're not used to your duelists, especially if they're new to your system, right?
Mm-hmm. I just want to point out here, now that we see player names in our side, Mazku? Ma-
Mascumi.
Mazkumi? Is he a new player from OU? Because previous tournament, it was BXK who was playing. Uh, so this looks like a new name to me. I don't think we have
Yeah.
seen Mazkumi play.
Yeah. No, I've
I'm
never
not
seen this guy
sure.
either. These guys new.
Well,
Usually have like somebody like Banger, somebody like R2B2, which was on one of the bigger Dubai Police Esports tournaments, but since the SWAT edition, they also got a pretty huge change. So this is the third time in a row that they got to rebuild.
mm,
And rebuild they have.
well, strong team as they are. Currently, I guess they're fixing the rounds, fixing economy, fixing bringing it back to 4-1 here, Ramon. I do see. By the way, I think we've talked about this before because I saw chat say pizza is better than burgers. Now, bringing pizza into the equation here,
Okay.
I do not believe. It's okay to believe that you like, pizza more than burgers. Everyone has their own opinions. But what is your opinion about pineapple pizza? I've heard a lot of people do not like it.
Okay. Now, since you've heard people not like it, I'm gonna be one of those people. I actually don't like pineapples on my pizza because pizza is supposed to be a savory treat. I do not want juicy pineapple juice all over my pizza. Because
What?
I want to taste the pepperoni, the cheese. I don't want to get some pineapples all over my pizza.
Bruh, I love pineapple pizza. I'm sorry, but something about Hawaiian pizza, it just hits the spot. But there are other people who are like pineapple and burger. Because I know Jollibee has that, right? Burger Champ,
Yeah.
right? So that's another.
Yeah, okay, now that's okay. Now that's okay. That's okay.
Which, by the way, isn't
Gee-
common. It isn't common. It's not really common here either. Pineapples and, having pineapple in the burger.
Now, the biggest reason why I'm saying this is because normally the pizzas that I want are covered in cheese on top of the meat, right? But on burgers, they're not usually hand in hand together. You got like the patty underneath, then everything in between, the tomatoes, everything else, and then the cheese on top of that. They're not close up together. Cheese with pineapples on meat tastes weird to me. But if you put cheese on top of everything else and then the meat, now that's where it's actually a banger.
I don't know, man. I just love Hawaiian pizza. Honestly, if I go to a pizza place, I ask for Hawaiian, and I don't know. I just love it. I don't know. Maybe people has their own take on things, right? But the number one thing I am not a fan of is ice cream that tastes like toothpaste.
Yo, you're getting into dangerous territory here, JT.
What
Because
was
this is
it
something
called?
that I'm very, very religious about.
Oh, you like? Was it called mint?
It's
Mint?
chocolate mint.
Chocolate
Choco
mint? Chocolate mint? Dude, it tastes like you're
Yeah.
just having toothpaste.
Hey, it's not even that. It's just refreshing to me. I love chocolate mint ice cream.
Brush your teeth.
Man, we're starting a food war. We're not even debating about Valor anymore. We're talking about food now, and it's making me a little bit hungry.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if chat has ever tasted, or the people there in the venue. Sorry, I was only talking about chat, but I'm including you guys too. Like, come on. Chocolate mint? Not really.
What if you put chocolate mint on top of your pizza with pineapple?
Why would you do that? That sounds really, really. I don't think anyone would eat that. Honestly.
I would eat that. I would.
Hey yo!
I would eat.
Hey yo! If you just said, okay, no turning back. If there's ever an event that the Dubai police will have that will bring, I don't know if ever to bring you here or something in the future. I don't know when, maybe 2025 or something. We're gonna put you on stream and let you
Go
eat
ahead.
pineapple pizza with chocolate peppermint.
I don't mind. It's free food. I'm taking it, bro.
What
I'm
do
taking
you
it.
mean? That's just not. That's just wrong on so many levels.
No. You don't understand, right? Chocolate mint will be like the perfect counter to the savory sweetness that pineapple has. Because sometimes that pineapple bit, it's a little bit too overwhelming. But if you actually counteract that with mint chocolate chip, bro, it's gonna be a lot better.
I don't know how we're friends. Honestly.
You know, like, to each their own, man. Each their own.
Oh, yeah. What a day to start.
It's a new day. It's a new prod. It's also a new studio that we're in
Uh-huh.
right now. You gotta just savor it. Now you actually know a little bit more
Uh-huh.
about me. I like mixing weird food together. You know?
Yeah.
You
I'm
know?
questioning our friendship as of the moment, So I don't know.
So if I don't like pineapples on pizza, I like chocolate mint.
On.
I like chocolate mint
I mean,
ice
to be
cream, and I like to
fair,
put them together.
there's like pizzas that are desserts, right? The Nutella pizza. That I've tried. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually, like.
Yeah. Those are pretty good. But
Do you like nuts on your chocolate though?
I mean M&Ms? Wait, what
Yeah,
are you
I
talking
guess.
about?
I'm talking about like almonds, like walnuts inside your
Yeah,
pizza. Not
yeah.
your pizza. I'm not putting
Your
nuts on my
pizza?
pizza. I'm not putting nuts on my pizza. I'm not putting nuts on my pizza. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm not putting nuts on my pizza. This is one heck of a slip up if I've ever seen one. But I don't like putting nuts on my chocolate. Honestly.
My man is cooking a disaster level here. Oh, I see Rain in chat. Hi, Rain. We were talking about you guys just a while ago on Team Zoomers, but you know, there's always next time, bros. Don't worry about it. Guys, we're a combination with pizza, right? I know.
Yeah.
Even I wonder.
I wonder. Okay.
It's beyond insanity. What's happening here?
Definitely. Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about Valorant, and I'm not talking about this game because I think we squeezed it dry as a whole. I want to talk about
overly squeezed.
let's say you got a little bit of money in your bank account and you want to spend it in a bundle. What kind of team capsule would you get?
I have personally purchased already the Leviathan classic, but just because of how Zelsis is on Sentinels, the way he promotes it, even on Twitter,
Oh.
he's been hands on. He's been hands on selling that, and
Super.
in case you guys don't know, if you guys watch VCT, he brought a banner,
a flag, a banner, and a flag.
banner, right? That says buy the bundle.
Buy the
And-
Sentinels bundle.
Yeah, and that's definitely it, man. I think the Sentinels one's pretty okay, pretty good. But just the marketing, the way they're doing it and promoting it, makes you kind of want to buy it.
Yeah, I think he's doing a good job of like promoting it in any way that he can. Like usually 90% of the stuff that he's been marketing is out on Twitter, but he's been using the classic a little bit more in a lot of the plays that he's been doing in the Madrid event. So that's also like a good way to market it too. If you're showing that you're popping off with the classic, then that's one way to make your viewers and your fans like buy the Sentinels bundle, right? And sometimes they also mention him on Twitter, like asking Zelsis himself, "What should I buy?" Of course, he's gonna say the Sentinels bundle, right?
Hey, I bet if you guys post on Twitter and say if Zelsis replies to this tweet, I'm gonna buy the Sentinels bundle, he is gonna reply. He is gonna tag you, so you are gonna end up buying the bundle. So
I might actually. I'm not saying the player card is the best, but the fact that Zelsis is telling me to buy it, I might actually do that.
yeah, it's crazy the interactions that they have with professional players, I guess that's enough for people to buy it. But you know, I told myself I'm not gonna be buying any more Valorant skins because I bought quite a handful of them. Like every gun that I had or have has a kill animation, so I'm pretty good. Other than the Outlaw doesn't have one yet. So probably when an Outlaw kill animation skin comes out, I'm gonna buy it just so that I can
Oh.
complete my collection. Every gun has a kill animation skin. I don't know. It's just a me thing, I guess.
You know what would be a banger though? A Kuranami outlaw skin. That would be a hot outlaw skin.
Kuronami
You
is one of the skins I didn't buy, but the animation is pretty cool, I would say.
you remember like the martial, you pull it out with just with the hand animation.
Hmm.
Imagine you do that with the outlaw. You know?
Exactly. Well, we're stretching a lot of things today.
Yep.
Yep. What a way! What a way! As we can
What a
see,
way.
Masky just playing. You know the surfing it and stuff like that in CS. It seems like that's what he's doing, which kind of helps you with movement, by the way. Oh, I forgot. Stream doesn't see what's happening either, so we're just waiting, guys. Yes, the game has not started yet. As you can tell, you can see us. It's gonna be a long day today, guys. It's gonna be a long day today. So, lucky for us,
Yep.
though, it's a weekend, right? Saturday,
Yeah.
Sunday, good weekend, good break. Any plans,
Yep. Good
Ramon?
break. Well, I could tell you in a short thing, but unfortunately, we just have to transition back into a very very short break, ladies and gentlemen, because we want to make sure that everything in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament is in tip top shape. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna be doing in my vacation right after the short break. So don't go anywhere. The Dubai Police Esports Tournament will be right back as we fix everything in our technical issues. All right, and we are back. Hopefully, the game is going to be live and well for us as we head on into the Ascent map yet again. My name is Ramon. With me is caster JT. He is in a cozy spot in his own apartment back in Dubai while I am over at the Philippines just waiting and waiting for what is to come in the OU versus Purge.
And I am excited that we have drumroll going into the game. Ramon, I know everyone has been waiting for it, and we are getting back, entering where we have left some time ago. I don't know how many minutes that has been, but nonetheless, the time has been counting down to see how well can Purge come back through the depths of the advantage coming from OU on their defense, which has been phenomenal so far. Get pushed to the brim or on towards the cliff because they have been playing really well and being able to retake the site time and time again.
I think by now they're gonna be impatient as ever because it's been a long time since they played up in this game as a whole. They're gonna start off with a 5-man rush over B main. You can see the Jet already pushing on down. Kaito wants blood. He's feeling it as he wants to take fire by storm. Mine getting the first blood. That is Sammy falling to the ground. Senti out, meaning that they have no control of the site. Mine! Second frag. Flick already getting himself another. As everyone from Purge lost in the cause and in the sauce, Cosmo left standing with the KJ up in check. But as the KO rushes on down, it is gonna be Purge and their second round on the board.
And just like that, how quick was that, Ramon? The round just started. After a few more seconds, it has ended so quickly. You know, I mean, the pause did probably took some toll on towards the OU side. As you can see, signs of life now from Purge. They're able to strategize and, you know, scatter their ideas into a plan, which could probably be the master plan at the stop. Traps come from Cypher on towards the B side. The wall bang will be there, but does not land, does not latch as Isolid gets the kill towards Sammy.
Yeah, pushed up a little bit too far back on that aim main extremity. Never expecting the KO, the defensive KO, in fact, actually be the one to take the initiative head on. A lobby controlled, meaning that if they push onto the A-link position, they need to be careful about him holding up that A top side. They're already calming it, so he has ready up the check. Flash on out, but positive, no! Gets himself the KO. The counterpart has been online. You got that ultimate up for the KO itself, but you haven't checked where the Omen is coming from. He barely actually scrapes around that knife position and check. Hunter's Fury activated, but gets denied. KO up and ready. Mine gets another. A spray down from Mine. A double from the Omen and already rushes on down. Flick gets another. And the 5-2 score for the side of Oyun. As they mean business, they take back what they lost from the previous round.
Yeah, they got caught with their pants down here as Flick able to find those kills, you know, finding those pickoffs and proved to be, you know, the start of what they needed, getting the kill towards the Killjoy. Sammy already falling down with the KO pushing really deep, like really caught them off guard. And these type of kills can really set you back 2 times. As OU were just ahead of the game, and they knew what they had to do. They knew how they were playing, the positioning that they were using on, and just to capitalize towards it. So OU, brilliant play coming from them and understanding and when to take the pressure and when to really just push them at the ends here. Yet again, though, mid is where they're gonna be at, Ramon, and it's just a matter of time before things pop off here. Sigmund, will he be able to find a kill? Yes, he does. I mean, what it is gonna be your share of damage? I mean, Sammy gets 1, but that's just probably it, right?
No, if they over push too far, then probably not. Especially Sigmunder wants to take a shot, and he does so with conviction. Repeaks on down, ready with the dash in, and gets the triple. This guy is on one right now. Hard to shut down. Already getting so much more out of their buy round and check. Keeping it all to the KO. Positive, no. Actually upset down onto Flick. Open for the upgrade, spotted by the drone. Has so many options to run on down, but he decides to keep himself over at the bottom, which becomes his undoing. Maskumi loaded up and ready. 6-2 scoreline for Oyun. And yet again, they go back to their winning ways.
4 rounds difference currently happening right now. And well, it was their eco, their buy round. This is very important coming inside of Purge. This is when they need to make it work. I don't think we've seen them rush in as much towards the side as when we get back to the game. They've mostly been lurking around B, right? Or mid is what they've been doing. So maybe it's time to step things up here on the side of Purge. Maybe it's all about finding advantage and taking control, not to go by one. Have those trade-offs. As Esaad, he wants to play rather cheeky by pushing on towards outside A entrance if he can. As Sigmonder, will he be found out? Yes, he will. The shot, it hits. Sammy gets that. But Esaad, with the patience, he finds his own kill. But Kaito capitalized on one more after the other. Plays it safe, understand the Odin is there. Mascumi finding those kills, sprays and praise, makes it work. Nope. Kaito finds 3. As it's looking good now here at the side of Purge.
Adaptation set up now, because now they're holding for the pushes. They recognize that the proactivity from Oyun has been the knife's edge for them. So if they're holding the A main smoke, they're holding the B main position. You saw that double space up onto the B main side. That's when they got punished now. So leaving not flick. A 1v3 scenario. So Rit destroyed, so they don't know when he's going to be swinging on down. Flash on in. Perfect spray from Posativno. And yet again, just punishing them where they're actually thriving off of, which was the early pushes from that A main and B main extremity. You saw that A main smoke being put on, and you know they're going to be pushing off of that. So pushing a little bit too far off of the batteries that they were set up, lost their map control, got their A main control taken away, meaning that Kaito is free to like take the A side push at all, and not an anybody to contest up yet against him. So early 3-6 scoreline for Purge, which in my eyes seems like a good fit, especially now that they go back over to the B site. Strength line over to not flick, meaning they have to fight against the Cypher Tripwires and a Hunter's Fury right on top of that.
At least be able to enter towards the spot. It's gonna be rather hard. Yes, you have the lockdown, but the spams, the sprays, it will be there. Sigmonder is gonna be able to save himself. Mascumi again, but I guess the Utils be able to spot where they are at right now. Kaito falls down, not flick as well. Finding multiple kills time and time again. They're able to answer them rather quick. Yes, you have the lockdown, but you do not have the answers. When there's a Cypher in sight, when there's a Sova that's able to track them where they are at, that Recon played phenomenal alongside the traps, works wonders for the team, especially when you have an Odin, my man.
Yeah, and that kind of makes me question about what was the play in there, because the previous round they tried to play the default game and they were playing it to a T, which predicted that Oyun were gonna play the proactive positions, forwarding up over to B main, A main up in check. Now they're the ones who play the B main extremity, and they take it aggressively as ever. They played into the Cypher Tripwires. They go back to the backside of things, where even though they got the spike on, they couldn't plant it. They couldn't get the wide space that they needed. They weren't able to win out the fight over to market position. So good adaptability out for Oyun. They go back to the A short position where they had their strength back on. Not Flick getting that one frag does mean a lot of things.
Yes, it does. Kaito, he knows this is where the players are going to be preparing to go for an aggressive push, but eats the bullets coming from Esaad, which, by the way, he wasn't even aiming for him. Oh, and the CMD throws it off, gets the kill. 5 HP, jumped to his death. A Sigmonder picking them off one by one like apples falling down the tree. Sigmonder able to run out. The Odin is there. And no sweat on the side of Team Oyun. He had been on the advantage, Ramon.
Last round before the switch.
Oh, and this is two sides of the coin being shown up by Oyun. They can play the proactive game, or they're going to be the ones to punish the mistakes for the side of Purge, right? Because that was a very, very ballsy decision to like actually take that mid side for free, take the A short control by storm. But the only guy that was trying to hold him down was Flick, who was the sentinel for the squad, and he decided to play off site, expecting that the KO could use his ultimate to rush on down to the B-main extremity, but they didn't do that. He decided to play the mid-bottom position and actually catch them off guard. tracking them over at A short extremity and letting them loose before they could even have an opportunity to go to A site. Back on that 8-3. Last round before the half in this first half regulation, so not really getting any opportunity to do so anyways. Mind as the outlaw in check. The bigger guns already set up over at B main and mid. And if you notice the positioning for the Cypher, he left all of his util over at B, but he's playing on the A side just to avoid the fact that the KO will use his ultimate, but he still needs to take out all those trip wires. That means their rush isn't safe even though they have the ultimate.
Playing it smart, honestly. Tremendous work coming from them. Now understanding where the KO is going to be, stops them at their tracks, but like you said, Cypher's not there, so he's not going to get affected out of all, but Sigmunder was ready, going for more. Will he pop off? Sure, he goes for the judge. He buys the judge, by the way, and puts it on the side. Able to swap things up. 35 HP, not afraid to make a play and to take a stand on towards holding B.
30 seconds left.
Team Purge at a standstill, unknowingly on what's happening. They thought they had a good read, but they didn't at all. As they have some control on towards mid, going towards A, but the blind will be there. Hoping one more mind. Easy pickings for him as he gets that triple. 9-3, first half here, Ramon. Yoon, yet again, showing who is a boss.
Showing who is taking over the empire of Ascent right here. Is Oyun back in business, showing off their defensive prowess on the Ascent map as a whole. But sometimes that cannot be the same case when you're on the other side of things. So how they're going to perform on attack will be a huge question mark. But then again, last time we've seen these teams face up against each other, it was a 13-0. They dominated the first half so much that they didn't even need to play up that second half so far. But now it's a little bit more up in the air, if you can say that, because it is still a very, very stompy game. And Purge, a lot of margin for error in this defensive round. So, able to stave off that A short extremity, then that could be of good use. They're already running on down. Isolate leading the charge. You also got the Jet posted with the Frenzy. A short's going to be for free. So, A main is the biggest question mark. Sammy at least holds his ground, holds his nerve. Leading again back on that A short side. Kaito checked. Known because of the drone. Thanks to Mascumi and his util, he gets popped off. 4 versus 3 now. Leaving it all to Purge and how they retake. But Sammy holds again. 3 kills in the round for the Sentinel, which has done so in a very, very convincing manner. A 4th round win on the side of Purge as they again go back to their winning ways.
Very quick rotations, I guess. That's the more thing out, from Sammy and the team as alone in Purge, where they played their time. They made sure that they had to check towards, I guess, A1, right? Towards Kaido. So they can really rush in towards the side and have a proper defense, a proper hold to make sure the retake will not be there. So them being able to, I guess, answer out and understand where they're coming from. Probably because of the fact that there's a lot of footsteps. They were not even walking. They're not even playing slow. Oyun was running towards mid, hoping to go to A3 as quick as they can, but it wasn't as quick as they wanted it to be. Thus, the reaction was there from the side of Purge. But this time around, playing rather slow if possible, but Positivno getting the kill towards Isolate, so that's pretty big to stop them at their tracks. As Kaito again understands there's another player there. Eyes on the prize, not taking the bait. The jump shots, yes, they're there, but he's gonna go for a clear shot.
Now running on down. Mind again, winning the gunfight. That actually gives him a free upgrade. I do say so myself. But still, better guns in check again for Purge as you get the Outlaws, the Bulldogs. And if they're able to convert that into the buy round, then it's going to be an easy conversion up and ready for the long run. But Sigmunder and Mind are still alive and still the most pivotal moments or pivotal members on the side of Oyun. So if they can make this mid side work, then it could possibly be made something. At least damage on the side of Purge. Leaving B main open, market again. Question. Sammy leaving the turret just so they have some eyes up in check, but as it gets destroyed, they know that somebody's on market.
30 seconds left.
B main up and ready. Spectre in hand for Mind. Views holding the backside of that east side of things. Sammy winning the fight against Sigmunder. And that's just Cookies on top of the jar this time around. 9-5. Sammy with a double. And Purge on the winning streak so far. But if they take this that far, then maybe an interesting game if they get the bonus round.
Who knew that their defense? I guess they're more of a defensive team rather than an attacking team because they've been playing tremendously well. They've already won, I guess, other than the ground round, right? This is their bonus technically, so this is much needed from them. But this is when you have to understand that if they do win this round, they set themselves in a pedestal where the comeback, the possibility will be there. So I guess a 9-3 curse, right? So will the curse actually be a factor? Sigmander pushing towards market. Does he know where Cosmo is? He's just around the corner, but will get peeked first by the Killjoy. You do know where Cosmo is, but stays on towards the car play it right. Bit where
Kaito!
Players watching from behind. Kaito, the crossfire is perfect here, Ramon, and they're playing it up to the tee. There's only 2 players left up against 3. How well can they defend this as they're pushing in towards? But Mind, will they check, Ramon? Will they check? They don't know.
Last
He's
player
hiding.
standing.
But Positivno gets the kill to Mascumi. Mind's just around the corner. He can fight through the lineup. He gets a kill. One last remaining. And the smoke. He's able to teleport. Mind games, Ramon. Mind games. Mind taking them one by one. Positivno does not find the timing. He's gonna wrap around. But bros, will they fake? No, they will not. He sticks it. He's sticking it. And they have won. Bros, don't fake. Mine. Major misplay there.
Major misplay. He thought that was the first tap was a fake, but no, he just stuck it all the way. Balls of steel. Work. Positivno. Saving it for Purge. A 3-round winning streak. I said that the bonus round was going to be an important factor because that means that they cannot play for their economy. They saved up the Vandal from the previous round. Yes, it was a lost cause since the Omen was able to win out the gunfight, but my goodness, that lineup was one of the pivotal moments for Mind here. He had all the time in the world to wrap around, get the kill, but no, not able to get the conversion back on check. Kaito whiffs the operator shot. That gives an opportunity for the mid position to be up and ready. Can only destroy the drone, and that could be a big question to the minds of the defensive side. They push on, smokes up. The dash in as well from Sigmander, putting a lot of scrutiny to Sammy, and now he deforms with Views and Sammy. The 2-man defensive team is spraying on, but Mind over Matter in a 3v1. Positivno again, this same man to do it again, but he's alone in a 1v3.
As much as possible, you want to be positive, right? But it's gotta be so hard, especially when they have the utils, ultimates. Everything is ready, set up for them. They have every entrance guarded, waiting for a misplay. You already know where he's gonna be coming from market. He's gonna have to see him zone already, but he knows where it's coming from. It's a matter of who gets the peak first, and Isolate will be able to spot things out. 10-6, Oyun. You know, signs of life that was coming from Purge, but Oyun shuts it out immediately. They're saying, not on my watch. Not gonna happen anytime soon. Let's not forget, Ramon, this isn't a best of 1. It's do or die. There's no lower bracket. This is literally a single elimination. You lose, you're done. You're dusted.
Yeah.
So
just one shot, man. Just one shot to win it all.
Yep. One opportunity. You can't blow it up. So Purge, they have to continue playing their hearts out, showing signs of brilliance. But how can you do that when Oyun, they are finding the momentum and they're up against what? Pistols, gun, classics, sheriffs, not a full buy, an eco. At most, they only have a marshal. So it's gonna be rather tremendous if they're able to win it out, but let's see how things will unfold here. As the B side, that looks like where the hit's gonna be at.
Yeah. Got the Killjoy set up back on that B main extremity too, so push that far, then that's gonna be one heck of a piece of Sentinel back online, but destroyed already. A non-factor up in check, already KO ultimate, so any type of utility is going to be used against him. But Sammy, interesting. At least they get themselves back up. KO gets shot, but Sigmunder opens up the site itself. Fuse gets the A. Reads Kaito pushing out. Mind winning the gunfight. And not alone, it's the initiators that make the difference this time around.
One
So,
enemy remaining.
Purge, they're getting gunfired one by one. Positive, no, 11 HP. Rocky online, but, well, it's gonna get shut down. Mind. It's, again, the 11th round win for the side of OU. The better guns win out the rounds anyway. And this is where it all becomes dangerous territory for Purge, and they recognize that. So they decide to call the timeout, pause it, and check. Knowing that they have to make sure that this buy round has to be as pivotal as ever. They lose this, they have nothing. Nothing at all in terms of financials.
Well, I mean, when you look at it, right, you can't eco. You have to go for a buy. If you eco, you're just setting yourself in a very awkward situation where one round is over. So buy now. Time I'll talk about what we can do, because they have to climb back a 5-round deficit that OU put themselves in a big advantage, especially during the first half, because it ended 9-3. Things would have been looking better for them if they were able to, I guess, make the match a bit more closer in those rounds, but they weren't really given the chance and opportunity to do so. So this, I guess, timeout, they have to realize, okay, guys, they have been taking advantage of mid. They have been entering towards that area and taking control of things. What's our play here? What's our plan here? The hit towards A isn't as much as we've seen so far from OU, because more or less all they do is mid control towards A or towards B. So it's a matter of understanding and how to react or play aggressively. Kaito jumps in, gets one, but
Spike down mid.
did he bite more than he can chew? I don't know.
It's an aggressive attempt, and it's something that I really respect. Sometimes they play the passive game, it doesn't work out anymore. Hunter's Fury collected over the mid side. It's another upper Cosmo. He peeks inside of the smoke, and Mind makes the difference. Opens up market. Triple for Mind over Matter. This guy's on one right now, and he wants match point this hard, man. You know that he wants blood, and he's shattering across the floor, leaving Sammy and Views all alone over the B site, and double stacking the same positions where they were a two-man team is definitely respectable, but leaving A side open is somewhat of a lost cause for them this time around.
I mean, you do have lockdown, right? So in terms of, if you do take A side, a lockdown will cover the extremity or most of the location inside. So the only place it can be is going outside. But look at mine. He's the lurker. No one knows where he's gonna be coming from. So if he hears information like the people coming from spawn, he can make a play, and I don't think they're gonna understand and know that he's actually flanking from behind. Could be a big play here coming from them. As they do hear the players coming. Mine is just around the corner.
Here's them.
Uh-oh. Will he go for a knife? I don't think so. Gonna play it.
No.
He sees where they are. He's backed up, and that's it. An ace to end it all. 12-6. Mind. This guy. Bro, big brain. Big brain plays.
I mean, this guy was the best player on the squad back in the SWAT edition of the Dubai Police Esports Servant. He was the MVP. He was the CEO of this whole esports team, right? So it is in good spirits that OU are showing that they are the team to beat here in the Ascent map. And, well, history repeats itself, at least from where we are at right now. 12-6 against Purge, and OU are looking for the final stab on this matchup right now as they head on in towards that mid-side control. Passive game over at B main, meaning they could just leave that with a tripwire, open up that space of the map. Views, interesting. And he puts up a forward position over at that side of the map, leaving, again, that market position be held up by the Omen, but everybody else stacked up over at A main. Kaito pushing a little bit too far. Outlaw fights and gets, again, the Kaito play. Second frag from Masgumi, meaning that A site is for free. This one, 21 for the Bucks. Again, Cosmo makes it a little bit more interesting now. And he gets Masgumi, a even 3 versus 3. leaving again the Killjoy. Play off the util, mine and not flick again. 2 picks into the 3 versus 1. Views all alone. But he hasn't been the star. He hasn't shined brightly. Has to make the play of the year, but now loses against Mind. 13-6 again for Oyun as history does repeat itself.
Looks like Oyun will live to see another day. They're going to be going to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Purge will be eliminated from this tournament alone. They play their hearts out, but another day, Mind, my oh my, 28 kills on his name. The MVP, I would say. Like you said, this guy has always been the one to watch out for, and truly, there's a reason why. He did phenomenal, even if he lost the 1v3 play that he did. But his performance overall in this tournament, top notch.
S tier. One of the mind games that I've seen from him, right? And I think I'm not surprised to see this guy perform because he's been on one ever since like the start of the year, where we have been seeing him perform on Oyun. I think like around the SWAT edition, that's where he started gaining a little bit more confidence in himself to make plays for the team. So even though he's on the open where you usually respect him, or usually the type of player or the type of agent that would play the passive game, but he's the one who actually stepped up in a lot of like these very pivotal aim duels. So a great job for Mind and everybody else on the squad. I do want to give a lot more credit to the side of, well, Purge, because they put up a little bit more of a fight than we have seen them in the last time that they have played up against each other. So it's a bright future for the Purge side, but in the end, Oyun have won off in this best of one right now.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم مستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب.
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعاراً للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات. فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
Backlines 1391, a triple kill, double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the more tier 4 tech.
smoking and got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor. At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive. Scammers these days have a no new trend. It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all. So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Mr. JT. Peacemakers versus Fraggers for our next bout, and it is going to be a best of three. More margin for error, and at the same time, the pressure is on.
Looking at this head to head, I think this is overall maps played in the entirety of all Dubai Police tournaments. Okay, it kind of caught me off guard since I was like looking at it previously, and I'm like wondering, these stats are quite cool. Where to get it from? So apparently, it's the entirety of all the Dubai Police tournaments that has happened that they have joined. So far, Fraggers, they have played a total of 10 maps and won 7 of them, giving him a 70% win rate. While Peacemakers, which by the way, a new team that we have yet to see. So this is going to be the first time that we're ever going to be seeing them play, which is going to be rather interesting, as he won up against Fino before entering on towards this match up against Fraggers, who I would say could be one of the favorites to be part of, or favorites to win the tournament as a whole, right, Ramon? Or is that how I see it as by myself?
No. You're not alone in this regard. They are one of the favorites. They have proven time and time again that they can be strong contenders. They have won the big one before, but now is their biggest challenge because now they're up against an unknown quantity in Peacemakers. They could very well be monsters for all I know, but they're damn well here to play since they have shown in the bracket, looking at it right now, that they have proven to be one heck of a team so far. They were up against, I believe, it was Fino, and they have put up one heck of a fight against them. And we already know how Fino performs. They have been doing a lot of solid work in the previous Dubai Police Esports tournament. So the fact that they knocked them down very early out in the bracket means that there's something cooking in this best of three against, well, Braggers, one of the best teams in the bracket right now.
Yeah, and I think one thing to talk about is Fino, they were in the grand finals up against Oyun, which happened in SWAT edition. So seeing as how they are now, it's gonna be interesting to see on how well can Peacemakers play up against Fraggers, because Fraggers is a well-known team alone already, right? When you think about it. And Peacemakers are one of the unknown teams that we have yet to really see them. And I believe this is gonna be the first time we're gonna even show them on stream ever. So I cannot wait to see how well they're able to play or how close the games can be. But before we continue on the game, guys, we forgot to tell you, this is a best of 3. So we have 3 maps. It's not a best of 1. So there are chances to see the brilliance coming from Peacemakers up against Fraggers and this matchup that we're going to have right before our eyes on towards Bind. Habibi, welcome to Bind.
Yep. We're back in business. Best of threes, meaning that the margin for error is a little bit bigger now. Now you have more time to adapt. Now you have more time to figure out mistakes for the team. Even if it's by a map basis, then that's already more than enough time for any top tier team to actually get that adaptability in, right? So whoever gets the first pick here will have a huge coming into, well, the buy rounds coming in check, but then again, it was Fraggers who have shown that they have the prowess to show that up, and the biggest question mark here is how Peacemakers will catch up to it into this next coming game. So double controller comp back again for the defensive side, which is definitely common in a lot of bind games up and ready, where Fraggers back on what they have been known for: double duelist, double dive, raise and jet, doubling down on aggression, which has always been the name of the game for them. But sometimes that type of aggression does stop at a known quantity. So we'll have to wait and see if Oyun is gonna have some sort of fight left in them up against this double dive.
Did you say OU?
No.
Yeah, I know the names. The names are incorrect on the stream, as it says. It's Fraggers versus Peacemakers. Just so you guys know, the defenders are Peacemakers. You got me off guard, and then I realized why you got it incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what? To give an excuse, OU was so good that it became so memorable in my mind.
Okay. I'll cut you some slack there, Ramon. But yes, it's gonna be Peacemakers. And in terms of like the composition, right, very different from one another. Chamber, which by the way, if you are in the defending side, like he's really good. Especially you can catch him off guard in terms of where he can be placed at. Usually he stays on top of truck, or he can easily rotate towards the A side, and B side he can transfer between those two sides quite easily on his end because of the utilities that he have. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, of Peacemakers, we have the Cypher. Not easy to really enter towards the side. It's rather difficult, right? When you're playing up against a Cypher who knows how well to place his tripwires, especially B side. It's one of the hardest areas to really enter. But, you know, when you have someone that is the Rays, these blast impacts, he's able to destroy those tripwires if found immediately. But it's not as easy as it can be. Now, with that said, though, we are on a pause yet again, as there seems like there is a couple of issues here and there. But hopefully we can iron things out and continue on towards this best of three, as it has been, you know, quite a long day with a lot of issues. So hopefully,
I mean,
we lessen that, right?
I mean, you know, first day thing. So I'm willing to sweep it all aside. You know, just go on with the day, and you know, just talk about a little bit about the macro game. Especially when you think about it in the long run, Chamber is not going to be the strongest sentinels to hold the site. So when we start off on the defensive side for fraggers later on in the second half, we're gonna have a lot of struggle unless the double dive comp does something to the other side of the map. I could definitely see them go for the double shower, double face comp, or Ashley just try to white peek on down towards that B long position, taking advantage of like the showers teleporter, where you could also like try to go for the squeeze when they're also taking a charge position. And most commonly enough, that double controller comp is a stylistic comp where you would expect that at least one of these controllers are going to be lurking all across the map to find advantages for the team. And I'm just basing this off of assumption from their team comp, because I don't know what Peacemakers are going to be going up against or what they're going to be bringing to the table, since this is their first time coming up.
Yeah, it's our first time.
They can do something with that double controller comp, and I'm saying the lurk composition or the lurking strategy is always up in their arsenal.
It's just a matter of, I guess, seeing how they're playing, right? Obviously, Peacemakers have a tremendous way of defending things. Your face, up in your face. So, I think based on the momentum they're going to be playing on, they're going to try to enter the site rather quickly, take control, and be able to get those angles that they're looking for. Because once they start bursting in towards the side, if they're able to find those entry frags that they need, it's going to be so difficult to go for the retake here, right? So more or less, I guess the game plan here for fraggers, don't go to the side where the Cypher is. Let's evade that fight and just rush in towards one and funnel in. Because once you get that opening that you need, it's just so hard to stop it.
Yep. And that also means that, you know, compositions like these can sometimes be a big caveat if you're looking to like play around the stylistic thing or the win condition that you're trying to set up for the team, right? Because pace will always be something that fraggers are comfortable on, but I feel like this double controller comp has been a big reason why Bind has been picked up by a lot of teams who play this double controller comp and are running with it with the biggest win rate that I've seen. Like, if Peacemakers are going to be running with this, then they're going at it with a good strategy to uphold. So what I'm trying to see from them on the defense is this setup right here that they got right now. An active trifecta of people over at Esaad. Because they're also very close enough to the Showers position that they could be the active roles. They could be the active positions. They could play that Showers control in a way that they have the Rays be the first opening pick and possibly get more if they get the reset back online, because the Sky is also there. He could heal up the Rays. He could also get the utility back online for them. But, you know, the time went on. It's going to be one heck of a game so far. So, you know, back onto the tail of the tape, Fraggers versus Peacemakers. It is the veterans of the Dubai Police Esports tournament up against the newcomers, the new chip on the block. Peacemakers up in hand. Well, it'll be up to time if Peacemakers will make a name for themselves here in this bracket right now. So possibly, so far so good. Bracket wise, they've been doing a good job of doing that.
Yeah, just to give you guys a short update, the lobby is currently going to be remade. That's the reason why we are not in the map of Bind anymore, as we're currently just waiting for the lobby to be done and dusted so that we can continue on. I know you guys have been waiting, and I know it's been a long time, but nonetheless, hopefully this remake will be able to be the start of something new for this series of a best of three. Definitely going to be a banger. But with that said, of course, we have to say thank you to our sponsors. Our main sponsor is Esaad. So thank you very much for continue supporting the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan Edition with our support sponsors such as XFX, Zowie, Q Club, and Retro for Less. These are the people that are making this tournament shine so bright, which is, by the way, organized by 404 Esports. So much love to everybody there, especially to the venue. I know you guys can hear us. Much love to each and every one of you for doing a tremendous job. Hopefully, this first day, rough day, but following day is definitely going to be even things out and make things more clear. So hang on with us, guys, as we are going to be getting back into the game. Just going to take some time, I would say, here, Ramon. But nonetheless, though, Ramon, how do you think, I guess we've only seen one map, right? One match so far, and that was rather explosive from Oyun. In this aspect, though, Peacemakers versus Fraggers, since we don't know much about Peacemakers, do you think the possibility of being a close game is there?
Well, judging from the only thing that I can come up from here is like the team composition positions on the map right now. They're playing the bind defense into fundamentals purely, which is a good sign for Peacemakers, right? Active position on showers. Plus, they leave the two passive roles over at E where they call for the retake, which again is also a good sign for them. So they know what they're doing. That's the biggest thing for me right now. That's a green flag in my book. But the execution is the biggest question mark right now. Since the game hasn't even started yet, and we're already throwing a lot of questions into the minds of Peacemakers right now. Anything that we can make an assumption that is 100% absolute is Fraggers. And what they've shown to the table has been consistent performance time and time again. So that already is a big image and a huge challenge to Peacemakers right now. What I want to see from them is good reactive play against Fraggers, since Fraggers will always get the opening fight. And if they do get the opening fight, now that leaves a retake to head on for the Peacemaker side. Will they play for the retake? Will they play for around the protocol? Will they be the type of team that will deny the space, or will they let the space be given to Fraggers and try to do something or try to get the best out of the worst situation possible? Because that, to me, the latter will always show that you are a strong fundamental team. But how will you fare up against one of the best teams in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament historically, especially now that you're in a broadcast as unknown players up against one of the best teams that we have broadcasted in the 404 Esports channel?
I mean, that's where a lot of speculation is there, right? Because they are always going to be, or most commonly seen, always being played in the 404 Esports tournaments, being broadcasted. You're able to see how they play, they know how they move, but having those information is one thing, but playing up against it is a different thing. It's a different spectrum. Like, there's a lot of speculations up in the air of different types of scenarios that they're going to be tackling about, how they're going to be playing about, but it's only speculations at the end of the day, because it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, these speculations will be answered as the game will be starting, Ramon. As the time is here, when there will be a big green towards Bass area, as long as Jet is able to spot them out, that a flash will give them a secure answer that there are a couple of players outside. First greetings, not gonna be able to spot the rays immediately, being able to run around. They're gonna spend their time here towards Bass. Maybe it'll take some time before they're able to go for the push, and the damage has been done. Gonna attack him quite down, but a bit here.
Yeah. Signs of life coming up from the Peacemaker side, just playing the passive game head on, letting them get the shower space, knowing that that's not the end game anymore, because they leave DB Dob to be the guy to hold up that A short, leave the trap wire there, the teleporter not being the safest place, so 5-man rush on down towards that B side.
My camera
T
is destroyed.
has a bit of an inkling, now knows that everybody is around that hookah position. So how do they react to this? Maybe the trip bar again. T safe, secure spot, and again the first blood. Sensation heals his own. The second frag out for EB, and Aim Hunter again shows up when they need him in the entry. 4 versus 2, and well, Fraggers back in business.
Quick and easy work from them, but Caloric will be able to answer his reloading at the worst possible time, at the worst possible situation. But still a possible victory. Maybe if Secret could pull something out of a hat, the heals coming from Casper, being able to bring his team up and running in terms of HP. A 1v3 Ramon. Not the situation you want to be in. Yes, he's gonna be able to get a kill, but he gets slowed down by that Molly. Gonna push him from even sides. Passively risky, gets flashed, but will he be able to find a shot? The answer is nay. Casper is there to close things out. And like we said, Fraggers, they are a team that should be, you know, getting the upper edge of things. And when you look at how they played, they're just in your face.
At all times, man. At all times. They put your head on a swivel. They force you to be alert. And when you're not alert, then that's when they bite you when you least expect it. When you saw that T was somewhat prepared because he put down his own setup over towards that hookah position. He at least got one from Sensation's classic frag, but other than that, they left that A-long position open. That Warden, where everybody rushed on down, the double setup again, the double base. Things up, the Shouts position in check, Jet and Aim Hunter getting the frags, the freebies for their own. It is another 3 versus 5. Jack reaching with the right click, but Jet too close for comfort. Double kill back on the Jet position. 1v4 Sensation. What's the classic? Free gun, it's not gonna be the best scenario for him. Against the Guardian of DB Dov, well, we're just gonna be writing this off the books.
I mean, you can tell the confidence, right? They already bought a Vandal in round number 2. It's just because that's how confident they are, especially in the bonus round. You're up against classics. It's not gonna be that scary. So being able to just enter in the ace side, like I said, the moment you're able to just go on and find an opening that you need, it's so hard to retake. And that's the main issue here. They just go and invade the fight, not fight towards, I guess, a cipher, right? And that's just it. Just take advantage of what you have. And that's what Fraggers play rather well at.
It's not a whole W scenario. It's just winning out the early fights very early on. White peek out from the Showers position, plus the A-short extremity, well, and being the point of pressure. And it's always been the game plan for Fraggers to take those early fights, and again, they're thriving off of it for how long that they have been together as a team. So early conversion back on the pistols. You got the buy round coming in check for Peacemakers. And how do we do this, right? You again back on the active positions on over at Showers, or the flash shot again from Jack Reacher. Will Raze actually be the one who open up space? Yes, he does. Choleric wins the fight against Aim Hunter. And at least that's a good sign for what's to come. Choleric with a double. That's huge. For the active position on Showers, now they got the pivotal picks. And they got the sight and the spike in check.
Okay, that was the over pushed it. I mean, the beginning was already awkward as it is, where Raze just pushed in by himself, blinded, and they were able to find the spot perfectly. Meanwhile, Vic falls down as well. So they're getting these kills where it feels like it was handed them on a silver platter, and it's not even something that they wanted to do. It's just that they put themselves in a situation where it just came for free. Now they know where the last player is, which is DV Dov, which, by the way, tremendous shooter here. Now it just depends on how well he's able to play it. I mean, but it's still gonna be a 1v4 almost. It's not that easy when you're up against 4 that they're ready as Caloric. Able to get 3 kills towards Bat. So nonetheless, Peacemaker is a much needed round for them to win. It was their buy round, so things would have been looking bad if they didn't win it at all.
Yeah. They salvaged this round into something that they can win off of, and well, it wasn't the cleanest round, but it's something that they can be proud of to get themselves the 3 guns in check, and then they could also like give one of the guns away over to the active roles, possibly for Peacemaker, but at least they get the 1 round on the board.
That's a good spot.
It's always been the win con anyways. They give the Marshal up to the Jet, and he's the guy who holds up that B-long position, and that alone gives his presence away, and a little bit more over to the Shar's position. Just nothing to report other than the Viper smoke being held up, so they know the Viper's over at B. Just from that information alone. Also got somebody who hold up all that over at the hookah position, and DB Dov. Not always known to be the active player he can be. It's Aim Hunter. Well, he starts off strong. Choleric actually decided that he wanted to white peek on down, but gets punished for it very early on. So 4 versus 5. Spike still down over at that A lobby position, meaning that this B-side push from DB Dov was not the end game, but it's damn well something that they wanted.
Yeah, losing that Cypher immediately makes B so vulnerable, but that's not where they're going. They're going for the A-Tick instead. But the players, they're still there. They're waiting for them to go for the push. Now it's just a moment of opportunity, and who gets it first? Secret and Jack Reacher finding those kills, making sure that they don't rotate immediately. But it's musical sights here, Ramon. From B to A to B, that's where we're going to go for the plant here. As Vic runs his way towards the B side, that's where the plant is going. It's a matter of how well they can go for the retake, Ramon.
The tunes play out, the music, something that they need to face out.
What
As
a
the flash
flash!
comes in, it's the peak on down. Casper and another from DB Dom. Look at that double face. Look at that response time from the utility. Everybody from Fraggers was just prepared for something like that. They cooked up the lurk out over at Hookah after DB Dom finds the Sentinel. And the over-rotation from Peacemakers just heavily costing them that B-side defense. They all ran down knowing that after the Showers push, they had nowhere else to run but to the A side. But underestimating how fast they could rush on down towards the TP, that was one heck of a decision made by DB Dov. And everybody else just followed through.
I mean, you can tell on how Casper, you know, it's like they were announcing that they were going to be coming defending, right? So you heard all of the footsteps. Emil goes for a flash play and takes advantage because of it. So, you know, yes, I know there's the urgency of defending a side, but going too quick and making or giving that information, especially when information is a major factor in this game, is scary. Meanwhile, though, B side, they're scouting. They know the Cypher isn't there. They're just rushing in towards it. But Jack Reacher getting two is rather big. But even down with the patience, with the lurk, finding those pickoffs as Choleric is left alone to his own device, could not do a single thing up against Fraggers, as the momentum of Fraggers is looking rather good, Ramon. And you do not want them to have the momentum that they have as of the moment.
See, the protocol is already clear for the Fraggers position, right? Leave the active roles for the attacking side to possibly take it step by step, while you leave DB Dov to punish any over-rotation or any sort of attempt to try to teleport back towards the other side of the map. That's why it's always around that short position, why you leave one of the traps over at that shower side, because he doesn't want anybody to bang up on him right from behind, while he's also taking the forward fights. And the same could be said as well for Fraggers, but they don't need the chamber anyway, since everybody's like pushed on towards one side of the map anyways. Forward position because they got the buy round in check anyways. And since that was the eco round for Peacemakers too, their firepower wasn't in the best position at all. So back on the buy round for both teams anyway. Operator online as well for Choleric. If he's able to get that one frag, then that could be huge. But that early Brimstone smoke kind of delaying the cause for him.
And I like the way they're playing. It's not one directional where everyone's going to be rushing towards one side, but they're doing for a split push here. You do have the showstopper. It does not. That actually, Choleric finds the one. Jet popping off. This is Vic showing who's the man, who's the boss, as Casper catching them off guard, pushes through the smoke, not afraid, as he doesn't know where the enemy is. He just pushes, and he does it again. Choleric, though, finding the kill towards Vic, so that's quite big with an operator. Paintless pushing towards Casper, and Casper Dividov, the duo, enough to shut things off on that 2v2. Yet again, it is Fraggers wrecking havoc here. And a timeout has been called. Peacemakers Oh no. Their minds have been jugged here, Ramon. What can they do to come back to this?
Well, again, as I said, they already know their fundamentals anyway, and their positions and these pre-plants have has been in the right places. It's just the execution from Fraggers has been become or has become like the difference maker for the squad. You got the explosiveness from both DB Dove and Aim Hunter to already get themselves online. Like we are 7 rounds in, and DB Dove has already died once, just once. This guy is on a different level from everybody else in the lobby right here. He has been finding these opening picks very early on because it's either over rotation from Peacemakers, it's either they try to challenge him in the early fights too. As you notice, that Shower's position and a short has always been the biggest heat wave for everybody from Peacemakers. They either try to early peak or they fight for Shower's control. But every time that they attempt to, it's always either DV Dove or another Sky Flash that decides that this is not the best play for Peacemakers. They need to bounce off of that, and they need to recognize that they cannot get the early fights head on if they try to attempt that every single time.
Ramon, look what they're doing. This is I mean, you said, right? You had to adjust, you had to play differently, and that's what they're doing. I don't think they're gonna. I mean, will they? That's the question. Are they gonna check it? Looks like they are. It's DBW sees the angle onto that tiny pixel of his arm. That's what you get when you do a lot of muscle training here, Brimstone. So they're able to spot him out. Maybe if he was a bit more thinner, would have been well hidden, but sadly does not work out. The Boombot able to spot where the player is, and the paint shots perfect shots here. Going for the wall bound, not able to find it, but has a clear understanding where he can be. Aim Hunter getting the kill with sensation as the B side is there up for the taking. Let's remember that this is going to be an eco, so it's not really that massive. But again, the advantage that they have is rather big as Choleric able to at least get something out of it. The question is, can he make something big happen though? Is the main question, and the answer is nay. Vic with a shorty, able to grab that one. 6-1 now here, Ramon. And a buy round is what we're going to be seeing finally on the side of Peacemakers. And like you said, they had to play differently. Like the heat map has always been towards bats, which they always did the, I guess it was the Raze and the Sky combo, right? That they've been always doing, holding on towards that area where they didn't really have the Cypher rotate at all. He's always staying on B. But this time we see something different. They're doing things differently now. But is it effective? Is the main question.
B on the operator. That's definitely unique as an aspect, because usually you would expect the Raze to be the one to use that operator. Already hold up on Hookah, using the movement, the satchels, just so that he could dodge away from danger. Giving Hookah up, it's a huge mark, but will that be enough? DB Dove already back on to the B-long position. Sensation and the Raze doubling down. Jack Reacher and Choleric doing wonders for the defense on B, leaving it all to Aim Hunter. Well, he's been the standout all throughout the Dubai Police Esports tournament, but can he do it against 5 people from the side of the defense?
Now they know where he is. They're able to spot him out. Immediately chases him off, but could not run. Nowhere to hide. A secret. Sniffs him out and gets the kill. 2-6. So, I mean, Peacemaker, they're showing signs of life now. Understanding that, okay, we can't just have the Cypher continue to stay at B. We need to see him play around and have Raze this time play towards the B side, and did work wonders for them. Will it continue to do so is the main question here, as there are still 4 rounds difference between the two.
The best thing about that previous round was that it was the buy round that they needed to win. And knowing that, for the long term, it's going to be a good thing for them. That one round just rejuvenated every chance that they've had. And it was slimming by the minute if they didn't win that previous round. So they go back. DB Dub picks up that tour de force, meaning that he will have that long control. They know that the op is around that Char's position, so
Camera taken out.
They don't commit to the angle just yet.
Ooh, they don't know.
Spotted just so that the Trailblazer just commits towards that backside of things. T winning the fight against Aim Hunter, rotating back on that charge position. Known every position. Casper pushing outside of that hookah position. Valeric and Jet wins out each fight, but 4 versus 3, where Sensation will lose because DV Dove had the cross and had the angle set up. A 2 versus 3 where DV Dove gets the double. 1v3 Secret back on the CT position. DV Dove whips the tour de force. It's a secret shot up from the Brimstone. And you know that it's going to be possible because Casper is so low. He's almost close to becoming the friendly ghost. But Jet will win out the gunfight anyways. A triple kill from EB. A 7-2 from Fraggers.
That was looking really good for Peacemakers, but somehow these errors really bite them back. Something that it should have not happened, especially when you have the neural theft, right? We saw the Viper playing rather safe. Even if he had the information where 2 players even lined up at a certain aspect, he could have gotten a major turnaround for his team, but decided to just wait it out without them having information. But the moment he did, they cleared that area on towards B and they're able to spot him out. And that's where things started to change. It did not look good.
Not in the best of shapes right now. A bit of an adjustment again, back on the Sky, rotating onto the B side. T decides to give up the hookah position, knowing that everybody's funneling up on that hookah side. But the good thing about this is that they can reset off of that. Because the over-rotation from the Sky is already pushed in, and that's when Jet entries onto the A side of things. Choleric flashed off. You all given up to the Jet, knowing that the satchel has been used. Choleric has repositioned. Doesn't know that he's that close.
What?
The wall bangs in. Choleric. The adjustment perfectly timed to the Jet. Aim Hunter quick to trade it off, but the damage has been done. 4v4, and they got another shot at getting the retake back on.
That was big. That was a no-scope, actually. But they didn't know Aim Hunter is just going in. Balls to the walls, not afraid to back down. Sensation. Yes, he gets a kill, but damage has been done, and Casper just from behind plays it patiently, understands what he has to do as he finds a double. Yet again, Fraggers showing who's boss. Currently on top of the world right now with a 6-round difference up against Peacemakers. And guess who's back on Eco?
Well, if you've seen the TV show Peacemaker, then you'd know that everybody on the defense is invisible because John Cena is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. And Fraggers are all across the map, visible and on point so far. Aim Hunter with a triple kill, a push onto the A short. Jack Reacher, ballsy attempt. Thought that he could get some over to the A short side, but at least he will get himself a 2-1 score. 4 versus 3 in hand. Defense trying to play around the smokes. Secret spotted from the back, but
this is big.
nobody give the spike on down. T! He got the wall back through. Aim Hunter and DV Dove. Doesn't matter. Because even though they got the flank, they didn't have the better guns anyway.
Last round in the
But
half.
this is the one that you were talking about when you were, you know, I guess game planning before we had the long pause, right? That this 2 lurkers pushed from behind. That's what we were expecting to see. That they had this plan that they could have used, but we have never seen them utilize it until now during an eco. What if this was when they had Vandals, Ramon? Things would have been much more different. It would have been a major impact.
Need alone, they need anything that they have. Showstopper out, but it doesn't connect over to the Viper. Doesn't matter. Casper opens in. T gets a double over from the heavens. This guy is a sniper assassin, and he is popping off. But everybody has to step up with him. It's 3 versus 4. Choleric opens into the site. Showstopper doesn't connect. It is DV Dove teleports into the shower position and gets a double out of this. A 1 versus 3, but Jack Reacher cannot reach the trap drawer. It is a 2-10 score for Fraggers as they dominate the bind map first half.
That's some crazy anime stuff right there.
The moment ambulance, but not for me.
That showstopper did not stop DB Dog. He said, I'm the star of the show here. There's no way I'm gonna fall down. I'm just gonna show you who's boss. And TP's out, survives and gets the frag, gets the kill. And then they were able to do a complete 180 and win the round. Honestly, this was the round for Peacemakers. This was the moment where T gave them that opening that they needed. With an op shots. He got 2 kills. Like you said, they all needed to step up, but they didn't. Now in second half though, them being the attackers, how well can they play it off? And you can see how afraid T is. He even uses the cage immediately, defensively.
Already giving the info to the team. They're still chasing after him after the showers encounter. And again, a 1v1. Aim Hunter has been out to fight anyways. Finds the Sentinel. But they didn't go to the B site right after this. So they decide to pull back, knowing that Aim Hunter is that close. The double face, triple face, double kill. That Reacher gets off again over to Aim Hunter. Jet and Casper back online. And Sensation and Choleric, well, they pick up the pieces for themselves. A site open. But that means DB Dove can go back to the cross. The flank coming down. That's going to be one heck of a play if that happens. But EB, he's going to be in a lot of trouble because if he doesn't go push too far, then that leaves a 1v1 opened up. Choleric, Sheriff shot in 70 HP for the guy, but he hasn't planted the spike though. And has no idea where Choleric is coming from.
I mean, he heard the paint shells, right? So most likely has a clear understanding in where he could be on
30
towards gas,
seconds
but
left.
immediately runs away. Smart play, even watching his back, waiting for that teleport, which he will indeed hear. Now it's a matter of how does he play. He fakes it out, goes for the wall bang. Currently tagged down, 15 HP, plays it safe, stays inside, but 13 seconds remaining. Doesn't go for the full plant, goes for the push instead, but it's not the right decision at the end of the day. As EB 211 fraggers. 2 rounds off from winning map number 1 in this best of 3 series, and this is one way to start it off here, Ramon.
Just another display of dominance back again for the Fraggers side. It feels like Wednesday for them at this point, right? It's like another day at the office for them. Another Dubai Police Esports tournament and another display of how well they can perform on a stage like this, right? 211, even though there's another attempt out for DB Dove, he wins out anyways. But Secret does make it a little more interesting. Choleric, good shots through, Spectre in hand. Rotates back around towards A short, while the over-rotation for the defense comes online. But that also means you're going to be going into the A side retake well in arm.
Doesn't look like a good read coming from Fraggers here, as there's only one player remaining, but it's the player you don't want to play up against. That's EB getting the kill towards T, stopping them at the tracks. Even has a smoke laid up for him. Going up close and personal, which could be a good move coming from EB. He was able to spot them out. Are they going to go for the 1-2 swing? But there's so many areas to clear out as he line up. Choleric able to answer it back. 1v2 though. Up against Aim Hunter. It's a Raze versus Raze situation here. Hoping to find that kill. But yet again, still a lot of time. But could not run away. Jet flies off with an updraft with a Bucky. I mean, that's kind of scary to see. A Jet flying on towards you with a Bucky updrafting. It's like one of those action movies.
Yeah. That was like the first Valorant cinematic when the trailers were popping up. When they introduced this game for the first time 3 years ago. Remember that? The Phoenix versus Jet 1v1?
So long ago. Holy.
Like yesterday, man.
Can't
Almost
believe
feels like it was yesterday.
Can't believe it's been that long too. But not as long as this game, because this is being short work from Fraggers. Felt like there was no challenge at all as EB standing still, watching Bat's area, making sure that they can't really push and take control. As Jet, he does have Sheriff, tags him down quite a bit. Good damage coming from him, but understands that he can't push his luck. He has to play up close and personal with the Bucky if he can. There's a clear disciplined play coming from Fraggers, waiting for them to take the chance here as Casper and EB answering back. It looks like it's over.
One enemy remaining.
It looks like it's over. It really is, honestly.
Defenders
EV getting a triple,
Feeling proud.
quick and easy work, 13 and 2. Clear domination from Fraggers here, Ramon. I mean, there's really nothing much to say. It's just a stronger team and a map that they love to play in.
Yeah, and it's a stronger performance too from everybody else on the squad. Fraggers have shown a little bit more than just consistency. They have shown a tip-top form coming into this tournament as DB Dav has risen to the occasion back again. 20 kills for the guy on Chamber, where, normally he'd be the guy to like hold the flanks, be the guy to like play the eco game at a tip-top form. But he has played all throughout this game in the best possible shape and time. He has a six-pack heading into this tournament, and he has shown both of his guns head on in this bind game alone. Well, I'd be scared if I was Peacemakers right now. Honestly, the best thing that I can do for them is I like what they were doing with their fundamentals, right? They know that they have to control that Char's position early on because the early orb out of that position is very important. And the fact that you also got the teleporter outside of the Char's position is where B long becomes a little bit more important when you're lurking on as the attacking team. But when you lose the fight over showers, that is where it becomes a non-factor now. Now the lurk doesn't really matter anymore, even though you got somebody lurking on down over that B site. If you lose showers control, then that's a big problem for you. That's what led to the downfall from that pistol round. And even though they got themselves a few rounds in check, this wasn't enough, man. At the end of the day, it is one heck of a performance from Fraggers, and sometimes the executions just was one part of the storyline.
I don't think you can say a few rounds is 2 rounds. I think that's less than a few. But
Just
like
two
you said, like you said, the showers control, that's a major factor here, especially when you went Cypher Viper. They had a good setup with the Viper's wall where it teleports on towards bats, right? So they had a clear control of handling it. But they're pushing themselves in an awkward situation, an awkward scenario where they take these fights where it's not necessarily needed to be done. And it did not happen once. It happened multiple times, which really gave them a bad form when playing up against Fraggers, because once they're able to get those pickoffs, that's where they capitalize. And boy, did they capitalize the entirety of this game. They're able to just, one, get pickoffs with Davidov just roaming around, finding those shots. Two, they're able to just enter the site with no care in the world and win straight out the duels. They put themselves in a 1v1 situation where they keep losing that. We don't see that 1, 2, 3 swings. We don't see that teamwork that we're looking for to answer back. It's always been a situation where they're always at the back end of things where they need to be the ones clutching it out on a 1v3, a 1v2, which they've only won a handful of times. So when you're going back to the drawing boards, going to map number 2, you have to realize that, one, winning by yourself is not going to be the answer. You have to win as a team, have that teamwork and that communication. Have those 1, 2, 3 swings. Have those crossfires that Fraggers had. Once you have that done and dusted, maybe defending would be much more easier for them. At the same time, like you said, in that map in particular, maybe try something new. Have that lurking from behind. Have that, unknown factor that they're not going to be expecting, rather than just staying in sight. And that's where they struggle the most. They didn't really have that lurker. They didn't really have that guy who's pushing in right behind them. The only time they did that was when it was already 9-2 and they had classics, right? Or was it 8-2 and they had classics?
No, it was 9-2, and I think it was 8-2, and then they had classics. They flanked around or on a short, and they actually caught them off guard by the end of things. They got 2 kills, but TV Dove, pulled out the operator, pulled out the headhunter by that,
and they got the kill.
It was the gun death by that point. I'm just really surprised by what they were cooking by that.
They had the advance, honestly, but they didn't. And I think that's where you have to realize that playing passively is not the answer. You have to play proactively. As we are going to be entering map number 2, and it's going to be rather cold here, but you can't have cold hands. You have to be on heat. You have to be on point. And let's see how well can Peacemaker do in map number 2 Icebox? Because this is
Well,
rather exciting, Ramon.
they already made an adjustment. They switched the roles around. Jack Reacher is going to be the one playing the Jet, so the duelist role has been offered up to somebody who was playing the Sentinel comp, and Choleric is going to be on Sentinel duty this time around, so Killjoy back on him. I'd say vanilla composition for an icebox map for both sides, especially since you're playing around the second half where Aim Hunter is going to have a lot more value with the Sage when they're playing on the second half where they're on attack. So early Siege wall up where they also got, one heck of a time when they're trying to plant the spike on down. I'm just surprised that nobody's picking up Gecko for the Icebox game because I really do feel like Gecko is a huge pick if you're trying to play an Icebox game. And if you want to pair that up with somebody, then usually a Harbor would be really good into this. Somebody like a Fade could also be considered. But Sova's too strong on this map, especially on the post-match situation. And that's also the reason why they pick up the Viper in this comp. So very much a vanilla composition for both sides of the team. I just want to know if Peacemakers have it in it for them, especially in this first half in particular, because this is not going to be their strong side at all. But I want to see the lurking prowess out for one of these players, and I'm looking at T right here, as he was a standout performer from the previous game. Let's see him perform right now on the attacking side.
Oh, I just want to say, by the way, if you ever play in Dubai servers or Middle East servers, Gecko is
Revealing area.
I think it's just the region type of thing where not a lot of players do enjoy playing Gecko. Meanwhile, the B-side hit will be there. Does it seem like Peacemaker's caloric? Not playing the duelist, like you said, the adjustments currently being done. This is only a matter of time as Jack Reacher. Hopefully we'll spot one. That's the Sage, I believe, but it's a complete 180. They're going to be going towards the ace side instead. As the lurk from Vic, will it work out? No, Secret with that classic at hand, shots him off. So this is going to be a good start, Ramon, for this team if they can capitalize towards it as they push towards the A side.
If they can capitalize it is the big question here. Interesting wall up for Jack Reacher. Doesn't get spotted from the drone or the wire as a whole. They keep spotting him. They go through the wire, and Aim Hunter wins the gunfight anyway. Second frag from the Sage. And this is when he pops up. One more from the Sage. Aim Hunter is online. Ladies and gentlemen, DB Dov to follow through. Back onto the Killjoy, where he gets shut down by Casper. And one more to find here, T. Back onto the second frag. It is the Headhunter. He makes so much noise that DB Dov is just around the corner just to kill him down. It's the 1-0 scoreline. Pistol round coming in for the side of the frag.
I mean, smart play. He made one entranceway where everyone had to push in only one area. I mean, technically they could have played it much better, right? Instead of just pushing themselves in an entrance where it's rather obvious they're going to be entering towards that wall where they broke. But they could have just did a split instead to push him in two corners. But I guess the pressure is getting on towards them. In Hunter, getting those 1v1s, easily getting 3 kills on his name, stops them at their tracks as they push towards mid this time around. But it's not going to be looking good as DB Dov answers back. Same with Evie. Not a good start. Not a good start at all for Peacemakers.
Yep. On thin ice, as I would like to say it myself. Vic does actually land the shot through. Vandal in check. EB and DB Dov just make sure that this all just ties up a little bit quickly into the 2-0 scoreline. Quick, easy mid-round push again for the side of Fraggers. Well, it was DB Dov who was the early active player. And he was on the Sentinel role too, so he had 2 jobs. He had to hold that kitchen position. He leaves the turret to do just that. And with the active play over at under that tube area, I don't know if they expected it. They also got the cross angle since, the Choleric was also holed up back on that under tube position. So maybe they weren't expecting that at all. Back onto the buy round we go.
Ooh.
So you got the push up for EB. This will be something expected. Choleric! 3 kills in the round.
No!
The Killjoy is on fire. And he does so with style at 2 versus 1. And this was the buy round anyway, so they needed to do something like this.
That was an insane play too. DB Dov. I think he's going to run towards and get a Vandal if he can. But he might be surprised by the players coming from Peacemakers that's making their way there. Or does DVD of Dov have a really good read upon it? It seems like it does. As they are going towards the B side, the setups are towards A, so things can collapse towards the side depending on how they're able to plant that spike, or if they even can. The moment you plant the spike, your hands are too busy and preoccupied, so Davidov could get a freebie here. That's just a matter of time. T going for the plant,
Spike planted.
immediately able to run out, and they're playing it safe, Ramon. Probably playing for the lineups if they have.
He doesn't know that DB Dov's this close. They don't know about his position. He's not aware, so he gets one, then possibly be a difference maker. But T, best shot through, best gun in the business. It is another round for the side of, well, the attacking side of this team as a whole. Peacemakers, off the back of this triple kill from the Killjoy, just profiting off of that. Choleric, the savior of the squad, 2 off of his ultimate now. So if they're able to get themselves, well, 1 ult orb and then the plant coming down, and if they decide that he wants to be the 4th position player, then he can do it.
Be adjusting here and there. Looks like they're just gonna give up mid. They're not gonna really heavily defend it, other than staying underneath. Choleric plays more safety. He kind of knows where they're gonna be coming from. Go for the peek, but not gonna work out on Vic's side. He's gonna get hunted down by 2 players. Could not get a single frag on towards that one. So an opener will be there for the Peacemakers if they can spot where Casper is coming from. But from above, Jack Reacher finding that kill. Aim Hunter continue to prove on why he is the guy to watch, but he falls down towards Jack Reacher. Davidov answer is back. Gets stacked down to 45 HP, but he understands where T is coming from. The lurker. Man, this guy has 6th sense.
This guy is smelling everybody in the server. He just knew where he was coming from, and he got the perfect crosshair placement too. Now he has to wait for the Viper to huddle up in this 2 versus 2 now. Regroup, restand. He already made his presence known. He keeps the spray on, commits to the fight. 1v1. Choleric versus the Viper. And EB has the right cross, the right read, knows where he's coming from. Runs onto the short position, but he clutches. And Choleric steals another one away.
This is looking way better than how map number 1 went. So maybe this is the map that Peacemakers voted for, because we're not really sure who picked the map, right? So maybe this is their map, the map for them to take. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3, so they're not out yet. You know what they say, let him cook. Let him cook. And let's see if Peacemakers can continue cooking, or will Fraggers be able to figure them out and counteract how they're doing. They're playing rather aggressively as a full-on push towards Aramon. They're done playing. They're going for the push. They're going for the kill. They're going for the hammer, because they know they're on eco as they're pushing their luck. But Vic is able to run away. The push is collapsing. He left and right, front and center. He gets a lucky shot, gets a kill. But nonetheless, yes, you get that one done. But the spike will be planted though. But can they capitalize from this? From the opener that they have? Doesn't seem so.
Anything about that? Jack Reacher was the front man, but the guy behind him was the guy who died right here, right? EB and DV.
What? What?
1v1
What's
yet
happening?
again, and DV Dub has the access to the Vandal, so he could just try, see if he can win this out. Outlaw in hand. Jack Reacher rotating around the A site just to see if he can get the angle. 69 HP, and what a nice opportunity to do so. DV Dub walks into his crosshair. What a beautiful shot! And what an opportunity to come alive in this match against Fraggers. Peacemakers, for the first time in this best of 3, have the lead so far in the Icebox map.
Yes, they may have the lead, but it was a shaky one. It was definitely a shaky one. That was an eco where they could have lost. Went back to a 1v1. If only they had a Vandal instead of a Outlaw, it would have been rather risky. But lucky for them, though, that they were able to close things out. Still, could have been very risky, especially on Jack Reacher missing those shots, or was it T missing those shots? But this time, look at the flank, Ramon. Look at the flank.
You should run.
Looks like they want to go for the push, and seems like they're ready for it. It's gonna be a pincer movement towards the A side. Yes, there's the lockdown and all, but the pincer, it's getting ready. It's getting set. No way!
Later. See? Ooh, no way. He sleeps on the angle. Gives an opportunity to Vic, and he doesn't know that there's 1, 2, 3 players pushing on down. Jack Reacher and Choleric aware of the situation. Almost like everyone had the sixth sense. Defender kills are locked down, forces them away from the A site, but that gives an opportunity for B. So that's where they're running towards. Secret and Jack Reacher, everybody from the attack just giving themselves an opportunity, but EB had the right read, a head start on the rotate, has an opportunity as he gets sensation off the back, also loses the gunfight against Jack Reacher. 1v2, EB Dav is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, there's an op, right? So he's gonna get spotted out if he goes for the peek. No, he dies! Choleric! Oh, but the op, he wanted to take an opportunity. He sees where he's coming from above! No, the pixel! He saw it! He's still doing it! He's not afraid! Oh my lord! Jack Reacher! Do it once, shame on you. Do it twice, shame on me. Davidov took advantage. Did he not realize what was happening?
Does he not realize where he's shooting from?
I'm flabbergasted, Ramon. I honestly am. That could have been an opportunity for them to continue on the win streak that they were having. But he did it twice.
Now that is a feels bad moment. Yeah, I feel like he never realized where the shots were coming from. He never realized that his shoulder was peeking out, but he was jumping on the rope yet again.
Get out of my way.
Nevertheless, it is something that they will sleep on, and they do have to fight off against the Viper's Pit now. So Eevee, early ultimate over to the A-short extremity, leaving the default position, head on. Everybody just separated. 1v1 set of Vic gets the gunfight yet again, and it's from the Blade Storm that he has activated over at that P green extremity. Aim Hunter. He's low, but it's okay because he has somebody behind him. Choleric taking care of them until Blade Storm activated. Double kill for Vic. 2 versus 4, and EB just destroys him in towards the Viper smoke.
1 enemy remaining.
It looks like it's an easy take for them, though. Let's not forget, though, it's an eco. They didn't really go for the buy, as they did lose that buy round last time. You know, Sensation. Does he know where the Viper is? It's so hard to play against the Viper Spit. He's frantically looking, but EB, you know, home court, home ground, not a single sweat on his face. Easy pickings. Although this is going to be the buy round again, it's been give and take in terms on who wins the round, which will show what matters the most. It's something that Peacemaker need to win. If they can win is the main question too. If they continue playing the way they are, it's not going to look good.
Well, they can bounce back off of this. Well, this is already shaping up to be a very interesting game, to say the least. It's something entertaining, and I was looking forward to that anyways. You got, again, the updraft, the dash in, back on top of the tube. And EB, again, double pushing, double facing, Vic and Secret trading each other off. Secret with 2. And this is something that they wanted to win over that B green extremity. Look at the mid take. Oh, they already got themselves the Secret position. Default in check. Hunter's Fury set up from the defensive Sova, and this in turn gives a lot of cover for the defense, a lot of time to get themselves the spike. Aim Hunter is doing a lot of work yet again. 2 kills in fact for the Sage, leaving it all into the Killjoy. Choleric makes some work, a 1v1 up above, and 1 shot was enough for Casper. The friendly ghost says hello and goodbye to Choleric and his chances.
I don't think he's that friendly, man. He got that kill. Had, you know, locked on for the hunt. As Casper, man oh man, this entire team as it is, they've been doing so well, showing them what can they be. And I don't like the fact that they've put in Choleric in a certain situation he doesn't want to be in. They're always able to find those spots, find those cracks in the attacks or the plays coming from Peacemaker, these cracks are deadly and you cannot show your back towards them. And because of it, they're back on the eco round. Not good at all. Is Vic gonna be able to spot one? Easy pickings for him. Understand where the other player is gonna be. If you go for the peak, you're gonna probably fall down. Misses the shot on towards Sensation. But it doesn't matter at all. He finds Jack Reacher. Quick and easy work. Yes, he tagged me down. He's not afraid though. It's not a vandal. So it makes it easier for his life. Aim Hunter slides in. Not afraid to take a stand. Even pre-fire towards the side. As everyone gets picked one by one.
Making sure that their buy is in check and, you know, just displaying again their dominance all across the Icebox map, and a very promising result in their first half since, again, this is their buy round. Very convincing fashion, especially pushing onto the A main extremity, not giving them any space to breathe. I consider A site two big sites as a whole, because you have to fight for A main extremities before you can get onto the A set itself. So the fact that they're not giving themselves that first half on that A main extremity is already a proactive position that's being strongly held on by fraggers in their defensive side.
You know, when I see how Peacemaker play, they don't necessarily even go towards the tube drive. They don't really do that as much as they're going to be pushing, getting kills, and they're going to be using their Viper Spit. So this is big for them. Really, really big. As he has a trap from behind, which will give an answer towards T, able to get that kill immediately thanks to the trap. So they have an understanding where they're going to be coming from as Jack Reacher finds Vic as Aim Hunter is left alone. Maybe they have the answer. You know, maybe they know what they needed to do, and it's just to bomb rush towards A side. But I would also like to see something different where they go towards Tube, because what I've noticed on the way, I guess, Fragger's been playing, right? You just put the turret on towards mid, and then have their Killjoy play underneath Tube, and that's what they've been doing with DB Dog. Other than that, maybe they can capitalize towards it, which we don't necessarily see. It's been rather one direction on how they're pushing, and maybe a different side of variety would be really good for them.
Well, variety you wish. Variety is what you'll get right here. Because now, they got themselves the default positions. Only playing for the picks head on, name Hunter.
No way,
his
Hunter.
hand a little bit too deep to the cookie jar. Almost. It's the receiving end of an operator shot. Good thing for him, he dodges away from it. Or maybe the operator actually whips the gunfight anyway. So 5 versus 5. Still got a wall to take care of. Puts a hole in it, so they have to consider that in check. They don't really want it pushed too far, because they know that they like to play the passive or the active positions. Forward over at that A main extremity. You also have the threat of somebody playing around green, and they don't check the corners, then that could possibly be a threat as well. So they're taking their time biting on what could be a mistake. If they position themselves a little too closely, they want to do that, but they're just letting them take the space for themselves. But they're not considering it, but by the time that they do so, they always get themselves a losing gunfight. Aim Hunter gets 2 off the back of a very free gunfight over towards A main. Casper and Choleric keep fighting for this control, and every single time they win out in the end. It is another gunfight, 1 out over to the A main extremity.
Last round
As
before the
Fraggers
switch.
kept themselves in the lead so far in this first half, 7-4. One more for the first half.
Yeah, the slow play was not the answer. It's really not the answer. Their impactfulness, playing it on B, maybe they could do Poison Cloud towards Tube. Like, these type of things is what they need to experiment on, rather than just doing slow plays, waiting for the time. And when the time starts ticking down lower and lower, you're kind of pressured to make a play. And when you go towards the side, at least a recon towards the backside, or at least have your utilities currently being used, but none was available for them. And the push, T finally go towards Vic, spots somewhere now, but they do have to revive the resurrection. It's there with a wall to protect him, and they're able to answer back. Ramon, they're taking those kills.
That's right, because they're locked down in place too, so the lockdown gives them the space head on without risking another body, another person to push on through. Casper, good shot. Expecting the pipe push out for TDV. Dow passively will take another. And over to the 2 versus 3. This was a full flawless push until it wasn't. Jack Reacher makes the most out of it. Blaze-Storm online. Over to the next position. A nice scan from the sofa.
Wow.
Jack Reacher puts the final nail in the coffin towards EB. 7-5. They made it interesting. First half done, and Peacemakers get the last laugh out of that.
Yeah, that was a messy win there, but it's a win nonetheless, right? So you just gotta take those. I think the number one thing that I've noticed here coming from Peacemakers is that you don't necessarily go for the double peaks. It's always gonna be a single guy going for that peak 1v1 peaks, and it's something that I would like to see improve on. Having 2 players peak, do those 1, 2, 3 peaks, or have those trade-offs so that you wouldn't really be put in a disadvantage in terms of numbers, right? So that's the most ideal side of things. But this time as defenders, let's see how well they're gonna do. I mean, you do have a lot of ways to defend, right?
Yeah. Again, as I've said before we started this game, both of their compositions are playing for the second half. The early wall up from the Sage is gonna benefit players on Fraggers a lot, but that is if Vic wins the gunfight over at mid, who does decide that this fight wasn't worth it in the long run. So he pushes away from that 2 position. T gives up that A short extremity, but a lot of trust in the Jet and the Sova. Reclaim Havoc if they ever try to get themselves a main control, but that also prompts everybody from Fraggers to go back to that position, reclaim a main just to fight off that A side push.
And it's the A-side push that's gonna be rather risky depending on how things are gonna transpire, as Vic is able to get the kill towards Sensation. As Aim Hunter stops him at their tracks. You shall not pass. You shall not enter. They have no way of entering towards this, but Jack Reacher hides towards the high ground, being able to get that kill towards Vic. Puts the numbers down, bringing back the 4v4. But can they capitalize is the main question. Can they get the answer? As the clock is ticking, Ramon.
This isn't the safest plant spot for them. Even if you think this is open, it's not open for the Pipes position, nor it is on the nest side. Jack Reacher pushes, gets Aim Hunter out the smoke. They want to get this. They want it right now. DB
They're getting it.
2 kills for them. They're getting it. They're getting all the fights head on. Polaris.
No way!
Rope. The front
6
splash
HP.
hits it onto 3, but not enough. Because the time was not on his side. As the attacking Fraggers wins out the gunfight.
So close yet so far. That's all I can say, Ramon. So close yet so far. That beanie was sticking out like a sore thumb. They were able to get that shot. Brought him down to 5 HP, but Clark somehow got those double headshots. But at the end of the day, he just didn't have time. If only he had time, that would have been a clip. That would have been a play. But it wasn't. They played it tremendously. They made sure that they didn't waste their time, that they had to make that push if they can. Vic pushes on with a greedy buy with a Vandal immediately on the second round of the second half. What can you do up against it? Nothing much, honestly.
Nothing much he could do right here. Back on the B side, DV Dav. It's another over towards that A lobby push. I mean, they were trying to go for the double flank setup, but want an opportunity to do so. Wall up, EB plants it, gets the spray. Aim Hunter does eventually secure the default plant. 3 versus 5, and yet again the Fraggers always put the pedal to the metal, and the metal is just bashing Secret through the skull. 2 versus 5 now. Sensation on top.
Okay.
Will he get denied? No. 1 to Vic, and probably the only one they'll get. Casper, it's a Guardian. Jack Reacher, 2 kills. Maybe some damage, possibly some work, but EB will shut it down. 9-5. Fraggers yet alone. Another buy round, but it is a bit too costly.
Quite costly, actually. Lost a lot of Guardians. They do get the Vandal back, right? So at least there's something out of it. But that was quite big. I was not expecting them to lose that much, to be honest. Jack Reacher with the Sheriff really proved to show why he's good at it. I mean, that's kind of like the things that you see in aim labs. So kudos to him, at least bringing his team back in terms of the economic value. Now it's a matter of how well they can capitalize from it. Jack Reacher goes for the aggressive play, survives with a dodge of his own, but Vic answers back. Jack Reacher versus Vic.
Down B.
As Jack Reacher will be the winner of that one down. BB Dove and Casper, the players that you want to see left alive on this team, they have been a continuous thorn at the back of Peacemakers. Can they continue showing why they are the Clutch Kings?
They can be clutch, sure. Take the rain up. Keep the nickname, maybe, but they have a 1-3-1 setup anyways, or actually a 1-2-1 on across the maps. You got trap set up. You already know the info. Already know that at least somebody is already rotating on down. It is DB Dove, and he does spot out the Viper. Doesn't commit to the fight yet. Leaving Casper on his lonesome, wins the fight over to T, and that opens up the site itself. DB Dove doesn't need to commit to the fight.
way!
He does so with conviction. What a spray down towards Secret. And Jack Reacher. Oh, the tables have been turned on him so quickly. In the 2v1, Casper waiting for the perfect time to strike.
You know where he is, too.
Waiting for DB Dove's contact. He does not need Sova at all. Double digits.
Casper puts a shock dart towards his body there. Thought I was gonna get a team kill right there. So close. And we are in a situation where another pause will be curling on towards the side of Peacemakers. Secret missing that shot. Let's talk about that. That was with DB Dove going to equip his Vandal. There was that was like a few milliseconds where he could have capitalized on that, but he whiffed that shot. That could have been the beginning of the end for them. That could have been the start that they needed to get at least the rounds 9-6. But instead, they lose that opportunity to the point that they are being pushed to the brim. And yet, the brim that they are being pushed on, that cliff that they're being pushed on, is their tournament lives. You lose this, you're gone.
Yeah. No lower brackets. None at all. You don't have a second chance at life. Single elimination bracket up into play, ladies and gentlemen. So if Peacemakers keep giving these rounds away, then it's all gone forever. And if you remember how we started this round, Jack Reacher was holding a candle against Vic over to the B green extremity. 2 kills over towards that side of the map too. That was a big waste if they weren't able to hold the extremities up in point. And unless they're able to bounce back off of that, then I don't see a world where Peacemakers are going to make peace with this decision. So back onto the extremity, back on green. They do deny, again, that drone set up by the Sova. So fraggers are working, cutting it dry.
And I think they've heard information on where Chamber is currently. I think he was using Aim Hunter, so they kind of used a lot of bullets there. Unnecessarily, you kind of want to get a kill instead. And the jump peak, Cleric, we've seen him play rather well. But can he make it work there? He spot him out. There's no way on earth he's going to survive there. Like you said, he's trapped. Jack Reacher from above, though, able to soar high like a butterfly. Getting 1 kill for his team with the kitchen knives. But what more can you do? What more is the question here? Will he be able to be the hero that they need for this team? That is the main question. But Aim Hunter, searching buddies, smells blood in the water. A Secret, gotta get behind the kills. Aim Hunter with a 4K. Could be an ace, but Eevee shuts it off. Luster is the word that I'm looking for. As Peacemaker, oh, they are in deadly waters.
Yep. On thin ice. On the max ice, as we would say. Fraggers showing top form in our incoming best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all on the back of Aim Hunter and DB Dove's positioning. Well done. The performance has been in tippy-top form. Vic with a very solid debut on the roster Fraggers for the first time in his career here at the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Something you'd expect from the veterans on the scene too. So, you know, Peacemakers had the bad side of the coin, but against Vic and over to the B green extremity. Faced up against so many utility from the Killjoy that they're forced to spray on. And in fact, it catches one of the mollies. So that's something that they don't need to think about anymore. Alarm bot triggered, and that's when Polaric sinks his teeth in. EB and Casper does respond in kind, but Aim Hunter has the resurrection, so the damage already done, and nothing that they can do.
Revealing area.
But Secret able to get one, so numbers are dwindling. This is actually very important for them because this could very well be determined lives here, Ramon. One mistake is all it takes, and you're in match point. Aim Hunter, Mr. Sensational, but Jack Reacher answers back, reaching for the victory if he can. Viper's Spit currently being used. Oh, this is looking rough. But how rough can it be? Casper does have the ultimate if he needs to use it. EB from the high ground, waiting, has the traps set. They have to find a shot, and they do. Jack Reacher finds it. 1v1! Casper, can he do it? Will he be the nail to the coffin? And yes, he will. 12-5, Peacemaker. This was the opportunity that they needed to come back to set forth for the rounds, and they are at the bitter end of things here, Amon. 12-5.
The fadeaway shot. As he dies, he puts out the molly in his final breath. And that's when T just dies off after he takes the shot through. Man, oh man. The Viper Spit just edging off on the tail end of it, man. Just to affect whoever is trying to tap onto the spike. T was controlled or limited by his options because he was using the operator by the time that the Viper Split was coming up online. So this is now where they have to feel the utmost pressure. Jack Reacher pushes, but Vic, a beautiful Blade Storm up online. EB gets two, but it is all but done and dusted. Secret in the 1v4. And they're jumping up and down just to bait off the shot. Hunter's Fury, they know where he is. It's not a secret anymore. Everybody knows about Fraggers. And at this point, they have dominated 2-0 in the best of 3.
They are a formidable team. Time and time again, they have been consistent in terms of being at least in the top 4 of Dubai Esports tournaments. And yet again, first in mind, 13-2, go to Icebox 13-5. Everybody, it was a team effort. It was a team game. Everybody showed why they are here. They are a strong unit. And behold, you know, the next team that's going to be playing up against Fraggers is going to be Team Forsaken. That's going to be the semifinals. And this is a team that they have played a lot of times before, too.
Yeah. So, a lot of history between two of these squads. So, you would say that this is going to be shaping up to be one heck of a semifinals matchup. What I've been very, very interested about was if Peacemakers are going to make it. Because that Icebox game was a lot closer compared to the bind map. But it was a momentum game off of that. And for Fragger as well, they already ran with it anyway. So a great job for everybody on the squad. And you could also say that this was something that you've expected, but Peacemakers had a good run for it. So hopefully we see them in the next Dubai Police Esports tournament. But for now, we're going to be throwing off into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be swapping on over to the other side of the bracket. My name is Ramon. With me is Caster JT. We'll be right back after a few short messages from our sponsors.
Race the line, you can take your
always be the one that's right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
I tried to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive. Scammers these days have a no new trend. It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all. So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Dubai Police Ramadan Valorant Tournament. I'm Tucker Haynes, joined by Vincent, and we have more Valorant coming up in just a couple of moments. We are in the quarterfinals with this next match coming up being UFC versus OU. Vincent, we have seen a lot of great Valorant so far, and I got a feeling it's only going to continue.
Yeah, I mean we're closing things out for today, and honestly, it's been an up and down, a little bit of a roller coaster throughout the day, but I think we're settling in here. You know, you get to the quarterfinals, and hopefully things start to become a bit more set in stone, and that's what we're here to decide.
Absolutely. We're nearing the end of day one, but we do still have more coverage coming up tomorrow. So just because we're ending after this match does not mean we are done for good, because tomorrow we got the semis as well as the grand finals, which is going to be oh so good. And we still have several teams left in the runnings for that ever prestigious grand finals. But which team is it going to be? There's still so much talent going through. Of course, 10 of the hardest hitting players in the tournament about to get it on in a best of 3 in just a couple of moments. And Vincent, I don't think I could be any more excited.
Yeah, I mean, we had previously the matchup on screen prior to this one that was pretty exciting. And we also saw, I mean, with Fragers going through, but we also saw Oyun, a team that we are going to be seeing here in just a few moments, play up against Purge. That was earlier on, and Purge had to even fight their way through the first round of games that happened prior to that just to get to that point. And I mean, we have cut the field though, Tucker. It's getting a little bit light in here because with Fragers through, that means we say goodbye to Peacemakers, and in addition to that, we're going to say goodbye to another team here at the end of this series. Oyun and UFC. Oyun, actually a name. I don't think there's any of the same players, but a name that I recognize from the first version of this team back last year in December. So excited to see another peek at, I think, like I said, an entirely different version of this Oyun squad, but one that I recognize.
Might be a bit of a different roster, but you know the name reigns true. So far it has. It made its way through the first round. The second round, though, might be a bit better of a match, a little bit harder of a match for them as well, considering that UFC, incredible team, they really put on a show in the first round. This is not going to be an easy matchup for either of them at all. As we see the stats up on the screen, and I mean, I gotta say, Oyun, they've got a little bit more experience, but that 100 definitely tells us something.
Yeah, listen, it also means that there wasn't as many opportunities to take wins, even if there are fewer there. That being said, over 10 games, I mean, I don't think 70% is all that bad. Listen, it might be a C if you're in school or something, but I'd call that pretty darn good considering the amount of maps put together. And I think that, you know, just based on us having little knowledge about this UFC team, I tried to look and see if I could find anything. Couldn't find anything. So based on that, I mean, you kind of have to come in as the favorites, but I'll be honest with you, Tucker, that's entirely up to what we see in the opening few rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Just because UFC has that 100% win rate, you can't get too nervous about it because they have not played as many maps. It's only 2. Anybody can win 2 maps in a row, but to win 7 out of 10, that shows heart. That shows character. That shows that you are a really good Valorant team. And Oyun looks to keep that reputation going and push themselves onto the semifinals.
That they do. I don't know if we actually can pull it up, but we are almost ready to jump in. We just saw the agent selector. We haven't talked about the match. So I'm going to quickly jump in here and mention we saw Oyun earlier today on Ascent, and that's where we're starting out in this series with Oyun picking that one out. Then UFC elect to bring us over to Lotus, and our decider, should it be necessary, it's going to be Icebox. All of that up in front of us. But the Ascent to begin with, it bodes well for Oyun considering they were already successful here today. That was up against Purge in the first round, as we saw in the bracket.
For sure, for sure. I feel like this is going to help out Oyun quite a bit, but of course, UFC, they have that they are undefeated. They might be wise beyond their experience, as I believe we have a bit of a tech pause to start things off, so we're not quite good on it just yet, but hopefully we can get this cleared up ASAP. We want to get into the Valorant as quick as possible, as quick as we can.
Yeah, that's right. I do quite enjoy. I know this is, I don't know if this is a hot take, but just a I know I'm wrong take. I do enjoy Ascent. I know it's sort of played out and such, but I do enjoy myself some Ascent, and especially some Ascent where you get something outside of the traditional meta, right? I think people have been experimenting a little bit, even though obviously the norm is the norm for a reason. But I love to see a Gecko, right? I think that's a lot of fun. I think a lot of people have been experimenting with Gecko and enjoying the kit, especially with those Sky nerfs.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's a fun map. It's overplayed as all else, but it can be fun. If you throw a wrench into the composition like Resurrected on that Gecko, it can absolutely be fun. UFC, though, they're playing it right down the traditional route. Maybe instead of a Cypher, switching out for the KJ, but still, we've seen Cypher be successful on Ascent before. We can absolutely see him be successful again. UFC, though, Gecko is a pick that I don't inherently hate, but I don't necessarily like it. That's only because I haven't seen it too much. It's not because I've seen bad things, not because I've seen good things. It's just because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's something that I think is a little bit more reasonable on a map like Icebox, on a map like Lotus. That's where I've seen the experimentation that I was talking about. But on a map like Ascent, it's not been so common. And the other thing is the Breach. As much as I'm a big Breach fan in general, not having a KO is sort of wild in the in the meta. But I think that kind of goes back to a general point that I typically go to, and that is it. Meta's great, but you don't have to be committed to that if you don't want to. You can just make a commitment to playing a composition you're comfortable with, and as long as you're comfortable and it works for you, it doesn't matter what everybody else thinks.
Absolutely. As the meta continuously changes, this is true for all games, all style of games, FPS, sports games, MOBAs. Metas change, but maps typically don't. Unless we get like a crazy rework. We saw one with Icebox a little bit ago. I believe we got Breeze reworked quite a bit, but the essence of the map is still the same. But as the new agents come out, metas change, so it's absolutely encouraged that you want to deviate from the meta time and time again. You don't want to go crazy with it. You don't want to switch out all 5 agents at once. But trying these wrench thrower picks, such as Gecko, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Give it a try, and I think that is typically something that has happened in Valorant a couple of times already. Right. You see some adjustments being made late into the life cycle of a map, just because, like you say, new agents come out and adjustments are required. Let's jump into the action. Little tech pause early, but we got done with that pretty quick. And UFC will poke and prod over towards the B site initially, just putting a bit of presence that way, but ultimately not much of a commitment.
All the shots, but I don't think any damage done on either side. As we finally get our first engagement, Sigmunder sees somebody, but that frenzy is way too hard to control at long range. I love what UFC is attempting here. Taking up a lot of space over at mid and A after starting a bit of trouble at B. So this gives them pretty much freedom to do whatever they want to, because they can rotate over from A to B and vice versa really, really quickly. Sigmund should be able to catch someone out, but they gotta watch out for the Omen, but the Omen's not even needed. And that's huge because they get to stay hidden. Nobody knows that the Omen is there.
Move back over towards the B site. Time to roll. Mazkumi won't be quite able to be dispatched early. This is crazy smoke considering everybody just waiting and watching. Masku with one refrag, but still, numbers, well, they weren't looking so good. Masku trying desperately to get back in, but UFC will overwhelm and the pistol goes their way.
Let's say Lurk of Champions from Gandalf. It ended up working out as a flank, going up through market and then into the CT spawn. Pretty much a textbook round to start. Pistol round goes the way of UFC. Very one-sided as well. And Oyun have to fight this back. It was a great idea from Oyun at the start. The Sigmund flank was really, really well executed. Unfortunately, UFC was just expectant.
Yeah, they kind of had a good read on the situation as well. That dark cover, it was very suspicious. We'll just say that. Everybody kind of ready for the play through there. A bit of a game of chicken, considering I think both Oyun and UFC were trying to see who would be making those moves first. But regardless, I think we have another tech pause here as I think we've dropped a player. Solly is the one, I think, gone by the look of things, but we're not. Maybe back?
I think so. No.
Just a bait. Yeah.
No.
I still see the little disconnected icon next to this ping, so.
Yeah, Vincent, I regret to inform you, we just got debated.
We did indeed. Feels bad.
We did. Feels bad, man, but hey, that's okay. Tech pauses have been kind of cruel for the first couple of rounds, considering we have 2, and we've only played 1 round so far, but that's all right. Just test the patience and test the resilience of these players, why don't you? Because, patience is a virtue. And patience can be the difference between life or death, winning or losing. because you cannot get tilted at tech pauses because worse tech pauses are going to happen. So this is a big test.
Yeah, I think just keeping the cooler heads, letting them prevail. That definitely is something to keep in mind. Honestly, I mean, it's very true for the game of Valorant, but apply that to just about anything that you put your mind to. You know, any sort of team environment. Having some patience and being able to reset yourself regardless of the situation. Definitely a good sight to behold. Looks like Sully at least is back. I Solid? I'm just bad at reading.
I saw Solid rejoin. I think they're just collecting their bearings, and then we should be able to get on into it. Thankfully, everybody was able to get back in the lobby in a pretty quick time. So hopefully we can get this restarted, and OU can either fight back or UFC can take their way, make that momentum from the pistol round, and turn it into a double.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, now okay. Now it's getting bad.
They've just been snapped. That's tough.
Thanos snapped into the lobby.
Where are you? They're all gone. I think we're gonna be in for a little bit of a wait, a couple more minutes, more than likely, considering that. But yeah, kind of going back to what you were talking about. There's so many teams that I have seen allow themselves to get frustrated about situations, whether it be like a technical issue or, you know, finding themselves in a situation that isn't particularly ideal. All of those things I think can get into your head a bit, but if you allow yourself to be frustrated by them, then, you know, you get into a position where you're more often going to be losing to that own mental, you know?
Yeah, you gotta keep the mind locked in. You can't let anything get under your skin because, face it, this is esports. This is video games at its simplest. It's gonna happen. Technical issues have been a thing of esports for 20 years, 15 years. It's gonna be a thing in esports for 10 years in the future, 20 years, 25. It's only gonna get bigger. But one thing that's not gonna change: technical issues. They exist and they suck.
Yeah, got to keep it real there for sure. But you know what? I do think that overall we've seen some struggles here and there throughout this tournament. Just having a couple of tech hiccups for players. I think that everybody's done a really good job of making the best of it and staying in the game, right? Not to mention the fact that as I was watching games earlier, I think that Oyun especially was doing a good job of that. So, hey, I think that they're already in a good position regardless.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you go through this a lot, you're going to be more prepared for it, and that's only going to help your case. I don't believe we've seen too much from UFC, whether how they deal with the technical difficulties, but like you said, Oyun has had their fair share of technical difficulties throughout the tournament, throughout the first round, and throughout a couple of other stuff. So they are used to this. They know exactly what they need to expect, and they know exactly what they need to do to get past this. But the question lies in UFC. The ball is in their court. Is it going to affect them a little deeper, or are they just going to let this roll off? For their sake, better hope that it rolls right off, because it's very difficult to win any round versus Oyun. They took the pistol round very one-sidedly, and they got to keep themselves on a level-headed standpoint, because take what you can get from Oyun and keep on pushing.
Yeah, UFC, I mean, we didn't get to see it on stream, but their game earlier today, or rather, I think that was yesterday that happened, up against Shaheen Esports, was very dominant. It was a 13-2 win. I'm not even sure what map that was on. Let's see if I can find out. We'll take a peek. I don't know if it's reported. No, it isn't reported what map it is, but yeah, it was incredibly dominant. So I think that this UFC team, we like we were saying kind of in the pre-show before we got into the action, that we just don't know what to expect quite from them. They could come out and absolutely just wipe the floor with Oyun, and we wouldn't have a clue. I think this is that chance to prove that a pistol round victory. It's early, but one way to start that off on the right foot. You know, one step forward, as they say. And I want to go back to what I was saying about the UFC composition. Love that they're coming in with something a little bit different. It really spices things up, especially on a map like Ascent, where we were discussing that it's been played out one time or two, or 100,000 times or something along those lines.
Yeah, but bump those numbers up. That's rookie numbers, because Ascent has been played a lot, and it's hard to deviate from the meta whenever it has been such a big part in Valorant, because everybody knows the meta on Ascent. Whether it's a high school team, whether it's like a college team, whether it is the best in the world when it comes to the VCT top level tier 1 teams, everybody knows the meta. Everybody knows exactly what they need to do. So the team that can pioneer their way into a brand new meta can sometimes end up starting something huge, because who knows? Maybe we see Gecko used at the top level in 3 months because UFC decided to bring out the Gecko and they decided to use it in a way that we've never seen him use before. You just never know, because metas originate at the snap of a fingers, like a flip of a light switch. It's so difficult to find a new meta, but when you do, you get a lot of credit for it.
Indeed, I think we are almost ready to get back into the game. I'm seeing that we were about to start back up, and then maybe somebody else dropped. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but either way, we're gonna hang out for just a little bit longer. I will say, listen, Tucker, I was watching the stream over the course of today, and just kind of hanging out, snacking a little bit, and I was really impressed with. I think with what Oyun did on the stream specifically earlier on. I think that kind of maybe biases me a little bit, but I had a lot of fun there, and I can't wait to see if they can continue to put together that sort of like domination that we saw then today, or earlier today rather, here this evening.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely easy to want to root for the underdogs, but also at the same time, whenever you see a team like Oyun play at a level that you don't get to see that often, you always kind of want to see them push it out and finish. But honestly, it's going to come down to which team can traverse this map better. I think Ascent is going to be that big fighting ground. It's going to be the stomping ground of this map, because of course we have Lotus and Icebox as the second map and the decider if we need to see it. But once again, like, the decider is only the decider if one of these teams is able to take one map each, and Lotus is going to be that awkward spot. Ascent is tried and true. Both teams know it, and it's going to be where you really come to life or, unfortunately, fall out of that life. But we just got word that the tech issues are claiming to be a little bit worse than what we might have thought. So we're going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get this resolved as soon as possible, and then we're going to have more Valorant right after the break. Welcome back. Just like that, we should have everything resolved. We're going to get back into it as soon as possible. It's still Ascent. It's still the same two teams, OU versus UFC, and hopefully we can get a good match, and please, 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 no more technical difficulties.
Yeah, it looks like they've just gotten loaded in, so shouldn't be too bad. I don't know how they're going to address the the one round. I don't know what's going to happen, so they might just replay it. Who knows? Here's a quick reminder, though. If you weren't here before and you just jumped in, this is not fully correct. We're trolling
2 out
a
of
little
3
bit.
ain't bad, though.
Yeah, we got most of the way there. But it will be a Lotus and an Ascent and an Icebox. Not a breeze.
Yeah. Ascent, Lotus, Icebox in that order. And I like what these teams did with the Icebox as the decider. They are not scared to now. It's still one of the newer maps, so it can be a little scary. But I love the confidence in picking it and not letting it slip down to the decider because, of course, Icebox has been in the game for a long time. It started to get up there with the Havens and the Binds. Everybody's starting to figure out how to play Icebox. Lotus is not quite there yet, so we get to see it, and we get to see it guaranteed as well.
Yeah, listen, Icebox had a little break. Was it a year? I don't know. It was.
I want to say it was about a year ago.
Yeah, about a year hiatus, where they brought it back in. So I do think that unfortunately Icebox kind of plays out pretty similarly. Mid's a little bit more interesting than it was previously with the window inside of Tube, but it does play out very similarly regardless. Kind of I'm starting to see the same little intricacies get figured out on that map, but I think Lotus is also one that has just kind of taken Haven's place. I mean, it's sort of the obvious comparison, isn't it, with 3 sites, but very much has become the go-to, sort of a middle ground, right? If you aren't interested in playing a bind or a split, which I know a lot of teams don't particularly care for split. In fact, UFC first banned it in this rotation, but we are still hanging out in a tech pause by the look of things. So I'm not sure what we're waiting on, but what I do know is that we've got the right score line at the very least.
This is progress. Score line is correct. UFC, of course, take that pistol round. And if the positioning throughout the rifle rounds and maybe the antis as well is anything like what it was in the pistol round, then we have every reason to be scared of this UFC team. Their positioning was impeccable the entire time, whether it was right off the start, during the switch off of B into A and then back to B, as well as post-plant. That's going to be a very scary sight to see.
Yeah, indeed it will. And, there's a lot to potentially discuss. I feel like we might be reaching a little bit to go too much deeper, but I personally am very interested to see, considering double initiator is normal, but double initiator with a breach isn't so normal. I really want to see how this breach is utilized because I think it's really good, both defensively and over at. I mean, you can use it at the B site, but I think it's better over at the A site. I'm really interested to see kind of if there are going to be like more standard, not even standard, more execute heavy plans here for UFC because of that. Just because you can, I think, really more easily clear out specific areas. The knife from the KO gives you a ton of information, but it doesn't really deny. It doesn't deny the same area, right? Because you can still maneuver and shoot. You just don't have the utility. Whereas the fault line, you just aren't able to play pretty much.
No, you got like 5 seconds where you are completely disabled. You have to stay right there. You can fire off maybe a shot or two. So if you get a lucky headshot, then maybe you can try to stay competitive in that round. But no, if that fault line hits you and you are in an awkward spot, you might as well say goodnight.
Indeed. I've just seen a player ask what's going on. We're not the only ones, Tucker.
We are not.
This
is good to know.
Also don't know what quite is happening. I haven't heard anything from the production side of things. So regardless, thank you everybody for hanging out. It's been a good time thus far. I know it's been a bit back and forth when it comes to these pauses, but we wouldn't be able to be here if it were not for our awesome sponsors, Esaad, XFX, Zowie, Club and Retroforless. So big shout out and thank you to them.
Yeah, shout outs to the sponsors. I mean, they've helped put on an amazing event so far. This is a bit of a bump in the road, but we are going to get past it. It's going to be hopefully smooth sailing here on out. But either way, it's still been a super fun event so far. I mean, everything put on at 404 has been super duper fun, and the sponsors have been there from there on out here as well. It would not be possible without the sponsors. And Vincent, we have not got to talk about the predictions just yet. We said, like, okay, this match may favor this side. This match may favor UFC, may favor Oyun. But predictions, we have to get to it sooner or later. Oyun,
do we have to?
I think we kind of do. Since we have time anyway, I think we got to call the prediction. I'm going to come out and say it. I think we see a map 3. It's going to be close, but I think Oyun's going to keep their streak alive.
Yeah? I
think so.
You may say that we have to do this. I disagree. I'm chilling.
Okay.
I'm perfectly okay saying I don't know, and that's okay. Like,
all right.
All good.
And I respect that. I gotta give props. I've got to give props. I'm a prediction guy though, so that's my prediction. If I'm wrong, I will gladly eat my words. I'll get a piece of paper and blend it up. But that's my prediction, and I'm gonna stick to it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Regardless, though, I think that there's a good chance for either squad to take this away, just based on what we saw stat-wise. Though, you know what? It's always up in the air. Everybody is still in spawn. I'm a little little concerned about that. I mean, there's a lot of freeze time too. Not that it matters, but I think what was happening is there was some like money issue, not enough cash credits for one player when we recovered the rounds. That's kind of what I'm gathering from the bits and pieces that I can see. Regardless, though, I'm seeing that we've got an unpause. We do have an unpause. Let's go.
Let's get back into it. UFC and Oyun can now continue. The pistol round, of course, if you're just now tuning in, went to UFC, and Oyun looks to get back at that. The anti-eco going to be very difficult for them to win, of course, with how the economy plays out in Valorant. This should favor UFC, but this is definitely not a gimme.
At this point, there's nothing to be a gimme after, a little bit of time in between.
Sure not.
Actually has not made any purchases, interestingly enough.
Wow.
By winning the last round. I mean, I would like to have seen even like a ghost and, full armor.
But no, just the classic, not a single bit of armor. And I want to mention out over in B main, Sigmund with the Bucky, close range. This is about as close as an angle as you can play. You got to watch out, though. This has potential for a lot. Misses the shot, and Sigmund gets floored. There is still one more in the corner. That is not Flick. Can they land the shot? Looks like Mazku helps out, gets one. But Dispin is going to put themselves right back in the advantage. And now the dark cover comes out. An advantage to UFC, and they're going to commit to this.
Still got to deal with the players on the site, and well, that wasn't an issue until Mind jumps out with the Sheriff and gets 2 up the back of it. Nicely done damage-wise, but victory still goes UFC's way. With that being said, the amount of damage to the economy done in a round where there was almost no investments is nice to see for the Oyun squad. They'll get themselves weapons back out. It's a bit of a bonus. The attackers.
Definitely. The attackers, best gun they have is a Vandal on Dispen, but they only have light shield, so that may cause a couple of problems as they favor over on the A side. 5 hostiles detected on the defensive side. What a 0 point from Esaad. But I don't think they hear Diaspin going up. There goes the flash out and the push. But the info is already known, and this might be where it is. The fault line comes out. Shot from Sigmund from the Outlawed. think it lands on one, but not enough for the kill. As here comes the flash, and here comes the execute. It's a 1-for-1, but eventually the offense grabs the advantage.
Oh my goodness, just overwhelming with bodies and numbers. And getting on the site are UFC. Still not an unwinnable scenario. The Outlaw misses the mark. It's a trade. And off. What a great job from Maine. Caught and out in the open. Scoomy end up doing some damage with the shock dart. This Odin doing well enough, but it's given time for Gandalf to reposition and get back onto the site, play much more together, and the time expended has allowed the dark cover to come back into business. There's not enough for Mizkumi to do much of anything here. And so a save for the Odin means the first gun round does not work out for Oyun.
Oh, that's one that they think they needed to win also. The only rifle that UFC had was a singular Vandal. And guess what, Vincent? They only had light shields. So that is a tragedy for Oyun to lose. You know, it happens, but when we're getting to these end stages of the tournament, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and definitely the grand finals, every single mistake is not going to go unpunished. You will definitely feel every single mistake you made. It's going to feel so much worse.
Yeah, they allow for the space to work with and get that Bucky up close and personal, right? The Jet can get further forward, and I think that not having an option to deal with that certainly problematic. Another spicy 0 point. Don't know exactly how many that scanned, but there's 3 players there, and I think they were all in position. Speaking of the shotguns, Bucky delivers yet another frag.
Great flashpoint. Mizkumi, though, evens this up. As there goes the neural theft. It's going to spot out everybody on the attacking side. But the guns are still in favor as they look to play over towards A. And there's nobody contesting it. The closest thing they have is that KO. They do have to watch out for that flank. Esaad has a lot of potential. Wingman gets absolutely gunned down. May he rest in peace. As there goes the shot. Headshot from Resurrected. Will be another spike plant pretty easily. And this is a big disadvantage to have if you are Oyun.
Nice crossfire set at the moment. The biggest issue, though, is dealing with Mind. Resurrected doesn't have to make the connection, doesn't have to fight here. The blade's still active. Mind doesn't quite get past the mosh pit. This is just stalling time one after another. That's a bit of a dangerous one. Coming in from the Jet, but Stop has done just that, stopping Mind in his tracks. And another round that does, damage-wise, look okay for Oyun, but numbers-wise, doesn't work out.
Yeah, at this point, you got to look at the bright side, rather, not the blind side. But the bright side is, for Oyun, they took off a couple of guns. They did a bit of damage as well, so hey, you make them spend a little bit more money, and you got a bit more money going into this 5th round now. You can full buy. You can give yourself a bit of a competition going into it.
0 point for Esaad. It's been getting massive information, but unfortunately, Esaad, you swat 5 players might not be the best idea to just pop flash yourself in all on your lonesome. At least all of that info has been taken advantage of. And up, it's a little shaky, a little dicey, but does end up getting away with the shot. Operator up top, Sigmund put down 1. Fight being planted thanks to Wingman, and with Sigmund down, it's a bit of a problem for Mizkumi, who's back in this unfortunate 1vx position.
Mizkumi gonna save yet again. They have a bit of armor to keep as well. As maybe they're able to find an exit frag, but I don't think UFC is going to go hunt. And I want to point up what you said with the Gecko's Wingman. It sounds like, it feels like at points it can be kind of a gimmick with the
Sure.
utility, but it's definitely useful in situations like this. If it were like a 3 versus 2, it would be so useful. So sure, it might be a little gimmicky, but it has quite a bit more use than we might think, as we might make it out to be. As already, I was saying that Mizkumi might be able to find a couple of exit frags, and they absolutely did that. They found a couple of exit frags. That gives them the ult point.
a nice find, but I want to bring it back to the conversation. I mean, we were waffling there for quite a while about the expectations for this game. I think, we saw Oyun earlier, and so we were already thinking about them. But UFC, I mean, they've put together a really strong attack side, not without any mistakes, but it's been pretty much untouchable, especially once they get into a post plan. If they get on the site, you can be best sure that this UFC team are closing that round.
Sure, and bringing it back to the wingman, if you can put that wingman on plant duty, that helps you out getting there. So, it might have been a bit of an awkward pick. We might have been clowning on it a little bit, just a tiny bit, but it might be the pick that it wins them a couple more rounds than they might have if they chose more of a traditional agent. So I, so far, have been very much convinced by it. The start of this round, though, on the eco, has been looking very good for Oyun, starting to lock in as they have a 4 versus 3, and there's 50 seconds to go. The problem for them is, though, Esaad does not have much contesting it, aside from that KO.
Yeah, that KO is rotating in and is calling for some additional backup. This one, not going to give him the full information off of the 0 point, and at this juncture, Senor is in some trouble. Blade Storm into the Cloudburst. None of that seems to be the commitment. I'm a little bit concerned about why they're not trying to get a spike plant already. Solid getting into position, Mind up coming from the flank, and that was a matter of time, taking too much of it, actually, for UFC. They thought that they could buy some time and maybe get an opening pick to find Solid up top in heaven, but instead, they just allowed for the curtains to close around them.
Bit of sloppy play from UFC, but the good news for them is they do have a bit of a round buffer. And statistically, this is the favored side for Ascent for Oyun. Historically, Ascent has been incredibly defender-sided at the highest level. So for a UFC to get that many rounds that quickly is only going to help them out.
I mean, that's true. Granted, it is slightly defender-sided. I think it's only like 2% difference on average. But getting those in the back pocket. Oh, Sigmund could have had so much more than that, but it's Mizkumi who's going to connect. It's through the wall. This one, unfortunately, going to be the one to fall. 4 on 5, and that's 2 rounds in a row now that we've seen the opening pick go Oyun's way.
It has, and they lose the breach as well. That's going to be a pretty big loss, rather than if they lost somebody like the Sova or the Gecko, because the fault line has shown to be very much useful. And another one going down in Gandalf. Finally, they're able to get 1 kill back, but there's still a lot of work to do. You've lost your Cypher, but that 0 point, rather than null command, is going to be a huge problem for this plant, as it will eventually go down. But the push is going to be too much for UFC to handle, and another round goes the way of Oyun.
I mean, a valiant effort. At least getting a plant out of this is okay for UFC, but Oyun, what a turnaround. I mean, talk about a difference in form from these opening 4 or 5 rounds to now. They are taking a lot more aggressive fights. You saw Sigmund with the operator out towards B, trying to bait them in. Mezkumi is the one who actually got the opening pick, and that's thanks to that little bait and switch setup. Not only that, but they're pushing aggressively out towards a main at the same time and taking that space. There is a lot to like about the Oyun play in this last round. They took space beautifully, and it was pretty much uncontested by the UFC squad.
Here we see it again, Solid. This time forced back, not even going to try the peek. And what an aggressive push from UFC. They are just peeking this as quick as possible, as raw as possible as well. However, that fragment is going to slow them down quite a bit. And UFC, they say, no, we're not going to push through that. It is a death sentence. We're going to fall back. Maybe try our hand at it a little bit later, but at the moment, they are going to take the driver's seat and just move.
I like the decision to slow things down here. Mind actually going to go checking for some information. That's what that from the shadows is for. It's just to see if, instead of using a recon bolt, you can use the from the shadows, which is typically not so valuable. Check, see what's going on. Don't know that he spotted more than 2, but regardless, the decision has been made for UFC. They're headed back towards A. And there's currently an operator swung and standing, looking right at the entryway. Little jump spot. Bait out the shot, and there's the fault line. Hold them back. Mind on the paranoia. Gets the shrouded step off. The Hunter's Fury in the meantime comes through, but it's solid to do the shooting. Up, activates side of the dark cover. 2 on 3. Spike down.
It's going to be really difficult to win for UFC. Just because of the man disadvantage, as well as the awkward position with the spike, and everyone falls for UFC, leaving 3 alive on Oyun. And Vincent, I gotta say, as these rounds go on, Oyun keeps winning them, and they're only getting more and more convincing.
Now, the setup there was meant to be for the Hunter's Fury, but I mean, in a 1v3, you don't want to be tossing that away. Obviously, as you pull it out, you're going to be in trouble. And that's part of where UFC lost the sauce. 3 ultimates, though, into this round. It's still a buy. You know, not maybe the best to see Guardian in the hands of one. But it's not bad. Not shabby. And they're going to wait for the 0 point this time. So it's not going to come.
I like the idea, but KO on the defense, just a little bit wiser. They're going to save it for a bit of a safer play, waiting to see some engagements, getting a little bit of utility sight points, and then use it. And then they can really shut down those pushes, because on a side ascent, you have to have utility. So if that utility can go out and completely get shut down, just like that, then it makes things a little bit harder. The plant is going to go down thanks to the wingman of Gecko. Still a 5 versus 5, but this is going to be incredibly difficult to hold down. But Gandalf has a major flank. This turns into a 5 versus 3.
Not only that, but the Rolling Thunder stalling out any chance to come back in there and find success. Everybody taking the fight out towards grass and tree. It's so quick. A flawless round off the back of all of those ultimates invested by UFC. They'll pick up 6th round. Sigmund will be the one calling the timeout by the look of things for Oyun. A run of 3 rounds, but a run ended quickly as it began. Don't know that the money is looking very good for Oyun.
It's probably a little shaky. They can definitely compete throughout this round, but they might have 1 or 2 of their agents with a Guardian or a Bulldog, or maybe even a Spectre if one of them would rather play with the SMG rather than the secondary rifle. But we'll just have to see. That last round was absolutely fantastic from UFC. I liked what I saw with the utility. We were talking about how the KO on the opposing side, the KO on the defense, decided to wait off on using their 0 point, which ended up being a good idea. They used it at a really good time, but it didn't grab everybody it needed to on the UFC team, and the attack was just too hard to stop, as well as the flank from Gandalf. There's not much you can do against that. Maybe if you had one or the other, but not both.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to counteract that flank. The timing on the cat flank can usually be a win condition for the attackers on the A site, but they had the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder as well. On top of that, I was looking up to see the Hunter's Fury that's currently still ready to be used here for UFC.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Help them out a little bit.
At least they got a bit of info off the back of that cam.
Oh no. Oh no, stop. Gets one. They do get traded out. Losing your Cypher that early is going to be a pretty rough spot though. Sigmund stuck between a rock and a hard place, fighting every which way. They're not going to get away 3 versus 3 as the jet does go down, and the Owl drone gets a little bit of information, I think, but not enough to make or break this round. As there goes the Hunter's Fury, does a lot of damage to Maskumi. Still an even round, but the health is very much in favor of Oyun. As now we see the 1v2, 30 HP. It's just one kick, but it's not enough. Maskumi clutches it out.
Gotta be aware. Don't be too greedy, not taking out the utility in that scenario. Maskumi, wonderful repositioning, was last seen, was getting Hunter's Fury back at Boathouse and just creeped back up to try and play the trade frag. Doesn't get there in time, but does find time to figure out that swing. Both players caught without weapons in hand. Just gets run down. Great job from Maskumi. It's really saved this half. I think it could have gotten a little bit out of hand, right? It would have been 3-7 otherwise. Now it's 4-6, and it truly is anyone's half.
It really is. Best case scenario for Oyun is 6-6, and Sigmund absolutely looks to put it there with the first kill on the breach. The breach has been such a point of contact for the UFC attack, so to lose that first is not the best case scenario, as another B execute looks to be on the table for Oyun. But how can they defend this one? They did a great job last time, and it looks like they're going to handle this one as well. Stop, get stopped, and they get floored right at the platform.
Very disjointed at the moment for UFC. Sigmund doing a phenomenal job of just catching everybody. One after another. The utility put into position by Oyun, able to pretty much overcome everything that being put forward by UFC. I mean, the tripwires, they were all in good spots, and trying to make their way through that one choke point seemed an impossible task. Beyond the fact that I was a little confused at how alone that jet was.
Yeah,
Scott was so far forward, so far ahead of the rest of the team, or any trades.
Yeah, I not sure if it was a miscommunication or if they just got a little bit greedy, but either way, from there on out, it was a pretty easy round for Oyun. Unfortunate, but I mean, hey, if you're an Oyun fan or a player, you're definitely going to take whatever you can get, and they're just going to keep coming. Keep feeding Sigmund.
It's been a game changer. Once the SOP got out, the Blade Storm will go through. It's not going to work, but the rifles certainly will. Mind and Solid team up for 4 together. It's Mind on the triple kill. It's a tie, half at 6 apiece. Great recovery from Oyun. Where's the UFC from the opening 5 rounds? That was an incredible salvo put forward from them, but since then it's been a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it has been not just a struggle, but a full-on misfire for UFC. I mean, losing 6 out of the last 7 rounds is not where you want to be. They still have the top fragger in stop, but ever since that one faithful round, round 6, they got that elimination win. Oyun has kicked it into overdrive, but emphasis on keeping that going into the second half, because I have seen so many times, especially on a map like Ascent, how things go so well and then they switch halves and it gets derailed like that. And they immediately start off with a double kill, but not the way you might think. It's UFC back in it with a 4 versus 2 thanks to Resurrected.
A lot of pressure on to Mind at this point. But looking at UFC, they've got to be patient. Got to wait for this flank to get activated from stop. They're gathering info. Already the Owl drone finds something out. Wingman gonna leave the charge inside. The right clicks don't connect, and now it's up to the Frenzy. 1v2. It's Kumi. He's delivered before, but this time it's far too much to ask. Resurrected will be the one to shut him down. It's a 7th round and a pistol victory. Now 1 apiece for UFC.
And UFC is just really good on pistols. That's what I have come to learn. They know how to traverse a pistol round. as once again, they're positioning impeccable in the pistol. And if they can get off to another streak like they did in the first half, then I think this time it's going to be even harder for Oyun to overcome due to them being on their favorite sides.
I think Oyun into this round, expectation is just try and get a spike down, try and get into a post plan, especially on this site. Look at the Bucky that we're currently looking at. We saw what it could do before, and it's actually Solid is going to get the shot. Another one comes through as Dizzy does stop the onslaught for the moment. HP low on 2 of the remaining 4 members of Oyun.
But I like the positioning. This is still a very much winnable round if they play their cards right. They just have to watch out for the shots and don't give them anything easy. As there goes Wingman on the stun. Beautifully done. And once again, Wingman showing his worth. Still a winnable round, but not for long as Resurrect goes 1, 2, 3. Ring the bell, because that's a pinfall.
That is 3 in the anti-eco, 2 in the pistol round for Resurrected, who's already got Thrash ready to go. What an early time to have that ultimate good to roll. Love to see that from them. It'll be a gun round upcoming for Oyun, but with Thrash and not the best of weapons, it's a bonus for sure, but not a bad array of things to work with here for UFC either. I'd love to see them get aggressive off the back of this somewhere. They have that Gecko over towards A, but it doesn't look like there's an early play. Instead, it's the op trying to save the day.
Not only is it the op, but the op gets some use as well. Flick gets legged already at 5 HP. That gives UFC an unimaginable advantage. It might not seem like a lot, but once again, at this level, everything is magnified. And just having one player down at 5 HP early on helps out UFC so much. As in comes the push over to the B site. They look to right the wrong they did in this last round. As so much space taken up, they have B completely for free. And I mean, dare I say, it's free real estate.
Honestly, Gandalf does a great job of getting away with anything, and it's Discipline who's going to go down on the flank. Now it's an advantage firmly in the favor of Oyun. Owl drone. There's just a little bit of information. The recon bolt goes in, and Mind just going to swing instead of trying to take out the actual recon bolt, which is crazy. Resurrected, just a Spectre in hand. Going to be trying to get an exit or two. The operator we saw open up the proceedings with a bit of a leg is going to be falling back and just trying to save. That 0 point.
Oh my.
Resurrected was so dead so fast.
Man, oh man. I mean, you got to take a couple of shots into that smoke and try to get an exit frag, because if you look at where the Tracers were going, he was very close. Unbelievably close to doing a lot of damage. But unfortunately, neuron activation kind of happened. They heard the gunshots from the smoke and they all sprayed through it. And dare I say, it could have been kind of a lucky shot. But I mean, when you have that many bullets, you're bound to get hit by some of them. So it was a great idea and a great attempt for Resurrected, but not much you can do on the bonus round, as now this is going to be the point-setting round and the point-making round.
A lot of pressure.
Oh
my goodness, stop!
No way!
2 for the price of 1. And that was through a dark cover as well. It might have been just as it was going down, but it looked like it was fully through the smoke.
Unbelievable. Tragic start to this Oyun round. And Senor just going to mow down Sigmund as well. In the 2 versus 5, the Omen and Sova look to salvage out this round. They're going to get the plan off. But how in the world do you manage to hold this?
Great question. Gonna have to find a way to answer that. And look at how separated they are. Meskumi needs to get up close and personal Dizzy coming over the top. Senor will rip the head off of Mazkumi, and there's just no chance for mine to even take a shot. It's all 5 survive. That was a bonus round before. This one, it's for real, and it's all the way for UFC.
Unreal. I cannot believe that shot. Sometimes it's just your day, and I gotta think today might be Sigmund's day. Because you sometimes get a shot through the smoke, you know. Sometimes you get a No. Collateral through the smoke at the same time. Unreal.
Whew, that's one way to grab back the momentum of a game, I'll tell you that much. Just one shot, 2 frags. Look at where exactly this grouping is. 0 point, gonna gather quite a bit of info. I think that catches 3. Here they go. Out to B. Sigmund on the swing. It's just absolutely dumpstered Gandalf.
Esaad now planting on the B site. This time looks to be a little bit better of a look for Oyun. And hopefully they can hold out this round, as they do kind of need one. It is a huge stun as well from the fault line. That's going to even things up. As Resurrected gets not the collateral, but rather through the corner of the door. But Mazkumi instantly puts it right back where they need it to be in a 4 versus 5 situation. As the suppressive fire looks to be a very huge problem for UFC, with a double kill from Mind. Stop tries to get through, but Mind will end out this round with a triple kill.
What an incredible impact from the null command. I mean, that round, it was great to get on the site, but it was a bit of a passive B setup. Sigmund, I mean, part of that a little bit lucky, but absolutely fantastic to line that kill up as the smoke pops. But all beyond that, the null command seals it. Right? Mine's going to get all the frags, but the null command delays everything by 10 seconds there. And so by that time, all of UFC are just swinging really aggressively into the site. That's why mine can just tap them one at a time.
Another round like that for Oyun, and we will be all even up. Great shots through the smoke. That does a lot of damage. But now Resurrected looks pretty awkward. Very much so dead. And very much so, this is Oyun's site, but D-spin. Hold on a second. Rolling Thunder still in hand. Flashpoint comes out. Doesn't land the shot. And now it's a clutch situation. Stop with the op. And this is not where you want to be. This is not the weapon you want to have. If you had a Vandal or if you had a Phantom or something like that, this would be much better. But they don't. They have the op. They slowly swing around. They might have the first shot. But you have to watch out. They get through close. Right click. Valiant effort. But Oyun evens us up.
Unfortunately, as well played as that was initially from this breach, they got a little bit ahead of themselves. The discipline, I think it was. Right, takes the first shot. That was fantastic. But then goes back in with the Rolling Thunder and forces the issue. Doesn't have to make that play so aggressively. Could have waited for the team, or the teammate, to get back in there. Instead, Oyun equalize at 9. And it looks like we're up against an eco round as well.
So this should be easy double digits for Oyun. We've seen some eco rounds go the other way so far, so it would not surprise me if we see it again. But statistically, this heavily favors Oyun.
I feel like the stop is continuing to try and put presence aggressively across the map. It doesn't work out this time around, but it's the idea that matters.
More shots. So far, it's still only 1 kill. Oyun got the first one onto the Jet, and that is a big one to lose if you are UFC, as I believe that's one of your rifles kind of, I guess, isolated and really just taken down. I mean, they've been such a big point to the dominance of UFC whenever they've been able to get a couple of rounds. Gandalf is another one. Both of 2 of your heavy hitters down immediately. Finally, D-Spin is able to get a good look after the 2 deaths on their team. So this is going to be a plant. Big advantage as well, and it's only going to get better for them.
Oyun have this one pretty much set. Mind making a real name for themselves, coming in with a bunch of multi-frags these last couple of rounds and keeping Oyun in it. It's not only that, but they now have what is, I think, their first lead this whole map. I'm pretty certain about that one. I
believe so.
My math skills are usually not that great, but it certainly has been a uphill battle for Oyun the entire way through.
Yeah, so to get past that hump, past that peak, I should say, they're able to start they're able to start playing downhill Valorant. Let's just hope that they don't run into any more pot hills because, I mean, this has been a very pot hilly game. Very unpredictable at points, so best case scenario for Oyun, they're able to keep riding this smoothly out, not have to worry about anything else. Oh, this has potential.
Oh, it certainly does. Gandalf. Oh, he's tracked, but they don't really commit to it. The second spray, turning it into a third. It's Gandalf, who's been a wizard inside of Tree. Absolutely incredible. Dizzy doesn't catch anyone, and there's just 2 Oyun members left.
Gandalf the Dark, dare I say, the Dark Omen. As it starts to get a little closer now as time goes on, a 2 versus 3 with the Into the Shadows still available for the Omen. I mean, Gandalf did so much for the first half of this round that I feel like you got to finish out. Of course, one of these players is very lit as well.
30 seconds left.
They're desperately even just trying to regain spike control. There was like 3 bullets in there. Oh, and that's going to be a little bit more. Solid. The position. Is there... Do they have time to full rotate this? Yes, Solid certainly does. This is a little bit of a gamble, considering how isolated Solid is going to be for the next 5 to 6 seconds. If he just gets run down, this is bad news. And you might just be hearing him. No way! Solid getting out of there with a frag. Discipline falls. It's Resurrected for the clutch. And this could essentially seal the deal. Resurrected will get the frag, but Mind, it's another multi-frag. His 3rd of the round.
No way. Oh, no. Gandalf did so much. There was only 1 other kill throughout the rest of it. But this just shows we have to hammer this in. Valorant is a team game. Just because you have one player step up in a huge way does not mean that that is the round 1 you have to finish out. And this time, they did not. We are so close to match point. And look at the defensive economy. We have a couple of sheriffs.
This is, down to the wire in the best way possible. Oyun putting UFC on the back foot, and I mean, it is interesting that they are essentially playing for the overtime, which I don't dislike. I know a lot of teams play for the win, but in my brain, it's play for your best chance at victory, which is on the gun rounds.
And when it's close like this, I can understand playing for overtime. If this was like 11-7 or less, I would definitely try to play for the win. But I feel like they can play the safe and take the Kiko right here. Especially considering how the Eco rounds have been in play so far. I definitely like this play a little bit better. But once again, the Eco rounds, this round does not look to be as in play as the other ones. They miss the shot and they will get taken down after the whiffs. And a 1 versus 4. This is technically winnable, but it's not looking very good, especially sprinting right into the crosshair of Mind. That's going to be map point for Oyun.
Mind is currently an unstoppable force. I mean, this second half has been their domain. Triple kill after triple kill. It's been a crazy set of performances from Mind. I mean, we just got done talking about Mind able to trade out for his 3rd frag in the previous gun round. There, I know it's an eco, but still, 25-13. Tucker, this has been very, very strong. A bit of a duel between the, not duelists, but the controllers, which is not always something you see every day. But moving into what could be the final round of this game, it's UFC on a bunch of ultimates.
And I think they have to use a couple of them. As once again, it starts off really good for Oyun. As in comes the null command, and out goes Senor. Out the window. Neural theft activated as well. This should be GG's. Go next time. Gandalf in the clutch situation. We've seen them do crazy things, but the wizard is slain. 13-9 final score for map 1.
And incredibly well played. It all kind of starts there with a bit of a comeback story, actually, for Oyun, down 0-5 at the very beginning of that map. Their own map pick, I just wanted to reiterate, and they were able to keep it strong. I do think that, some of the fact that they were struggling with, I think it was they who are having the tech issues for the most part, over UFC. I think that probably had a little something to do with it. But you and I were talking during those problems about how important it is to keep your mental strong, to stay aware of potentially being a little tilted and then getting back into it. Oyun did that beautifully. They jumped back in, and eventually the fact that they tied the game at half is so impressive.
Yeah, like the flip of a light switch, they were able to get their mental back in it, because it's not easy to come back from winning 5 rounds in a row. It's even harder to come back from losing 5 rounds in a row right off rip, but they did it perfectly. And then whenever things switched into that offensive side, there was no stopping them. There was 6-6 at the half. They were able to win they were able to win 7 out of the 10 rounds played. So that's very much impressive, especially on the offensive half of Ascent. So, I mean, Oyun, congratulations. They absolutely took it there.
And keeping in mind as well that UFC won both pistol rounds. That's something where if you win both pistols, it's not an instant win, like a lot of people kind of talk about. I think that's a little bit overblown, to be honest with you, Tucker. But the reality is that if you get both pistols, you put yourself into position to succeed. And that's exactly what UFC did. Despite that, Oyun was strong. And there was a couple of big points to make. I think the battle of the controllers absolutely is a takeaway, right? Gandalf had such an important bunch of mid-round to late-round frags. It wasn't like he was going crazy, but it was the key double kill, right, towards the back end of a round that made Gandalf so effective. And then Mind steps up the opposing Omen and just dominates with 3 kills here, another triple kill here. It was incredible to see.
It really was. I loved what I saw from Oyun, the entire team, whether it was the Omens going crazy, whether it was the Jet popping off and Sigmund. I mean, that op was crazy. We gotta address the elephant in the room. What did Sigmund do to his op to make it that good?
Yeah, I mean, it was it was definitely an impressive part of the game plan. I don't know what changed towards the second half, man. That was what really, I think, swapped it up. I gave a lot of credit to mine, but Sigmund as well kind of stepped up big time when it came to the op. It was, I won't say that he wasn't getting diffed by Stop, but Stop had the impact. Whatever the change was, it was impressive. And Sigmund taking space over towards B or towards A always at least got out with a kill.
Absolutely. And enough about the past. We must set our sights into the future. We still have at least one more map coming up right after this break. When we return, we're going to go to Lotus. It's open. There's 3 maps. It's always chaos. And you don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the Dubai Police Valorant Tournament Ramadan Edition. It's still Tucker Haynes and Vincent in the booth. We just got done watching a pretty one-sided affair turn into a really good match. It was Yoon winning on Ascent 13-9, but now we go to Lotus. Yoon, of course, going into some unfamiliar territories, as this is UFC's pick. They look to find a way to sweep.
That they do, and you know what? There was a lot of resurgence. I think that was the word of the match for me, for Yoon, in multiple different ways, right? There was obviously their comeback down 0-5 at the beginning to being able to recover a 6-6 scoreline at the half. Beyond that, I mean, we were talking about a lot of individuals, but I think that the couple that you have to focus your mind on is Mind, number one, and I think secondary is Sigmund, who was really consistent as well. Both of those individuals really stepping up for the Yoon squad. As we take a peek there, the agent select. Honestly, nothing jumping out to me too crazy, though. We'll take a look back there in a minute. This is jumping into the second map, though, of Lotus. Icebox is our decider should we need to take a peek. Did you see anything that really jumped out at you, Tucker, on that agent select?
I mean, the only thing really is the Gecko, which we saw in the last map, and I mean, it's kind of a not so common pick, but seeing what he could do in the first map, I definitely don't hate it. I'm kind of a convert. I'm not even gonna lie. I was not hating on it, but I definitely had my doubts going into the first map. But now, I might.
You know, I don't even think the Gecko was that amazing on Ascent, to be honest with you. I think it was fine, but I think Lotus, I mentioned it, you know, way back at the beginning of Ascent, that this is where I actually have seen a lot of Gecko, and I do think it's really actually quite strong. So excited to see it more on a home field advantage. So as we jump into the action, we're gonna get things rolling. It's already the B site pretty much fully overtaken.
Yoon is on the defense as they look to find a way to retake. And B site is very popular when it comes to the pistol round because it is so easy to take, but it is also easy to retake. And that does help out if you do have the weaker weapons as it starts to even up. They've got one more. There is a myriad of kills coming out over at site. And it's all up to Gandalf. Spike is stranded, nearing the pit. They only have the alarm bot, and I mean, when it comes down to a clutch situation, I don't think there is an agent you want less than KJ.
To be fair, though, the amount of HP is fantastic. Gandalf has
very true.
All 100, and that Omen on the other side, pretty low. That's not Flick. Maskumi on the other side of it. Interesting decision right now. Moment for Yoon. They're very passive to this. I feel like it should be pretty obvious where this was going, but as soon as the spike gets planted, they're just going to lead their way in. And I'll be honest with you, I think they're taking a lot of time to get in here, Tucker, but just trying to overwhelm with some speed might be the best approach.
Yeah, for sure. Now the alarm bot does go out and get triggered. Fault line coming out. It played such a huge game in the first map, but now those shots really give them exactly where they need to be, and the shots land perfectly. And with enough time, they will get the defuse, and Yoon picks up right where they left off on Ascent with a pistol round dove. And that is the first pistol round of the series that UFC has lost.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And it kind of goes back to a point that you mentioned, right? UFC, B-Site's very popular for that reason. It is very easy to get onto the site, especially when there's like a 4-player stack at A early. It's even easier. But the retake is equally as easy because there's so many different options, so many avenues of egress and ingress for these players. And Yoon didn't even allow UFC to get site control or even plant the spike before they were ready to run back at them. There'll be a group up for UFC. They're going to be forced into this for the most part. I see a Stinger. I don't know what everybody else has, but there is investment here for UFC.
Definitely is, and in comes iSolid, close range. They get one. They almost have a second. I'm surprised they didn't, honestly. A lot of space taken up, but also This is a completely sandwiched side as Not Flick has a couple of awkward shots. The judge getting involved, doing a lot of work. A headshot from Mine takes down the invited Resurrected with Senor as the last one. And there we see another round. The anti-eco going the way of OU.
And I'm, a little bit of similarities between round 1 and round 2 here. UFC, they get the site for the most part, but they don't ever get a chance to set up into a post plant or get the spike down at all. It's Oyun who are forcing these fights early. This time it's the quick rotation out and coming from the link door from B. That's where the problems arise, but Oyun doing a great job of making UFC incredibly uncomfortable the outset of this map too. And UFC, that force buy will mean a save coming into this round. It's an outlaw, 2 shots and 2 kills, but out of bullets, they will fall.
Not Flick's in a really rough spot considering they only have a judge. That dark cover might be a huge... How did that do so much damage? How in the world did that get 35 from at least 15 meters? That is a judge. That's not a Bucky right click. I don't know, but OU definitely going to take whatever they can get.
That's for sure. Cutting this down to a 3-on-3. I mean, look at how isolated right now iSolid is at the C site. Needs to just get out of here. Escape to Waterfall, and that will be the case. The dark cover goes up, so it wouldn't have mattered as much anyway. The post plant spike down. This is what UFC have yet to really have in these previous rounds.
You got to think that this definitely favors OU, though, considering the better guns. But sometimes it doesn't matter if your aim's good enough, and this time it is. And it's a thrifty on the bonus round, and OU can't secure the 3-round lead.
And it wasn't even a real bonus. This was actually the eco. UFC, they force bought into the second round, so they weren't really in position to take that one, and Oyun go down. This is an Oyun decision that I think a lot of teams do, but I rant about this all the time. Let me continue to rant, Tucker. I think if you lose that round, if you're Oyun, why are we half buying? Let's just buy in, and this is essentially just a thrifty round before as opposed to after.
Really is, though, but hey, sometimes you don't need guns. We were talking about this just 10 seconds ago. If you can aim, you don't need guns. It's safe to say OU is a pretty good aiming team. As another shot comes out, Stop gets almost floored. Definitely stopped, down to 10 HP. And the only healthy player on UFC is now Senor. And how can you fight your way through this? You have 5 completely loaded guns staring right at you.
I mean, the biggest issue for UFC right now is not that there's so many players, which is an issue and a massive one. It's that there is no map control. They have to clear everything. They could be anywhere, OU.
Yeah, they really could be, and just 45 seconds to go. It's not like they can try to wait out the attention span. They have to push, and they have to push pretty quickly. And that dark cover is only going to hurt them out, and it's going to hurt a lot. Sure, it denies a little bit of sight, but the flank is coming in. This is only going to get worse, and it does. There goes Stop. Down from 10 HP to Zip. Senor has to find a way to clutch this 1v5, shooting at everything that moves, including the door, and it's not good enough.
Hey, I mean, like I said, I think that, investing there typically, to me, is maybe the better call. But like you said, if you can make those shots happen, ain't nothing wrong with it. Fantastic connections from OU, and everybody essentially winning their duel at the beginning of that round in order to put it down into a 2-on-5. But big props to OU as well. The communication and the mindset is, as soon as they got that advantage, they're just falling back. They're waiting it out as slow as required for the last minute and a half of that round.
This time, though, it starts off with a big dub over to the UFC side, taking down the Rays with a couple more shots, force out iSolid. Despite it being an eco round, we've talked about the eco rounds being in play on Ascent. Looks like they are in play on Lotus as well. As this one, though, starts to get derailed. Turned from a 5 versus 4 into a 4 versus 3. Or rather, into a 3 versus 4. No, 3 versus 4, sorry.
One for Oyun, and then 2 back the other way. UFC. Now the one's down. The chances of their success seem to be withering based on their decision to head towards C, where Thrash is ready to go. There's a fault line prepped and ready, and there is a KJ sitting on the site. How? Oh, just a blast pack. I didn't know how this one got up there. It's going to lose their life to the aftershock. These trades, though, are fantastic. The application of the flank from Not Flick will indeed be the final nail in the coffin for UFC, but a decent enough attempt at the push on to C.
Great use of the Thrash from Mind as well to deny the use of the rocket launcher, the Showstopper. And that is
They used the Showstopper?
Yeah. The Raze
man.
popped the Showstopper and the Thrash denied it, which, I mean, the Showstopper is such a useful utility. There's not many ultimates that you can completely wipe out an enemy team with one shot with. That's one of them.
Yeah, getting a just an easy confirmed kill early into a round with the back of a Showstopper or onto a site take. It is the reason that it has been gaining in the cost. I mean, it's like 9 old points at this point, or 8.
And it's still too early. It's still too low.
You should run.
And yeah, I think a lot of people would agree. Lockdown for UFC. Chance for them to get back in. Stop is on a bit of a lurk. Actually has both of the controllers out this way towards A, which is interesting. Nobody for Oyun is here, so there's just not going to be a chance for them to find those lurk frags. Commitments being made. Skumi. Hit for a shot. Paranoia is going to come through. I don't think that'll connect with anything as the fault line further delays things. Mind on the back of the site through elbow. Connects on 2. Missed his UFC. Fully out of this round. This defuse will go through regardless of the fact that I solid find stop.
Yes.
Nicely played.
Give the spike to Wingman as well. Yeah, man, it's only getting easier for Oyun. Typically, as games go on, it gets harder for both teams, but at this point, it feels like it's only getting easier for Oyun. And considering throughout the history of Lotus, this has been a more attacker-sided map. But it doesn't matter. Oyun throws that out the window. Statistics doesn't mean anything if you can't capitalize on them. And if we're talking about a team that can capitalize on something, got to talk about Oyun. I mean, about an hour ago, they were down by 5 on their favorite side.
And on their map.
Yeah.
Now it's their opponents, and they're up by 4. They're going to try and make that 5. It's a lackluster buy for UFC. The shotguns aplenty. And on the B site, I mean, I'm a big fan. I can be convinced. But it's not me that needs the convincing. It's Oyun. We're on the other side.
Ball back. The judge is a really good idea. Blast pack. I don't think they took any shots. There it is. Sigmund takes one shot, but the operator has a bit of a bigger bite. And there's not many guns, there's not many weapons in video games that can bite harder than the operator. And now it's only going to favor Oyun more and more and more. 5 versus 4. As the Raze has to find a way to push through that both, rather than the KJ, sorry. And as soon as they do, they get floored yet again. Pushing through, the judge is a little better than the shorty, but it's still very much Oyun in the advantage.
That's a wild decision from Sigmund. A bit over ambitious to be sure, but
30 seconds left.
still, advantage, Oyun. Push through, continues. iSolid has so much space out towards Mound. The Thrash will get activated. Viper's Pit onto the site. That Thrash doesn't quite find the connection. Skumi does, and with Mind swinging forward, the pit will fall. Skumi will be the one to seal it all. Oyun, they do have that 5-round lead, and it is a buffer that only seems to be growing.
Yeah. I'm starting to struggle with what can UFC do to try to fight this back. because they've tried several different things. They've had raffle rounds, they've had eco rounds, they've had half-buy rounds, and it feels like everything they are doing, it's just Yoon catching them out and stopping them every step along the way.
There's not been a lot to like break down for the UFC side. They just haven't been able to find any sort of entryway these rounds. Yoon playing a very good game at the moment. Esaad seems to be where they're interested in. UFC have been very much committed. Whenever they're making a decision about where they want to go, it's typical that they are going to be playing that together and very rarely going to be splitting up or trying for a split push.
This might be the best case scenario for them. So, favoring the A site, we haven't seen too much of them trying to push onto the alpha.
They haven't been there at all, actually.
I think you're right. I think they've tried to take a couple of shots, but they have not had any executes for it. The lockdown going to be popped up on the defender side, and you need to figure out how you can deny this. As in comes the push, out goes the frag, D-spin goes down. Knopflick is only making it easier yet again. 4 versus 1, and Viper goes down. Solid. What are you doing? 4K, and Flick gets on the defuse, and they're going to give Solid that one. And it is 7-1 scoreline. Things are looking great.
They are. The patience for Yoon in that last round, waiting on the lockdown to get activated, and waiting for the push to come through from UFC, knowing that UFC needs to make a move, needs to find some space to work with. And that's where I think it was D-Spin who comes aggressive up towards Heaven, just gets flattened by the waiting Yoon. Not only that, not Flick with a great paranoia. You saw the assists on the last two kills of that round for the KJ. That was thanks to the paranoia fully dispatching the final 2 UFC members. It's a timeout called for UFC. Get anyone involved. I don't know if they have a coach, but if they do, get them involved as well, because it's not going very well. This is their map pick. I know I keep mentioning it, but it's because it's been such a dominant scoreline for Yoon.
Yeah, 7-1. It's not going to be too long until things reach the realm of impossibility. Of course, it's still possible. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. Nothing is statistically impossible or mathematically impossible, but at the moment, it absolutely seems like it. 7-1 is not a scoreline you want to see on any map, on any side. And Yoon is just really locked in right now, and considering it's another eco for UFC, it's going to be difficult.
You particularly don't want to see this scoreline if you're on the attacker side of Lotus, right? I mean, this map, it's been becoming less attack-sided, I think, as people have gotten more familiar and really buckled down on what they need to focus on the defense, what control, but you definitely don't want to see that scoreline on this map.
No, definitely not. Great shot from Stop, though. Takes down Solid. Gets this round a little bit closer, as well as Senor. Really putting in a bit of work and making this a little bit closer, as it looks like we might be seeing the second round coming out from this UFC offense, as we got the stinger coming out. Sigmund, though, instantly puts it back in their favor. Stop with just a Marshall. The paint shells force them out. 11 HP. It's through the smoke. And you got to land this shot. There goes the paint shells. Wait, stick it, stick it. Oh my goodness, they stuck it. And it's another round for Yoon.
Snakebite misses the mark. Sigmund with some incredible movement there. Able to get away with everything. 2 additional frags on the operator, and Mazkumi was the other side of that 2-on-4 clutch from Yoon. They simply can't do wrong. They simply can't lose these rounds. It seems like it's been set in stone. We've seen the script written in UFC. They currently have no control.
And that was the eco round. They got really close with it. Maybe on the buy round, they're able to swing it back the other way, but they need to figure out some way to make these rounds a little bit better, as Stop with the operator is being the shining star on this team at the moment. But we need to see, once again, a little bit more. This cannot be the one-man army because Oyun has so much depth to their roster.
2 opening picks and then a trade onto the site. That is only one way to get it started. First shot misses. It's not flicked for the trade, but stop ends on a 3K. The operator, early days, gets the opening frag, and then this call to take some space on the rotation, I think is what really seals the deal. UFC back in business, finally another round on the board. Their first gun round, actually, thinking back and remembering that the only other round they win is a Thrifty. It's an Eco, where they had just Sheriffs.
Yeah, so now that they've finally got a buy round under their belt, maybe that helps them going into these next couple of rounds because they can still make this a somewhat manageable position. 8-4, not great, but definitely doable. That's not the way to do it, though. Sigmund wins the Waries battle, and it's already a 5v4.
Notice again, this is something we've seen from Oyun time and time, but as soon as they get that opening pick, they're falling back away from that A site, taking space elsewhere, but ensuring that that opening engagement can't easily be taken back, easily traded. Not flick. A bit of a risky maneuver, but finding that nobody is currently hanging out inside of the B main area, that is a pretty big find. That's an even bigger one. With stop taking not flick down, that information is currently unable to be utilized.
Right there.
Versus 4, A site is favored. As in comes the flash. Mind catches one. They've got the headshot with it. They've got another one.
Whoa!
And out goes Wingman as well. They look to find the thrash, and they don't get the stun, but everything else falls into place. Stop is the last shining spot. 1 versus 2. They do have the spike in hand now with A site pretty much uncontested. Oh, they're going to push this.
I mean, I can respect the aggressive decision, but
my
everybody's stunned! Literally all of them! Oh my goodness, that's insane! There's very few things I've never seen in Valorant, but 3 players all in a 1v2, and they're all stunned at the same time? What?
Man, I've never seen that before. I don't think I have ever seen anything like that before, but you know what? Utility. Utility is fantastic. Anyway, so double digits is now on the table in the first half for Oyun. And let's not forget this. If they win this out, they go into their better half statistically. We cannot forget about that. It's incredible how good Oyun has done on the defensive side of Lotus.
This is something actually that we didn't get to talk about, but you see that Dizzy? Part of the reason why I really like Gecko on this map, it's a really threat-free way to gather information at sea. Just toss Dizzy up and then grab them back. Because as soon as, you'll get the audio cue, it'll beep beep if you see anybody. I think that's part of why that Gecko can be so strong here. But anyway, C-Site is under UFC's control. Not only that, but there's a Viper's Pit ready to go. I saw a flash come through. I saw it just through the smoke. Dispatches with policemen. That's not what you want to see. This is what you're looking for. Damage done. And the shotgun inside the Viper's Pit. It's so deadly, but it's now down. 2v3.
Senor gets flashed as well. Turns to a great advantage with a 2 versus 1. Rolling Thunder. They avoid it, but it's not enough. That's double digits, and Oyun is now just 3 rounds away.
Oh my goodness. It was a valiant effort for UFC. I mean, they got the site. They had so much space to work with. And if Eastman maybe finds something out of this, that would have been ideal. But the fact is that I think it was Wingman that was actually tossed through that caught them out. And, I mean, well played. Kumi, quick decision-making on the Rolling Thunder, understanding that they can just cover off mine long enough to get the defuse. It was the round and half done and dusted. Single gun round for UFC. And it goes without saying, but the pistol round seems a requirement.
Definitely. I think if they lose this pistol round, then I don't think there's a chance that UFC comes back. I want to have as much faith as I possibly can in this team, but Yoon goes into Lotus and just dominates every which way. It's so hard to doubt them at any part.
My doubts. Well, I don't know that I had that many, but they have certainly been satiated at this point. UFC, they'll take the first engagement. It's thanks to Stop and Gandalf that they find some success, and Gandalf, a player that has been a bit quiet, especially with the game that they had previously. Stop continuing to find their success. It's 3 on this classic. 3 gun, by the way. Solid. Be asked to clutch and resurrected on the zip, just falling down, gets the final kill.
They needed it. UFC absolutely needed it. And a flawless way as well, so even better. At that point, you just take whatever you can get. Whenever you're trailing by 8 going into halftime, you got to put your all into these last couple of rounds, and that time they did it, but there's still ground left to be made.
Nicely played. That's for sure. UFC on that pistol, but as you mentioned, there is so much more that they need to continue finding. It was a pretty fast attempt at a B pop, but stalled out by the Viper alongside this Raze. The first 2 kills are theirs. Oh no! Solid had the shot, but couldn't connect it.
Evened up. No, not even close. Not Flick. Goes down. The last one left alive is Solid. And they get 1 shot down. That helps out a lot, but the Spectre at close range is not going to be beat. That's the 2nd in a row for UFC. And we talked how we needed a comeback from OU to the first map. Now it's UFC in that moment. They need to find a way to come back from this. But it's so much harder than what OU had to face.
They do, and look at the difference between Stop and the rest of the squad at the moment. It is a stark comparison, to be sure. Stop has been really finding a lot of success for the individual moments for UFC, but everybody else is falling behind. And I think that you look to your Raze to be making some of these plays. You also look to Gandalf, who we know has it in him based on that previous map. Isn't necessarily in the same position as the Killjoy. Has to be a little bit more passive, but now on the defensive side, I think that Sentinel can be a lot more effective. Oh my goodness, Sigmund just flying out and finding the opening pick. Raze on Raze of violence.
Movement diff. Honestly, not much you could say about it. 5 versus 3 on the bonus round. Things are looking really, really good, but not for long though. Evened up, and it's still very even. Solid. They have this flank, but it might get there a little too late. They have to hurry up. They've got to get a bit of hustle, or else this round is going to be a defuse win.
I think they've got the timing.
There we go. Great shot from Solid. The smoke is very difficult to traverse. The shot does land, and in comes the paranoia. Got to time this right. The shot is good, and I think there's enough time. Is there?
Pretty close.
Is there? Yes!
Oh my goodness. Close and from Solid. Incredibly good timing, but this paranoia absolutely just changes the entirety of that round. I don't think that you're gonna see Mezkumi swing so aggressively if it weren't for that paranoia late. Why it's good to have some of that big utility in their back pocket late into a round.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
UFC stay alive.
They do.
Big gun round.
Have it. They need to get it as quick as possible. They need to pick up as much ground as quick as possible. And Stop just keeps it coming. With a 5 versus 4 early, Gandalf stays quiet. They know this has to be an easy kill. There's no way Gecko checks it, and no, they don't. One more time, nearly the flawless round, but not Flick is able to grab one before they are eventually taken down.
At what point does this get a little worrying? Because we're gun round upcoming. You know, that's an important round, I think, for especially to see Oyun, you know, bring it back if they're going to do so.
Yeah.
So, well, that's one round, right? 7. There would be Eco. That's 8. I mean, I'd say this is the round where you need to be thinking, all right, let's get serious. You know, as if you weren't already, but truly serious. And that's what this timeout's about.
Yeah. You gotta get this round, I think, if you are Oyun. Because you cannot have that good of a start, that good of a first half period, and then drop this many rounds in a row. I personally thought that the bonus round would have been where they needed to get going. But this is the second half. This is their second chance to keep themselves firmly in control. And the timeout is going to hopefully help them out. But they need to get themselves back under control right now.
Yeah, this is certainly not last chance, but I think this is the round that determines if Oyun lose control of the situation. Momentum swing, if you will.
For sure. This is where the momentum swing is going to be the biggest that it can be.
So Dizzy's going to get a little info. Out towards Mound. Same true. For the flash that we just saw. They're all swinging. Okay, great job from Esaad to just get the first frag. That's a lot of map control gone, but they know they've isolated Gandalf at A.
Clock gets triggered. Spike is nearly on A site. Need to find one more, and there we see mine. Gets a really good one. Notflix standing right in the snake bite, but they are able to get out of it just in the nick of time. Spike is going to go down. Looking really good for Oyun. UFC still has this retake very much possible, and with Stop taking down Meskumi, that's going to help them out a lot. Oh, and another one!
That's so fantastic. Oyun were stalled out for so long here before the spike could go down. Thrash will get activated. Senior is just chilling on this. It will be denied, but the half already found. And there's simply not enough time. He's going to try and take the shot. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that mine gets that first bullet. But it is not enough to save the round. Instead, it is 7 for UFC.
Great stuff. UFC coming out of that timeout from Oyun, only looking better. It was an awkward start, but the finish was way too good. And now, I think it's safe to say that this has officially gotten out of control for Oyun.
Yeah, I would agree. And I want to shout out UFC there defensively. I think where they are able to win that round, obviously it's phenomenal to see those shots from Stop. But it is the delay they were able to pull off out towards the A site. They consistently were just stalling out the plant. There was never going to be enough time how well they were doing that.
Satchel's coming in. The double satchel play does not quite work out. But there goes Gandalf, and definitely needed. First kill goes their way. But I mean, this is what it was looking like in the last round. They need to figure out a way to secure this one and finish it out. This would get them that much closer to match point. As a close shot from Sigmund gets a triple. Beautifully done. One more and it's flawless. And the eco round looks good. Oyun might just be back.
Very interesting Viper's Pit right there. It allows for Oyun to just close the distance, get up close. And obviously that's a much better situation when you have a Bucky in your hand, and that's not something that necessarily they were expecting from Sigmund, but I think I would have rather seen that utilized elsewhere. Seemed like a little bit of a mistake to me. Regardless, it gives 11 over to Oyun. They're still looking to close this out. That's one step closer doing just that.
Step closer is all you can do at the moment. As D-Spin almost takes a bit of damage from that swarm grenade. But speaking of a lot of damage, over at A, red carpet right on the site.
This op, it's really the last chance. Stop will do it. Finding Sigmund on the other side. They've scaled quickly, but the spike not yet down. Getting in position. It's another double from Stop. Able to stall out the retake and stall out the plant for just a moment longer. Solid, importantly, needs to put pressure on to Stop right here. One more frag and Stop will deliver. He's unstoppable right now. Mazuka, oh my goodness, has maybe brought this back. 1v2 for Mind, and the Thrash is there again.
They're not stunned. It's a teleport out of the way. There goes the Shrouded Step. Diffusing. They're holding. They've got it half. They need to peek out. The timing is awkward. As they swoot it down. Dark cover. It's there. The attackers still get it. Oyun by the clutch of their fingertips. The tips of it somehow hold on. And they push back, match point, and it's an eco round for UFC.
Loved, by the way, that 1v1. The Shrouded Step out of the Thrash's clutches. That was so smart coming through from Senor. It's just too tough for him to clutch the back end of that one. And unfortunately, that was a little bit of a weird investment from the UFC side. They had the op, obviously, on Stop, and a little bit more when it came to weaponry. But then some players were ecoing. It's left them in a very broken economy.
Oh no, really weird spot. It's a seaside execute, but it's so awkward though. As there it goes. No, it misses entirely. The showstopper's not good. They've got a close shot. It's a little bit better. Resurrected and D-Spin teaming up, getting a couple of frags. So they are able to hold this off for now, but that spike is down. Long range resurrect. The shot lands right to the head, and that puts the spike diffuser down. It is not half just yet. They need to find a way to spray through. The shots are not landing, but eventually they do finish it out. It's just one more after one more, and they can't do it forever. It's another round one.
I mean, they could have done it forever. That was just milliseconds between Gandalf going down, but the spike getting defused just before the shot connected. Oh my goodness. A close endeavor for the UFC team, but they get away with it at the end of it. Especially when you consider the investment that they had last round, though. That was a miracle. And a miracle, thanks in no small part to the amount of ultimates that they were able to utilize. I mean, the lockdown especially, they had the showstopper invested. Now they don't have those tools. They have a pretty equivalent level of bad purchase.
Oh, what a shot from Stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop peeking them. You have to stop peeking these long shots, because Stop is going to do that every single time. And there goes your raise. They want to keep on pushing through to the A site. This might be the right decision, but also B site, they have a pretty wide open spot, but in comes Stop yet again with that outlaw. They have to smoke it off.
Had an open side until the Trailblazer comes through. Stop somehow still prepared. It's resurrected from C-Link, and it's over in a flash. A flawless round and a recovery now for UFC. They're right back in business. The Trailblazer cleared all of Mound and allowed for two players that were at C to rotate back to B, prepared for the hit as it came in. Oyun, money, I think, about to be broken, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this one is as close to Oyun has had to a must-win throughout the entire map. I mean, it's so close. UFC has got by the skin of their teeth so many rounds throughout this half. And it's once again just one more round for Oyun, and they are on to the semifinals. But that is choosing and proving to be so difficult.
Triple setup here for C. Crash doesn't check onto the left-hand side. I'm not sure if they saw it, and it's the paint shells. They don't know. They don't know about Resurrected, who's just waiting, sitting, and preparing these shots. Is Resurrected gonna go forward with the Sky, finding 4? That's the incredible individual performances that we've been missing and that we've now found from UFC.
Double digits on both teams. How in the world has this happened? What's happened? This was 10-2.
Yoon struggling to find a way to close this out. They've had this 12th round as well for 3 rounds now. This is their 4th chance to close, and this one's an eco.
This one's an eco. They're going to have to take this 11-13 unless they get a miracle. 10-2. And they can't finish out on the attacking side. And they've already used timeout. They don't think they can use another one just yet.
Lindoff was hanging out inside of the tree. Close range, Sigmund, we've seen this before. It's the showstopper to follow. And they get away. Absolutely they can. And stop is right around the corner. Wingman will get the plant. At least there's that small victory to be spoken of. I solid clears out mound.
Oh, wait. Oh my goodness, no. No way. We go to round 24.
Do it. Pushing them all the way back. Oh, Yoon up against the wall of final round. It'll have to be overtime for UFC to win this map out, but they're on a tear. An absolutely impressive comeback. Nothing's been able to stop them.
Nothing has. As it's round 24. The last chance for OU to keep this lead and deny overtime.
They used the showstopper last round as well. And seeing the possibilities at B, but doesn't connect.
They need to figure out a way to do this. I don't know if they can compete if this has to go into OT. With how beaten and broken their mental has been, how are they going to do this?
Up. Posted. Into position. It's Sigmund on the other side with this operator. The dark cover gets activated, but is he going to time it? Yes, he will! Muskumi falls. And the chance to scale up A missed by this chance. All of the utility going out. Everybody's rotating in as well. There's still no chance to get the spike down.
Not. They've got to watch out. The smoke has been so constricted and so blinding. UFC's utility work has just gone up entirely. As Mine takes a couple of shots. Resurrected, though, on a double kill with a 2 versus 4 look. They've got to figure out how to figure it out. How in the world? They've done it! Oh my, I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't think anything I said in that round was coherent English at all. All that you have to know, UFC has brought it back into overtime as they look to extend the map 3.
And beyond that, I think that the patience that we saw from them there on the defense, just waiting. It was about 15, 20 seconds that after Wingman goes down, no plant, no spike down, it was about 15, 20 seconds that Oyun just fully stalled out, waited for UFC to get a bit over aggressive, to find some space to work with, just to look for information, and they just sat there. Didn't make the mistake, allowed for Oyun to try and make the play, because Oyun were the ones that were in that position. They were forced to do so. And I think that patience, that willingness to allow your opponent to make the move is fantastic to see. With Sigmund down already, things not looking good for Oyun.
No. It's looking the worst it has looked in a long time. Considering that it's still tied, there's a chance, but how in the world do you do this? You have lost a lot of rounds in a row off of this comeback. And what in the world can you do to try to revive that momentum that you had in the first half?
Honestly, I don't think you need the momentum. I just think you need to stay alert. Stay in this game. No, don't be so easily pushed away. Allow yourself some time to reset. And that's currently what is happening, though it's on the attacker side. It's for UFC, excuse me. They're doing that. They reset over to C.
In comes the push, and Solid deciding to abandon ship over at C. But now the pop comes out, and it is confirmed to be a C side hit. And this is all up to UFC, but hold on a second. Not Flick has a shot. They even up this round for now with another one peeking out, taking the headshot, and Stop has to fall back. They land one more shot, but there goes Mind. Straight to the head. There's the mosh pit as well, and they gotta find a way to shoot Wingman, and that they do. But it is a 2 versus 1, and they've got another one in the tank. We extend. Oyun's won another round.
And you could see exactly how much it meant to them there. Everybody stops for a second as soon as that kill comes through. That's fist bumps coming through. That's everybody out of their seats cheering and screaming, because that is a hard fight. Another chance to close this in just 2 maps to end the day on a high note for Oyun. They have another map and series point available. They've had 5 already. Their 6th could be the final one, could be the most important one of all.
Overtime match point. The offensive rounds have been few and far between for Oyun, but they need to do a solid and make it happen this time. The longer this goes, the more it favors Oyun, I would have to think.
Stop has been utterly incredible, though, especially on this defensive side. The E-site hasn't necessarily been so great for Oyun, but they're going to head back that direction. The early control is in their favor. Been handed it over. I like that Isolate is just chilling, waiting here. There has been a lot of rounds that we've seen late aggression out towards Mound, but Heathspin's got it on lock. Isolate will fall.
Man, oh man. 4 versus 5, and it looks like they want to rotate over. They want to try their hand at where those shots came from, as well as holding off on that corner. There's a lot of potential here on this flank, as there's the Omen taking down the shot. There goes the big dog. Stop, gets stopped, dead in their tracks. Swings around, has a headshot as well. 4 versus 3, and they've got to clear out this side.
Gandalf.
All they got to do is clear it out. They don't clear it. They don't have the shot, though. 2 versus 2. A-site wide open. Spike goes down.
Notflick has fallen back, putting himself into a better position, allowing him to regroup with his teammate, his crewmate. Resurrected, waiting for the swing, but not Flick connects. He saved this round once already. He's done it again here. It's up to the Rays, and there's not any paint shells. There's just 2 last packs available. Just gonna get the half. Aftershock will force them off. Paranoid, blinded, and unable to see this. The flash comes through, isolating another duel. The fault line again to stall this out, but the paint shells denying the push forward. Blind once again, and the shots from Muskumi will finally seal the deal. It will be Oyun to move forward. We wave goodbye to UFC.
Man, I mean, Oyun won this game, but we gotta give a shout out to UFC, man. I don't think I've ever seen a comeback like that. Even though it did not get completed, I don't think I've ever seen a 10-2 comeback on the unfavored side on Lotus.
I mean, 10-2 comebacks, I feel like, are wildly difficult to do on the best of time. The fact that we're seeing that here, I mean, yeah, simply impressive, to say the least. And I mean, Stop, a guy to talk about for sure, but let's give Oyun their flowers first. Let's talk about what they were doing. I thought we saw very good consistency across the board from them. That I think is where they shined the most, is that everybody had their moments. I mean, we saw Notflake, who, maybe a little quiet over the course of the whole series, was phenomenal in the final round to send them through. Ms. Kumi as well. But, I mean, the most consistent factor has to be Sigmund.
Absolutely. Sigmund was one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, that Oyun was able to pull it off. I mean, in the first half, it just seems like it was multi-kill round after multi-kill round after multi-kill round. And, of course, even whenever they weren't getting kills, they were going crazy with the utility, causing off chaos over on the other side, and just being that team player, because really they could do it all. Whether they needed to be the key holder or the lock, whether they needed to get multi-kills throughout the round, or if they just needed to play things a little bit safer and let the rest of the team do the work, they were there to do that every single time.
Indeed. But UFC, to kind of just really quick revisit, right? I mean, Stop had such an incredible game overall on Lotus. It seemed like they were unable to be stopped consistently. I mean, as cheesy as that sounds, they absolutely were not going to be finding anything other than those frags. I thought Resurrected had a big performance as well. I mean, think about that guiding light through the smoke over towards the C site, like up on the retake. It wasn't their day. I mean, you make 10-2 comeback and you're not able to close in OT. Valiant effort, but it's not meant to be.
It really is. In the line for UFC as OU push themselves on into the semifinals. 2-0. What a games. These were absolutely close. And unfortunately, that is all we have for tonight. But, Vincent, we have more tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah, we have everything to work towards. Let me just double check what's happening, or what times things are starting. I think we're starting at 9 p.m. Yeah, 9 p.m. tomorrow. So definitely gonna want to check that out. It's OU moving on to WKNK in the semifinals. That'll be the second one happening, and then Fraggers up against Team Forsaken up at the top side of the bracket. So tons of stuff to get interested in if you are enjoying yourself and having some fun time here with the Valorant.
It has been super fun, but
I can hear Tucker. I don't know.
Am I good?
I don't know. He's gone.
Okay.
We'll say goodbye and end things out here while Tucker hopefully gets back. Regardless, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you here tomorrow with more Valorant action. See you then.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم مستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب.
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعارا للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
Backlight 1391, a triple kill, a double kill from the Omen. And this guy has spotted the Martyr 4 jacket.